Welcome to Baker's channel where stories unfold, covering trials, dramas untold. Grab your seat, settle in, start the show. Courtroom clashes, the fun we bestow. Baker's channel, action's hot, dramas and fun, all we've got. Discuss, debate, break it down. Baker's channel, just the best in town. Lawyers smart, tensions high, sparks fly. We laugh, we learn, dive into the why. Join the chat, have your say, it's your place too. Every twist, we're here for you. Baker's channel, action's hot, trials and fun, all we got. Discuss, debate, break it down. Baker's channel, just the best in town. Join the crowd. Baker's channel, we're live and loud.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, or what if any you are, as Jamie's birds are saying. How's everyone doing? Jamie, how's are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I wish I was out in the sun, but I would rather spend time with you.
Aw, that's so sweet.
And thank you so much, Sammy Spills the Tea, for saying good morning. Good morning to you as well. And good morning to Skybell and Nicola Fedorowski. New video out yesterday. Debbie Blair. Winter the Crazy Cat Lady. I think you would hit it off with her.
Me?
Yeah.
I do love cats.
Marisa. Gail Ritchie. Hello. Susan B. Womack. Carleen. Danny T. Helen from Holland. They are riding the Tour de France in Holland these days. I was watching it this morning.
Are you?
They have a lot of windmills.
I do.
Hello, Sunshine. Hey, Jesse. Sebastian Müller.
Hey, Sebastian.
I am, well, but a little bit hot. Get in. Good morning to you. I've been hitting the snooze button for an hour. It's only Tuesday. Marianne, that's why they invented the snooze button. Just remember to set your alarm an hour early then. But we will soon be beginning with the Susan Lorincz trial. They seated a jury late last night. I think they went to 5:30 or something like that. And it's a jury of 4 women, 2 men, all white, which the family meant was a problem. They wanted something more reflective of America today, is what they said. So, but they want justice and hope they will get it with this jury. Clickety clack. Booper.
Hey, guys.
Jamie, that name makes me giggle like a schoolgirl.
Boober.
Yeah.
Why does that make you giggle, Baker?
Because it's kind of like boobies.
Okay. The word boobies makes me laugh like a little kid. It's funny.
Yeah. Virginia Little, good morning. And Queen Olivier. Good morning, Lorraine. All the way from Florida. This is Ice Cube's cousin. Lorraine O'Shaughnessy is Ice Cube's cousin
Well,
because his name is O'Shaughnessy as well.
no, it's not. What? Ice Cube?
Yeah.
Is this a joke I'm not getting?
No, his real name is, I can't remember his first name, but his last name is O'Shaughnessy.
No way.
It is.
Just
listened to the interrogation the other day. So happy I'm covering this. Well, I only saw clips of it. No spoilers, but I know they're kind of weird. Sassy Hound, no, you don't play in Florida, but you have a lot of cray-cray in Florida. Hey, Miss Trial. No, it's because you have the sunshine law, so we get to see a lot more cases out of Florida. And to be honest, I don't mind Florida has a lot of cases because that's only 6 hours difference. Nevada, that's 9 hours. So the Tillis case would end roughly 1 a.m. my time. So I don't mind doing Florida. Why then?
Why do I need to ask you about that? What happened? Well, I wasn't around.
Funny enough, the same day she wrote about it on Discord, another buddy I met in Tennessee was writing me, I just learned a Danish word today. I said, oh, that's nice. And it's boob wart, because that's what we call a nipple.
What? Hold on.
Oh. Palola's mom. Oh, sorry. No, his name is O'Shea. Sorry. Yeah, I believed it was O'Shaughnessy. It's only O'Shea. Well, I'm sorry. Lorraine O'Shaughnessy is not his cousin. He's his second cousin. Yes, the victim's family were complaining about the jury makeup, wanted it to reflect reality a bit more because it's 6 people, all 6 are white. And remember, there have been wishes to make this a hate crime, but the state didn't find that they could bring those charges. And it's only felony manslaughter, not murder too. So it's going to be interesting to see what the state puts out there if we ever start, because we're supposed to start now. Come on. Oh, in 1 minute. Sorry. Hey, Rosie Smith. Peter A. We never see Texas trials. I don't know if Texas have some kind of law that prohibits Texas. No, we did see we covered, that's the first case Jamie and I did together, was a border agent in Texas, which was so boring we quit in week 4, I believe it was, during his sentencing. It was a border guard who unalived his mistress and his 2-year-old son. Yes, it's just facts. Maybe there is an U-Wall trial coming up, or have all those concluded. I don't know what U-Wall is. Hey, Stace. Think it's good they didn't overcharge. Well, we see it's in so many cases that they overcharge. So maybe they undercharge for this one, but let's see what they can pin her on. Good morning. Quick synopsis. Lady who is in conflict with her neighbor over kids might have used racial derogatory terms about the kids, goes out because the kids are playing near her house. The mom comes over to talk to her. She claims the mom is banging on the door saying, I want to unalive you, and she's afraid that she will break down the locked door, so she pews her through a locked door. Witnesses claims she had a racial motive for it. She claims self-defense. So her interrogation, really weird, really a strange one. And no one heard the neighbor say anything about, I'm going to unalive you either. So she was arrested after the interrogation, just like Sarah Boone. But that's the quick one. Then there have been pressure put on the state to charge her with racial motive for this crime. Well, they probably do that, but it just doesn't make it to anything.
Did you like watch ahead or anything? Because I thought you said something about the interrogation. Was it cray cray?
I was watching parts of it, just skipping around in it to see if it was something I wanted to play all day yesterday. But I thought, nah, they're probably going to play most of it in court, so it'll be redundant. Yes, Hollymore, always with the good updates on this channel. Why the F isn't it starting?
Did they say 9 a.m.?
Yeah. Just see if anyone else, because it's a local channel who had it yesterday. I didn't see anyone else covering it.
I've seen a couple of people covering it, so.
Well, news stations. I was thinking about news stations.
Yeah.
But they didn't even switch on this Signal 2 cord. So that's why I'm looking and see if anyone else. Oh. Morning.
It's on Law and Crime.
But I like the other one better because I don't have to put anything up.
Law and Crime's got a couple going, 3 going today. Jeez.
Jeez, oh, Pete's.
Jeez, oh, Pete's.
Well, they have. Yeah, they are starting. We're going to do Law and Crime. Because.
Might as well, so you know it's going.
Yeah, and when the other one turns on, I'm going to switch over there because then I don't have to put my little Baker Man on it.
What is she being charged with? What's the charges?
Felony manslaughter.
Okay.
And I remember they let that nutty legless guy go after he pewed his wife or girlfriend through a door like a freaking lunatic. Some legless wonder who did legless sport to Africa. You're thinking about Petrus. I think he got 8 years in prison. Hey, Jean, Sean. No, maybe I think everyone is waiting for the Tellis case because that's the big case right now, and then of course the YSL. Hey, Jen. Well, Hollymore, now you know. If ever you meet some Danish people and you want to exchange pleasantries, you can say, hey, are you the weird people who bit your breastwater off? And they'll say, no, it's the Irish.
You're free to sit wherever you want in the jury box.
Thank you, Toy. Hey, Senkat. Danielle.
Good morning, everybody.
Danielle, why aren't you in court and getting me all the updates?
I want to
It's
let
in
you
Orlando. I don't know how
before
close
we
it
get
is.
started here. One, you're free to sit wherever you want in the jury box, okay? If you need to move around to see or hear something, you're free to do that. If you need a
Gene.
break, please raise your
Gene.
hand. Please don't just walk out. Please raise your hand. Then everyone takes a break at the same time, okay? That's how it works. If most of the
Hola.
testimony will be from the witness stand, the attorneys will mostly be on or around the podium. There's microphones everywhere here. If for some reason you miss something, please raise your hand and let me know. Please don't talk directly to the witness or the attorneys yourself. However, it is a lot easier for us to have someone repeat something than to have to go back later and try to reconstruct what they said. Okay? So if you didn't hear anything, please just raise your hand, ask me to have the witness repeat themselves or speak up if they're speaking.
He claims that he thought it was a burglar, and he took a shotgun. I can't remember if the wall or the door to the toilet, and that was his girlfriend.
Too softly, just raise your hand and I'll direct them to speak up. Sometimes there's videos or audios being played. We just use the universal volume up, volume down for whatever you need on that. Okay. I'll let you know that anything that comes into evidence in this trial, whether it be a piece of evidence, whether it be a video that's played, you will have an opportunity to look at now. And also you'll be able to see that when you deliberate. So when you go to deliberate, the evidence, the physical evidence will be brought to you into the jury room. There's no computers in the jury room. So if you need to see videos or audio again, you'll send a note to me and make that request, and then we'll come back here and play it for you. You can watch it as many times as you want. You can get as close to the screens as you want. Whatever you want to do will be up to you, okay? I do want to just inquire of you, has anyone contacted any of you in any way about this case? I see no hands. Raise your hand if they have. Have any of you contacted anyone else about this case? No, I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case? I see no hands. I do appreciate it. If you can listen carefully, I'll have your preliminary instructions, okay? And if you can't hear me, let me know and I'll speak up, okay? Not usually a problem, but you never know.
What's like in Germany? What did I miss? I don't think I missed anything. Marissa.
Marissa.
Members of the jury,
I'm glad you're
you
thinking
have
about
been
it.
selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Susan Louise Lorincz. This is a criminal case. Susan Lorincz is charged with manslaughter by use of a firearm. The definition of manslaughter by use of a firearm will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Susan Lorincz in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, Witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be introduced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate juror will be released, and then you will retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I give to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on a social media or website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communication about this case applies during these recesses, whether you're in the courthouse or anywhere else. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in the silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact number can be provided to you. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that the defendant...
Jamie, do you know that when you look over on chat and you think, what the F did I miss?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know.
Is this some kind of American thing with the American pie?
No,
Is
I
this
don't
Zach
know.
making his sourdough bread?
Is that what you think? It's from American Pie.
Yeah, I'm thinking Zach is behind it, so everything is
Zach's behind
possible.
everything that goes chaotic in here.
Yeah. He's been over on Brandy's channel spreading his Zacharisms.
Spreading something, that's for sure.
That's STDs, Zach. She believes she'll have STDs. Hey, Leaner, maybe? Jesus. Bye-bye. Well, if it's a soft dough.
Did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pencil for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Mr. Smith, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. We are ready. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adam Smith. I'm an assistant state attorney on behalf of the state attorney's office. It's a privilege and an honor to be with you here today. I thank you for your time and I thank you for your attention to this case. This case is about how the defendant, Susan Lorincz, shot a bullet through her own locked front door.
I have the audio boosted already just before people start asking. And Marissa, can you call court and tell them to use a microphone?
Killed her unarmed neighbor, Ajike. You're going to hear in this case why this happened. You're going to hear about Susan Lorincz. You're going to hear about Miss Owens. They call her Ajike Owens. You're going to hear that she has young children. There are two children that are going to come up in this case. Her young sons, Isaac Williams, and Israel. You're going to hear why this shooting happened. Susan and Ajike were neighbors. They lived in a neighborhood that had quadruplexes in apartments. Susan lived across the street from Ajike. Next to Susan was a field. It wasn't on her property, but it was a field that was next to another apartment building. There were lots of children in this neighborhood. And a lot of those children, including Ms. Owens' children, played in that field. You're going to learn about some problems in this case, some issues between the defendant and Ms. Ajike Owens. You're going to hear that there were arguments between the two of them in the past, leading up to the shooting.
No, I wasn't responding to anyone. It's just normally people will say, "Can you turn it up?" I just wanted to say I already had the boosters on, and he's one of those wandering people who doesn't get near a microphone. So it's kind of like Alan Jackson until Bev said, "Microphone, please."
You're gonna hear what those arguments were about. The dog, the children. You're gonna hear that there were arguments between the two of them, multiple, but those arguments ended. And everyone went their separate ways. And in this case, you are going to hear in detail the shooting that happened on June 2nd, 2023. You are going to learn about the events leading up to the shooting. You're going to learn that that night, it was a Friday night, a summer night, and there were kids playing in the field next to Miss Lorinc's residence. They were playing in the field, and there was an adult with them, Mr. Franklin Cologne. And you're actually going to see the children.
I was just checking to see if it was better on the other side. I don't think it's closed captioned because I think it's another provider that Law and Crime is using today. So they don't send it out with the possibility for captions, because I think they just like us hooked on Fox 35's signal.
Mr. Cologne in the field playing. Why are you going to see them? Because the Marion County Sheriff's Office, in this case, with the defendant's phone, were able to get videos that the defendant took of the kids playing in the field. Ms. Lorincz was filming the kids and Mr. Cologne in the field on her patio, and then inside her house through windows. You're going to see these videos. You're going to see the kids playing. The kids finished playing as it got darker, a little before 9 o'clock. There's not many kids in the field anymore, but yet the defendant, Ms. Lorincz, is still filming. What's she recording? Well, you're going to see that video too from her cell phone. She is videotaping roller skates that were left in the grass, according to her, about 5 or 6 feet from a sidewalk that lives up to her apartment. And in this roller skate incident, Ms. Owens, Ajike's sons were there, and the defendant has an interaction with them, has a roller skate in her hand, talking to them, and ends up throwing the roller skate. He says, "Here, go fetch." You're going to see where the roller skates were. But the interactions with the children didn't end there at the roller skates. There was another interaction right thereafter involving children of Ms. Owens, where the defendant, she says, in her statement to the detectives, which you will hear, that she is on her patio pavement area with an umbrella, telling the kids to leave, talking with her hands, while the kids, about 5 to 7 feet away from her, or in her words, not even close. It's at this point, after videotaping the kids, after videotaping the roller skates, after throwing the roller skates, after waving the umbrella around, interacting with these kids, you will hear that Susan calls 911. You're going to hear that 911 call. Pay attention to that 911 call. In the 911 call, you're going to hear Susan complaining about the kids trespassing, leaving toys, screaming, yelling. She's going to say that one of the kids accused her of taking an iPad. Then she's going to accuse the kids of mouthing off to her. The kids saying they're going to beat her up, they're going to get somebody to kill her. And she calls 911. Well, that 911 call is made just before 9 o'clock. And on the 911 call, the dispatcher informs Ms. Lorincz that they will send a unit out. And Ms. Lorincz confirms that she's now in her house with her door. It's at this point, after Susan calls 911 on the kids, she's in her room, in her apartment, the door locked, that Ajike Owens comes into the picture. You're going to hear testimony from Uriel Rodriguez. He's a child. You're also going to hear testimony from Sheriff Carter. He's an adult. But they also live in the neighborhood nearby, both Susan and Ajike. They were outside that evening. You're going to hear testimony about Ajike walking over after this interaction between Ajike's children and the defendant. You're going to hear how Ajike walked over Susan's residence. She was angry as she was walking over, but she was unarmed. And you're going to hear testimony of Ajike at the door of Susan. She's angry. She's banging on the door. She's yelling. She's even cussing. People are going to say that. That's what was seen. That's what was heard. You're even going to hear from a neighbor, Miss Yvonne Costa, who lives right next to Susan, of what she heard in her own apartment and how the banging was loud. You're going to hear this evidence. And while this Ajike is banging on the door, you're also going to hear then a gunshot happens. While
No. And we did this on another one. If you're using Chrome have a CC feature built into it. The problem is you will be watching me with delay, so it doesn't make sense to do it. We tried it once, but if you use Chrome, you can turn CC on in your own, and then sometimes you might even understand what I'm saying.
Ajike is still outside. And while you're here, that Ajike was outside, banging on the door, saying things to Miss Owens, means the defendant, Miss Lorincz. Ajike doesn't go to the door. Doesn't try to break into the room, the apartment of Miss Lorincz. But yet there is still a gunshot that strikes unarmed Ajike Owens there on the defendant's patio. She runs off the patio, falls in the grass, and dies from a gunshot. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no question in this case that Ajike Owens was shot by the defendant. The defendant admits in her interview, Detective said that she fired her loaded pistol and killed, shot through the door, the locked door, and hit Miss Owens. The Marion County Sheriff's Office collected the .380 pistol that Susan used to shoot Ajike. It was found in a trash can in Susan's bedroom. They found a shell casing inside Miss Susan's apartment. You're going to hear the medical examiner, Dr. Shandell Norfolk, perform an autopsy on Ajike.
Is that the jury right there?
Yeah.
You're going to hear from Jamie Williams from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that said the projectile that was found in the body of Ajike and the shell casing that was found inside Susan's apartment all came and were fired from the gun that was also collected inside Susan's apartment and trash can. There is no question that Susan Lorincz fired a bullet through her locked front door and killed Miss Owens. The question in this case is whether the defendant was justified in doing this. The defendant gives a statement to detectives, two different statements. It's a long statement. You're going to hear those. And you're going to hear the defendant say many things. You're going to hear the defendant say what happened leading up to the incident. You're going to hear the defendant say that she was in fear. That's why she called 911. But you're also going to hear the defendant, and pay attention to the defendant's interview. Is that when she was with the kids, with the roller skates, or with the umbrella, that incident, the kids tell her, "I'm going to tell my mom." And the defendant says, "Go tell your mom. I don't care." The defendant says that. Then you're going to go on and say the defendant was such in fear of Ajike.
They had working experience day today.
Prior incidents. But yet she says, "Go tell your mom. I don't care." You're hearing the defendant talk about calling 911 before Ajike comes over to her house. And again, you're going to hear that 911 call. And I want to draw your attention one more time to that 911 call to listen. Because at the end of the defendant's complaints in that 911 call, out of the blue, you're going to hear this at the end. The defendant says, because what's going to happen is his mom's going to go out, wait for the officer, and run and say, "Oh, I was threatening her kids," which just isn't true. Out of the blue, she says that. Because that's what she thought was going to happen. So the defendant will make statements about leading up to the incident. Then the defendant is going to state what happened inside her residence when Ajike was there at the door. The defendant is going to say multiple times that she was in fear. Multiple times. The defendant is going to describe what actually took place. The defendant is going to say she was actually in the bathroom when she heard the bang. Then she goes out to the bathroom. From the bathroom, she goes out to the door, and she hears that it's Ajike. So, despite being so scared, she then goes back in.
I believe the 10-year-old was standing right next to her.
The bathroom to finish washing her hands. Then banging starts again. She goes out, this time into the kitchen to the phone, and then the banging won't stop. She's saying things to Ajike, telling Ajike to leave. And then the defendant goes into her bedroom, grabs the loaded firearm, then walks all the way back out to the locked front door, and the police are on the way, as she's been told. She points at the door, fires one shot at the center of the door, shooting and killing Miss Ajike Owens. You're going to hear the defendant say that Ajike kept saying she was going to kill him. There will be testimony from other witnesses who are outside who did not hear that. And it's important to know that from the time that Susan Lorincz ended the phone call with her door locked inside her own apartment, knowing the police were coming, until the time the defendant, or Ajike Owens, is shot, is within only 2.5 minutes. You're going to hear a lot of things the defendant says. You're going to hear the defendant talk about prior incidents with Ajike Owens. You're going to hear the defendant claim that an incident that
Apparently, she was out yelling at the kids, grabbing onto one of their roller skates and throwing a roller skate away, and there was kerfuffles about that. So, and then the mom came over to yell at her.
happened approximately 16 months before this shooting that Ajike attacked her with a no trespass. But you're also going to hear from Marty Robinson, another child who was there that day, and what she saw. You're also going to hear from Deputy Jonathan Coleman, who responded to that call, and that no arrest was made. You're going to hear evidence about an incident where the defendant called 911 about 6 months before the shooting, complaining about the kids. Deputy Kinsey arrived. You're going to hear from Deputy Kinsey. In that, the defendant first complains about the kids trespassing, and then makes a statement that mom came over here and was banging on the door, said, "Come on, kids again, I'm going to drag you out, beat you." You're going to hear that from that came out. But you're also going to hear from Deputy Kinsey how she came to the incident. She talked to the defendant. She even talked to Ajike Owens that night, and no arrest. We're also going to hear, like I said, a very long interview with the defendant and Detective Stith. And listen closely, because nowhere in that interview does the defendant talk about this threat of being dragged out and beat. She said happens. The defendant is going to talk about the 911 call she made right after shooting Ajike Owens, and you're going to hear that 911 call. In that 911 call, you're going to hear the defendant crying. You're going to hear the defendant say that she thought Ajike was going to break down the door. But you're also going to hear the defendant in the middle of this complain about trespassing, about leaving garbage around the house, kids. And she's going to talk about how Ajike had a broken down Honda that was garbage in the middle of the 911 call. She just says that. You're going to hear the crying, but you're also going to see.
Thank you, Zach. Always
Deputy
nice to see
Barbosa's body
Jamie.
cam. You're going to hear Deputy Barbosa's testimony.
Thanks, Zach.
He was one of the initial responding officers to the scene. How he goes right up to the door. Susan Lorincz comes out of the door. She's detained, and she's not crying. And she just wants to make sure that the door is closed so her cats don't get outside. You're going to hear the defendant say that she's shot by the kitchen table. But you're also going to see pictures from the sheriff's office, lasers, trajectory rods, to help you determine where the defendant actually was when she was shot. You're going to hear the defendant talk about how her door wasn't secure. But you're going to hear from the defendant's landlord, Charles Gabbard, talk about the repairs that he had made to the door prior to this incident and how the door was secure. You're going to hear the defendant say that she feared for her life. Now she thought she shot because she thought it was either going to be her or it was going to be us. But yet you're also going to hear the defendant say that she never even intended to hit Ajike when she shot.
I believe she has 4
You're going
kids.
to hear the defendant say that Ajike was at the door. The defendant believed that Ajike was going to break down that door and kill her. But you're also going to hear the defendant say that Ajike was at the door that evening, saying, I want to speak to you because I don't like the way you're talking to my sons. At the end of this case, you're going to hear that the defendant, Susan Lorincz, knowing the police were behind, was in her apartment, the door locked, and shot through that locked front door, and killed Ajike Owens, who was unarmed. We're going to present the evidence to you in this case. And after the evidence is presented, we're going to come back to you and ask that you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter by reason of fire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carranza, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, may it please the court.
Let me know when you need the overhead.
We're ready, Your Honor.
I've got it on the defense laptop.
Was that compelling to you?
I couldn't hear half of it.
Allow your minds to wander back in time to June 2nd of 2023. In the Quill Run of Ocala, 1662 Southwest 107th Lane, apartment number 3. The apartment where Susan Lorincz lived. She had just gone to heaven. Ajike Owens, her neighbor, had come to her door and pounded that door violently for minutes. And Susan shot through that door.
I think the only mic that's really fed into the camera is the judge's mic, because I can hear when he shuffles papers. Patricia, no, that's a normal opening. We watch all the big cases where they waste 2 hours talking opening statements, closing statements. This is normal. They'll just put your dinner on your table, and then it's up to you to eat it. You don't need more. They told what happened, and they're going to prove that story. So that's most of the cases Jamie and I do, because we kind of tend to do the ones no one else does. Half an hour, 45 minutes is probably the average opening statements.
Yeah.
And what the evidence will show is that she shot through that door herself.
Hey, Tom Gillis.
She was terrified.
Hope you get some golfing in today if the weather's as good as it is in Denmark.
To break down that door and pulverize her. The evidence will show that Susan, at the time, was almost
Sorry, Peter.
59 years old, living alone in this tiny little apartment, 800 square feet. There was only one door that she could leave from. And in front of that door was Ajike Owens, an individual that was tall, that was 24 years her junior, and that outweighed her by 80 pounds. You will hear that Susan Lorincz was 59 years old, but had a multitude of medical infirmities. So physically, she was a lot older than 59 years old. And it was at this point, after she went through this hell, she called 911.
And what was the address of the emergency?
1662
to Southwest 157th Place. Oh my God, this lady just tried to break down my door. I shot through the door. Oh my God.
Okay, repeat that address for me to make sure I have it correct.
1662 Southwest 107th Place.
Okay, what is your name?
Susan Lorincz.
Okay, what's going? Take a deep breath for me. Calm down.
Oh my God.
You said someone tried to break down your door. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, the woman was screaming and yelling and she was trying to break down my door and she was...
Okay, it was a female?
Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. And I thought she was going to get me. Oh my God.
Okay, you said you shot at the door. Is that correct?
Yes, I shot at the door because she wouldn't stop. I told her to get away and she wouldn't. She just begging to stay.
Okay, where's your gun now?
It's in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. This is the woman who attacked me.
Okay, do you still see the subject?
I don't know where she is. I'm still in my house. I didn't open my door to her.
Is it just only you in the home?
Yes, it's just me.
Okay, I just need you to lock all your doors and windows, okay?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the line until the deputies get there.
Okay. My son said they were going to come and kill me.
And did you know her?
Yes, she's come after me several times because of her children. Her children keep trespassing over here. They're bothering me and bothering me. They won't fucking stop.
Is she a neighbor?
Yes.
Do you know where she lives?
She lives at 1663 Southwest 107th Lane.
1663 Southwest 107th Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Ajike Owens.
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Ajike, A-J-I-K-E.
Okay. Just let me know when you see the deputies. And like you said your gun is put up in the bedroom.
Yes,
is that
yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And what unit number is for the subject?
I don't know. I don't know if she's one or two.
Okay.
She has an old broken down Honda or something, a white car in front of her house. It's all garbage.
You said a white Honda?
Yes. And then she has a new Acura.
Okay. You're doing good. Just take a deep breath for me. You do have deputies on the way, okay?
Okay.
She said she had a broken down white car. She had a new Acura.
And do you see the male subject, or you just see the female?
See, her boys were here earlier. They keep leaving their garbage all around the house.
Okay.
And then I told them to take the crap away, get the fuck out of here.
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
I'm sorry?
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
No.
Okay.
I'm not screaming outside now.
And that was a quick roller coaster of emotions. And why talk about a beaten down Acura and a new Honda and them leaving trash outside her house all the time and telling them to F off?
Who knows?
Hey, Volstom.
Hey,
I just
Volstrom.
checked for only $1,500. I can fly to Knoxville in November. Just saying.
For only.
This was the defendant. And hey, Shizzy Raiders. This was the defendant on the phone right after she had put a hole through a door and through OJ. I believe her name, AJ.
AJ.
AJ, yes. She already had a narrative against her. Well, maybe.
Well, I mean, if they were having problems.
Yeah. What's with the cricket? It's Jamie is playing a live version of Pinocchio in an upcoming Disney movie. So she has her co-star Jiminy living at her house so they can learn to interact better. And he's sitting there talking to her about all the wrong decisions. Don't go to the island for the lost boys, Jamie.
He's mouthy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go shoo him away outside in a second.
I haven't seen a stand your ground hearing. Oh, sorry, it was October, not November.
This entire trial will revolve around perceptions and the state of mind of Susan Lorincz when she shot the nephew. This 911 call that I just played for you all will be presented into evidence. And in this 911 call, you hear the quiver in her voice. You hear the shaking in her voice. And you hear at the beginning the absolute terror that she had. This
Mine too.
911 call, the evidence will show, occurred
And a lot of
seconds
crying.
after she shot through that door. And what the evidence will show, that at the time that she shot through that door, in her core, in her soul, in her heart, everything that she was, she felt that she was in mortal danger. And that she had to shoot. Because Ajike Owens, her neighbor, that was 24 years her junior, outweighed her by 80 pounds.
80 pounds.
Breaking and pull guns. Now, what the evidence will also show is that Susan Louise Lorincz was born in Passaic, New Jersey on July.
That's how most kindergartens are in Denmark. Year-round kids out because they burn off the energy.
23rd, 1960. She grew up in New Jersey. She was in New Jersey until she was approximately 30 years old. And approximately 1995 or so, she moved to Springville, Florida, in Hernando County. She moved there because her parents lived there, and she wanted to spend time with her parents. So she moved over. You will hear that in the 30 years that she was in New Jersey, she was a productive member of society. She was an EMT, or she was a ambulance. She was a waitress. She was gainfully employed. She was a home health care provider. She was an assistant bookkeeper. When she moved down to Hernando County back in 1995, she continued to be a productive member of society, where she was a chef. In about 2005 or so, she moved to Ocala. You'll hear that the reason why she moved to Ocala, Florida, was because she loved horses. She actually bred them. And she moved here because Ocala is a perfect place to be if you love horses. And that's why she moved here. You'll hear that at that point, her mother had passed away, so there was no reason for her to be in Ocala. And when she moved to Ocala, she continued to be a productive member of society. And she was a chef. until COVID. You will hear through the evidence that in January of 2020, she moved to 1662 Southwest 107th Lane, apartment 3, where this incident occurred. You will come to find out post-COVID, she was no longer a chef because that business had fried out, as we all remember. So she went to school and she became an insurance agent. And she worked for insurances, selling insurance. She was a licensed Florida insurance agent. She worked from home, and she worked from home full time. And that's what she did. That's how she maintained herself. That's how she supported herself. You'll hear that in June of 2023, she was almost 59 years old, 58, almost 59 years old, but her body was much older than a 59.
Jamie, I started a boat business in my attic. Sales are through the roof. Don't laugh, just cricket noises. Thank you, Jamie.
There you go.
She suffered from many medical infirmities. You will hear that she had issues with her knee that caused countless surgeries that involved damaged tendons and ligaments in her right knee and a partial knee replacement in the left knee. Her right knee literally goes backwards because of all the damage to it. She had a car accident in 2019 that required invasive spine surgery, and she has diminished feeling in her legs and feet as a result of that spinal cord injury. You will hear that in 2021, she had a cervical fusion because of that car accident in 2019. She also had an aneurysm on her kidney. She had a torn muscle in her left shoulder and torn rotator cuff in 5 places. You will hear that she also had a herniated thoracic disc and carpal tunnel in both hands, and had surgery on her left hand because of it in 2022. You'll also hear that she is a survivor of ovarian cancer, and she's in remission. Needless to say, with all this physical ailments, till 59 years old, almost 59 years old in June of 2023, inherently, she was significantly physical. You will come to find out that Susan lived alone in this apartment, like I mentioned, a tiny little 800 square foot apartment, only one way to, which is that entrance. Front door. You will come to find out that because she was alone, because she was older, because she had all these medical infirmities, she had bought a gun for protection, which many people her age and her situation do. Now, you will come to find out as well that in June of 2023, June 2nd, 2023, wasn't the first time that she had issues with Ajike Owens. In February 25th of 2022, you'll hear testimony and evidence that she had a run-in with Ajike. And in fact, that was the first time that she met her. Shortly after, Susan had a fusion in her neck. You will hear that there were no trespassing signs all over her neighborhood.
Boost. I can't boost it anymore. Turn up your audio. I will try not to yell.
All over her yard. And you will come to find out that Ajike Owens would walk her dog.
Christy, I can't turn it up anymore. This is with the booster on. My microphone is set low. That's why I went off screen before, because maybe sometimes StreamYards will boost the audio more. It's the feed that's bad. They are not near any microphones.
And defecate on her property. And that made Susan upset. So February 25th of 2022, she spoke to Ms. Owens and said, please stop having your dog defecate on my property. You'll hear that Ajike told her, you're a renter. It's not private property. You don't own it. I'm going to do whatever I want. And if this is where the dog wants to defecate, so be it. Susan told her, there's no trespassing sign. Leave. And you will hear evidence that Ajike, this is the first time she met her, took that no trespassing sign, threw it at Susan, and it hit Susan's leg. This is where the fear started in Susan's heart, in Susan's core, towards Ajike. You will hear that in December of 2022, it was a chilly day. And there was an issue with one of AJ's kids trespassing on Susan's property. And AJ came to Susan's house, same apartment, 1622, apartment number 3, and started banging on her door and saying things. Saying, come out. And if you don't come out, I'm going to beat you till you're blood. And you're going to hear evidence that pounding on that door, December 2022, 6 months before this incident, damage was caused to Susan's door and door frame. And you will hear evidence that that damage was there on the night in question, on June 2nd, 2023. You will hear evidence that Charles Gabbard, who is the landlord of Susan and the owner of that property, attempted to fix that door frame, but didn't fix it completely. Because you'll see pictures that the damage was still there on that fateful night. And you will hear that Susan always knew after that incident, after December of 2022, that there was
T.T. McGee, I haven't seen him before, I think, but sometimes you have to work with what you got, and this doesn't seem like it's an easy, winnable case for the defense. The property was rental, and the owner set the grass area for all renters.
I mean, I had a neighbor like that when I lived in an apartment. She acted like the yard, like the lawn next to her patio was all hers. I'm like, no, you have a slab, and that's it, and everything else is public.
Yeah, but
So,
it's like the HOA Karens that walks around and want to make everything.
yeah.
How much is he lifting? I'll come by and outlift him, even with my bad back, because guys who drop weights is normally the ones with the small peen and the small arms, because it sounds heavy when they drop it. Strong guys just re-rack. Yeah, well, then look at him and say, hey, do you want me to carry it back to the rack? Because you could just skip the last set and you didn't have to throw stuff on the floor. I like to do that when the teenagers are screaming like a woman giving birth.
damage. And she took precautions. And the precautions that she took is she bought fire. The other precaution that she took is at night, she would put a chair under the doorknob in order to have more support. She got a chain for more support in that apartment as well. She did everything a reasonable person would do in order to be safe in her home. June 2nd, 2023 came along. Susan was starting a new job. And she was getting everything ready for her new job. It was summertime, so the kids were home. And she was getting everything ready for the new job, and the day went into night. And it started getting dark. Susan thought it was raining, so she took her umbrella, it was dark, and she went outside. When she went outside, she noticed that there were kids milling all around, and there were skates on her property. You will hear evidence that Susan has all these medical burns, and she falls. So she was scared that she would fall and hurt her knees even further because of the skate setting. So she asked the kids to pick up the skates. And you will hear what the kids told her, you got it. Susan did get them and threw them in the yard. And then they threatened her. She got scared. She ran into her house. But she was in a rush, so she locked the door. But she forgot to put that chair for extra support under the doorknob. She calls 911. You'll hear that 911 call, and you'll hear her fears. As she's in that 911 call, as she's speaking to 911, she goes to the bathroom. When she goes to the bathroom, she hears pounding on the sliding glass door. The 911 is over, and in her mind, she's thinking, wow, that was really quick. That must be Marion County, because she heard loud pounding. She thought it was law enforcement. So she goes out. And like I said, you'll see pictures. This is a tiny little apartment. She'll go to that area. She went to the sliding glass door, and she hears the pounding, and she realizes it's not law enforcement. It's AJ Owens. And AJ Owens is mad. She's mad as hell. You'll hear testimony from children that were there that saw AJ Owens walk from her apartment to Susan's house. And you will hear that AJ Owens was walking with purpose. And she was mad as hell. And walking towards that apartment. You hear that she walked to the sliding glass door and then the front door. Susan is in her apartment. Nowhere to go. She is trapped. She has nowhere to go. And agents banging on the sliding glass door, saying, "You can't talk to my children that way. I'm going to fucking kill you. Get out here." Susan's terrified. Absolutely terrified. So she goes to her bedroom and gets her firearm. And when she goes to her bedroom and gets her firearm, she comes out to the living room area. And you'll see pictures of it. And she places herself several feet away from the door, next to a dining room table and next to some chairs where she eats every day when she's at home. And AJ's pounding on that door. "I'm going to fucking kill you. Get out here." You'll hear from witnesses. You'll hear from her neighbor, Yvonne Costa, who's an older lady, like Susan, and who lives alone. You'll hear from Yvonne Costa that she was, on that fateful night, she was sitting in a chair, very close to her door. And Yvonne and Susan share a wall. You hear that she was watching TV, and all of a sudden, she hears pounding on that door, on that wall that they share. Pounding. And she's petrified. You hear that she's scared. She has no idea what's going on.
I don't get this timeline. So she's in her house when she knocks on the door, goes to her bedroom, picks up her pew, stands in the middle of the room, far away from the door, in relative safety, but she's sitting in her chair next to the door. Did I miss some steps in this, or what happened?
It's hard to hear, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, and I heard sliding glass door. What was with the sliding glass door?
Yeah, I didn't get that one either.
Because I thought she shot through the wood door.
Yeah, the front door. Yeah.
Like, was she just going around to every door screaming? And did people hear her say, "I'm gonna unalive you"?
Oh, it's a neighbor sitting in a chair next to the door. Oh. It's. Yeah, can we get Bev to call the court now? Marissa won't do it. Yeah, it's my brain crickets.
Sorry, the crickets are mouthy.
Yeah, they are really loud today. Yep. Yeah, who brings a kid to yell at a neighbor? Sadly, a lot of people. We saw that with the guy, was it in Texas, who was there to pick up his kid where he got pew-pewed in front of his kid. So thank you, Ali B. I didn't, and I even turned up my my volume on, so my feed is twice as high as it normally is. Yeah, she had one door, but she had a sliding glass door. It's really hard to follow. Yeah, and apparently no one heard she said that she was going to unalive her. Yeah, and if they would at least do what they do in other cases, just turn up the gain so much so we can hear stuff. It probably was the kid who had the skates thrown at her. Him.
Here's her. It's so loud, you'll hear that her cats go into her room and under her bed. You will hear that she at first was startled, scared to death, and she thought it was Susan banging on the wall. And then it stops. And then she hears more pounding, more banging on the wall. Over and over again. And she's petrified. This time, it's even harder. You will hear that she was scared to death as well, Miss Costa. It was so bad that the wall that they shared was shaking. And you will hear evidence that it wasn't Susan pounding on the wall. In fact, it was Ajike Owens. And Yvonne will testify that she heard screaming, loud, top of your lungs screaming as well. She describes it as when the Marion County Sheriff's Office shows up to the door saying, law enforcement here, police here, because the screams were deep and loud. And that's what Yvonne Costa will testify. Another neighbor called Rosalie Smith will testify as well. And you will hear that Rosalie didn't see anything, but she heard a whole bunch. Rosalie lives about a football field away. And though she didn't see anything, she heard. Though a football field away, she is hearing the pounding on the door. She's going to testify that it sounds like someone's trying to break through a door. And she's hearing screaming a football field away, that loud, terrifying scream. Well, Yvonne Costa said that this incident lasted about a couple minutes. Rosalie Smith is going to testify that it felt like forever. And the evidence will show that Rosalie statement that it felt like forever is how it felt to Susan. Susan is sitting there. She has
No, go back to the lectern.
She's several feet away from the door. As Ajike is pounding
Rumor has it that she is planning on taking the stand, but again, it's always fluent.
on that door, pounding over and over for minutes, you'll hear testimony that there is a cement wall right next to the door, and it is moving. It is shaking. So much so that there is a mirror on that wall next to the door, and it's shaking as well. And you'll hear evidence. Susan's heart is pounding. Pounding. The kind of pounding that you feel that's so powerful, that's so treacherous, that you feel the heartbeat in your throat. And you'll hear that the banging on that door is so hard that it sounds like a horse through it. But you'll also hear from some children. And you'll hear that Ajike was, through the children, you'll hear that Ajike was pounding on that door. And she was cursing. She was saying fuck. She was saying bitch. She was saying that bitch. She was mad, and she was mad as hell. And Susan knew it. So we are back to Susan's apartment. Everything is going on. Minutes of this. Susan's listening to this, listening to the threats, feeling fear deep into her soul, knowing that if AJ goes through that door, she's a goner. And what you will hear is that as AJ's pounding, Susan hears break. And in Susan's mind, in Susan's heart, in Susan's soul, in Susan's core, she feels like AJ is going to come in, pulverize her. So she shoots the fire. And you hear evidence that the magazine of that gun can carry 6 bullets, but Susan only fired once. She didn't fire twice, she didn't fire 3 times, not 4 times, not 5, not 6 times. Once, in order to save her life. Now, you will hear evidence that Susan thought that, as Rosalie said, this was going to go on forever. But it was actually only 2 minutes. And you'll hear testimony of why individuals that suffer through a stressful situation, why they feel that things went on longer than they actually did. We will present several witnesses. We will present witnesses of that evening, of that night, so you all can have a clear understanding of what occurred then. We will also present professionals that will recreate the scene. And you'll see a video of the recreation of the scene for your consideration. We will also present the
Welcome, Weekender, and I'm actually playing the Lawn and Crim feed, so it's the same audio. I just have a booster on. So to anyone complaining, it's even worse other places. So this is not the best, but it's worse anywhere else. And Zach says, do you know if you count the number of chirps multiplied by the date divided by the relative humidity, run it through the quadratic formula and glance at the thermometer, it will tell you the temperature. Thank you, Jamie.
No problem.
Finally, we found something to do with your crickets. Responding to Zach.
Glad to help.
testimony of a gentleman by Dr. Roy Bedard, who has a degree in educational psychology, and he specializes in use of force and decision making. And he will testify how individuals make decisions under stressful situations, such as the situation that Susan was in on June 2nd of 2023. At the end of this trial, we will ask you to find Susan Lorincz not guilty of manslaughter. The death of Ajike Owens is a tragedy. There is no doubt about that. But what the evidence will show, and will be presented in this trial, is that in her mind, in her soul, in her core, Susan Lorincz felt she had no choice at all, but to fire that door. It was either Susan or Ajike. Susan chose to defend herself. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
No, ma'am.
So,
What we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, is take a short break, and then we'll get ready for our first witness, okay? So you go back in the jury room, leave your notebooks here, okay? Leave your notebooks here.
time for our first poll. Now we heard the opening statements. And again, this is not about who you think is guilty or not guilty or innocent or not innocent. This is only, is defense with an S or a C? I can never figure that out. I'll do it with a C.
You
Who
spelled
gave-
it right.
So it's with an S.
Yes.
I want it with a C. But it's just who gave the best opening statements? Who told the best story? Which one did you find easy to follow? Painted a picture that you could imagine if you were on the jury box. Who do you think gave the best? And I'm sorry for the audio. I can't do anything about it. But of what you heard, who do you believe most right now? And thank you, Miss Kelly, for saying, hey, you. Hey to you too. Not you two, the band. It's a crappy band. Don't tell me you like you too, Jamie.
No, not a fan.
Never understood why people love them so much.
I didn't either, but to each their own. I like a lot of weird music, but no.
Yeah.
I did hear Aqua on the radio the other day, and I was just, it makes me think of you, Baker.
Yeah, because I'm a Barbie girl in that Barbie world. Life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, whoa, ooh, whoa. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Touch me here, touch me there, hanky panky. Come
Oh,
jump
Lord.
in, bimbo friend, let us do it again. Hit the town, fool around. Let's go party. You can
No.
touch, you can play. If you say I'm only yours, you can touch,
I don't
you
think
can
he's
play.
okay, guys.
That's as much as I remember.
That's
From,
like the whole song. It's a good job.
Well, it is a Danish band, and it's from when I used to hang out in towns drinking a lot of beer. So, no, it's the biggest export success since insulin we had in Denmark. So,
Checking your stuff.
Yeah, he gets real
thank
excited
you,
about
Oracle
them.
Cat.
Yes.
No, they're objecting that I stopped.
Yeah.
It's like I know that informer, so let me storm I go play in. I like you boom boom down. Take the man sets him instead of stormy stab someone down the lane. I like you boom boom down. Come with a nice young lady, intelligent, yeah, you chocolate ID. First time I was out on a nightclub, 13 years old, they played it 17 times.
13 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Just a
Maybe
young,
14. No,
a
I
young
was.
pup.
No, I think I was 13 years old after it was a summer break. Why? I am a 90s icon. Well, thank you so much for supporting me for 6 months, Sebastian. I'm a doughy boy in the doughy world.
Stay ready for the first witness.
Before we do that, Your Honor, by stipulation between the parties, the state would move State Exhibit A into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. It's a photo book containing relevant photographs as well as a map.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit A by stipulation will be in evidence of State's number 1.
State would also move into evidence State's Exhibit K, the stipulation as State's Exhibit 2, and ask the court to read that stipulation.
K, you said?
K.
K.
Yes, sir.
Police knocked my
objection?
door.
No, sir.
State's Exhibit K will be in
But
evidence of
I ain't
State's
writing
Exhibit number 2.
But Snow won't turn informer. I can't remember that
You
rap.
want me to read the instruction on stipulation?
Yes, sir.
That shawl thing, I know it's probably cold, but it's precisely the same thing they did with in the Ashley Benefield trial when they put her in that.
Like
You-
carnigan thing.
No, in that total sand colored. I know you're
Oh, the
lady.
like neutral khaki color.
Yeah, the khaki color to make her look young and frail, and I think it could backfire on the defense, just like I said. And again, it's not because I'm misogynist, like someone said in my comments after that. It's just because I think it's a bad tactic from the defense. But he just listed all of her illnesses. So she had herniated discs, she had arthritis in her hands, she could hardly breathe, and now she's sitting here like a frail old woman. But we're going to hear her probably hear stories about how she was yelling at people, and I think it backfires sometimes. It does to me. You can touch, you can play. Thank you, Tinkle Tits McGee.
Well, that's McGee.
If I go to Knoxville again, I think that's the song Valhalla will play for me.
Yes, he should.
Because I said the last time, that's really weird. Can you put it back in your pants? And he said, no, it's a custom in the US.
I wasn't expecting that. Oh, Lordy. Do you hear that, Val? I know he's here.
Oh, he's out with the goats now. Yeah, how could she ever hold up a weapon? She was so frail. Yeah, but that's why I think it can it can misfire to portray them as so meek and so weak and oh, I'm so hot down and I can't do anything. But Ashley Benefield was a 45 and this is a 308, wasn't it, or 38? That's a pretty hefty one to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want a chair like that for these long sessions.
Oh, for sure.
Let's get going, Judge. Yeah, and again, it's the same with the Ashley Benefield, where they try to dress her like a teenager. If she's small, you could make her
But
look.
you know, if you listen carefully to me, a stipulation. When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: 1. Ajike Owens is the decedent in this case and was pronounced deceased on June 2nd, 2023. 2. An autopsy was performed on the same Ajike Owens on June 3rd, 2023 at the medical examiner's office by Dr. Shondell Norfoot. That is State's Exhibit number 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Franklin Cullen.
I was looking at a Lazy Boy office chair. It cost more than a trip to the US. I don't have that money.
Stipulation instruction. Are you ready for it to be on the screen?
Raise your hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please introduce yourself to the jury. Good morning, sir.
Morning. My name is Franklin Bias.
Franklin Bias.
Bias Cologne. Yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize.
So,
What do you do for a living?
well, right now I'm just working in construction. Just do small houses, sir, here and there.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
About 13, 14 years in service, sir.
In what branch?
Army.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir, I do.
What would that be?
I used to be a federal agent, border patrol agent,
For how long?
5 years.
Where do you live?
It's sorry, I'm bad with addresses. Since I quit the law enforcement, it's like 1686 107. It's quite wrong. The property. That's what's called. If I'm not mistaken. 107th Lane. Yes, sir.
Let me direct your attention back to June 2nd of 2023. Did you live at the same place back then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a son?
I do.
What's his name?
Yadiel Bias.
And how old is he?
13 years now.
Do you know a woman by the name of Susan Lorincz?
I've heard it. Yes, sir.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Oh, yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a black suit, if I'm not mistaken, and purple on top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
What was your relationship with the defendant?
Can you define relationship? I'm sorry.
Were you friends? Were you acquaintances? Did she live near you?
Yes, sir. She was my neighbor across an open field, pretty much.
Did you ever have any kind of real meaningful interaction with her, like socialize with her?
No socializing, no, sir.
Did you know Ajike Owens, AJ, the victim in this case?
I did interact with her a few times. Yes, sir.
I'm showing you photograph one of stage one. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That is AJ. Yes, sir.
Did you have any real meaningful interaction with her? Meaning, were you a close friend of hers, acquaintance, or did she just also live in the area?
She just lived across from the street where I was at, staying. Yes, sir. But no close relationship, nothing like that.
Did you know her two oldest children, specifically Isaac and Israel?
Yes, sir. I did.
How did you know them? What was your relationship with them?
I used to play with them on the open field around the neighborhood.
About how old was Isaac? Or is Isaac?
I mean, just by looking at them, like I don't know exactly their age, but I mean, we're looking at Israel and Isaac, maybe around the same age as my son.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was one older than the other?
Yes, sir.
Or Isaac?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who was older?
Isaac was older.
Like substantially older, or just a couple years?
Maybe a 4 or 5 years difference, maybe.
Okay. Where was your residence? Where did you live in relation to where the defendant lived?
So my unit, it's there's 4 apartments per unit. So it was my unit. So I'm on apartment 2, unit 2. There's an apartment. So if I'm in my house, if you're looking at it, on the left side, there's another unit, and then you have the open field, and then you have.
The rest of the week is the judge said for a week, so I think that means for the rest of the week. Someone said 2 days, but I know there's a 4-hour interrogation video in here somewhere, probably some body cam videos from all the time she called the police out to the apartment. So I'll think maybe the state will take 2 days and 1-2 days for the defense. So we'll probably go on verdict watch Friday. Yeah, because we don't notice.
Miss Susan.
Let me make this a little easier.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me show you.
It's kind of hard to explain. I'm sorry.
Does this aerial Google Map image or Google Earth image accurately reflect the area you lived in?
Yes, sir. So where the sorry, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, not to tell, but to explain it still. Where the white vehicle, there's a white. That's where the defendant used to live. Yes, sir. Right there.
And
There's a.
Miss Owens lived across the street. Does that accurately reflect the
Yes, sir.
she lived in?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned a white vehicle.
That's where I'm at. Right. Yes, sir. That's my apartment.
This right here, this area?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned an open field that you and the children, you would like monitor the children.
Yes, sir. In between myself and Craig and defendant's resident. Yes, sir.
This area right here where the flare is?
Yes, sir.
Between where you live and where the defendant lives?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you photograph 3 of states 1. What does this generally show?
That's our neighbor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Would your house be from the perspective of who's taking the picture of this side?
So my house, from that perspective, is going to be on the right side of that picture. Kind of like, well, it's.
I tried that. The problem with having that is you slump. It's really good when you remember to pull your core in and do all the right stuff. But when you sit for this long, you'll start slumping on those balls. Don't clip that. You'll start slumping on yoga balls.
This is photograph 4 of stage 1. What does this show?
That's where she lives or used to live. Yes, sir. Miss Susan,
Okay, Miss Susan.
on the right side.
Where would your residence be, basically looking at this picture?
So the open field is going to be right to the right, next to that unit, and then I'll be on the other side of the open field.
I'm showing you photograph 5 of States 1. Moving a little bit panning to the right. What does this show?
That's the open field. You can see my unit and her unit as well.
Is your unit over on this side?
Yes, sir. There's so unit 1, that's the first one you see there, right at the corner, and I'll be unit 2 right next to it.
Does this also show that open field that you have talked about?
Yes, sir.
Would the neighborhood children, along with Ms. Owens' children, Isaac, Israel, and her daughter Africa, play in that open field?
Yes, sir.
What kind of things would they do in that field?
We used to play all kinds.
Objection, based on our motion.
Approach. Overly objection. What kind of things would the kids do in the open field?
All kinds of outdoor games, volleyball. There's another game. I used to call them out by numbers. That's jump ropes. I mean, all kinds of outdoor games. Yes, sir.
Were there times that you would be out there with the kids when they played?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Was there also a basketball hoop on the other side of the street in this area?
Yes, sir. So the basketball hoop will be right behind. It's if you're looking at that picture, it's going to be on the left side of that picture,
Okay, so
across the road.
I'm showing you photograph 3 of States 1 on the opposite side of the road, kind of where that white van is.
Correct, near or yes, sir.
Do you remember a no trespassing sign near where the defendant lived?
Yes, sir. Not just one, a few of them.
When the children would play in this open field, would they sometimes get loud?
Yes, sir. I think not sometimes. I think every time we used to play, we were loud. I was loud as well with them. I was a kid.
And would you agree with me that there were times that the defendant would come out and kind of voice her displeasure about the children being there and being loud?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach an opposition?
It looks like they're going to have a contested case.
Yeah. So they're like apartment, like little houses that are like apartments?
I think like it's row houses where there's 2, 3, 4 units in each row house, and it's kind of like what I'm living in, I think, where you have like a bedroom, my office, and then a living room and a kitchen.
Huh.
No toilets. We use a bucket.
No, Jesus.
Jesse Weber is hot AF. I don't know who Jesse Weber is.
Isn't he the law and crime guy?
Go forward after that question.
Simi, that's exactly what I said. And I think it can backfire.
Displeasure with the children being there and being loud.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
She had lived there, didn't they say 97? Was when she moved down there. And she moved in there. She'd been living there for a long time. Hey, mom of 10. Yeah, and again, we had some of the same. I used to live in Denmark. We have it's kind of social housing, but not like Section 8 housing, but where because the government helped the company build them, so it's more rent controlled. But that also means that the government or the city council can put in up to, I believe it's 15% is people who might not be able to pay rent and stuff like that. So a lot of migrants come in and live in those houses or apartments to begin with. And we had a lot of trouble because they come from a different culture where in Denmark, normally you'll go in at 8 o'clock, you'll turn down your radio if you're outside or anything. So don't make too much noise from 8 to 10, and at 10 people go inside because you have to get up to work and start the day. And they are more like, oh, it's summer, we'll stay out all night, and the kids are out running. So we had we had a lot of problems with people getting angry at them because, well, that's not how we do it. But then we got an interpreter, went over there and said, hey, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. And we fixed it that way. You don't have to go full Karen. Some of them went full Karen, yelled at them, but just try and talk to them and say, well, in Denmark, custom are that at 10 o'clock we go to bed because we have work in the morning. So this lady could probably go over there if she didn't go over full Karen and say, hey, your kids are making a lot of rockets or leaving all of their toys all over the place. Could you perhaps remind them to bring in their skates?
Right.
Maybe it's a little bit of the I'm a Karen, I decide what happens in the field.
Yep.
Yeah. What is average rent at the moment in Denmark? It depends on where you live in. If you live in Copenhagen, it's crazy. My old apartment, I paid 1,300 a month.
That's American? 1,300 American?
No. Yeah. I paid with utilities and all of that. I paid probably 1,200, 1,300 a month.
Yeah.
Yes, I used to be a baker. I used to go at work at 2 a.m. So, but that's rent controlled apartments. Normally, if you have like a house and stuff like that, you'll probably pay more like 1,800 a month. 1,200 isn't that bad. I don't know. It's what we pay, so it's hard to
It's
to
like
say what.
half that. And that's why I always hear that. But I mean, it's the area you live in, so.
Yeah, it's I live in a kind of big city. I could, if I moved to where my daughter live, I could probably pay half.
I want to take you to June 2nd, the day of the shooting. Were you playing with the kids in that open field that day?
I was, yes, sir.
And do you remember about how many kids were there playing? One or two, or more than that?
Oh no, it was
No, I haven't decided anything yet. I have decided guilty until proven, innocent until proven guilty.
yeah, at least 8 or 10, 12, 15 kids sometimes.
Were the kids being loud?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the children that day ever playing on the defendant's property or going onto her property?
No, sir.
While the children were playing in that open field, did there come a time that the defendant came out and began to record you and the children?
Yes, sir.
Were Israel and Isaac playing in that field with you guys?
Yes, sir.
Did Israel have a tablet with him?
He did.
Okay.
But either a tablet or a phone, something. He had something.
What did he do with this tablet?
Well, I was playing with the kids, and whenever he approached me, because I was in the middle trying to guide, I had him all divided in two teams. So he said, I was literally paying attention to the both team, and then Israel, he asked me if I can watch his.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. So ruled.
So Israel asked me if I can watch his phone or tablet. And I'm like, I cannot because I'm paying attention to everyone else. I'm calling down numbers. And he's like, I'm just going to place it here. I'm going to leave it here. I'm like, well, you got to be responsible for your own things. I was right at the in the middle of the field. And then he just left it there. I just kept playing with the kids.
Do you remember where he left the tablet?
And right in the middle of the open field, yes, sir, where I was standing, facing towards my unit. If you're looking at the picture, I was facing towards my unit.
Did there come a time that you left the open field and went back to your house?
I did. And once we got done playing and everything, and I got tired because I behaved like a kid, but I don't have the energies. I went back to my apartment. Yes, sir.
Do you remember, was it getting dark? Was it...
No, Section 8 was what I said that I didn't live in. I don't know what this is. I'm not a renter in Florida.
So why did that?
It was about to get dark, yes, sir.
When you got back to your apartment, what did you do?
I started playing on my phone, being on Facebook, what everyone does today's day, wasting life.
For about how long did you do that until something else irrelevant to this case happened?
Maybe approximately 30 minutes.
And after that, about 30-minute period of time, what happened?
I heard like a firecracker, which in my military experience, I I thought it was a firecracker because of it wasn't that loud. Sounded weird, but then I'm like, nah, it can be a shot. It's gonna be a firecracker.
So what'd you do after you heard that sound?
I didn't do anything. I just went back to my phone and then I heard banging on my door.
When you heard the banging on your door, what'd you do?
I open it up. I see my son panicking, screaming, and literally just panicking. He couldn't talk.
Is that your son Uriel?
Yes, sir.
When he was in that condition, did he say anything to you?
He
Your Honor, hearsay.
So ruled.
he said she got shot. She shot her.
Okay. At that time, did you understand what was happening?
Negative, no, sir.
What'd you do?
I try to calm down to try to gather more information. If someone got shot, I mean, military experience. I'm like, well, I need to hurry up, see if I can help someone.
I'm showing you photographs 6 of states 1. What did you do when you went outside?
I went outside. I went towards. It's what we as a law enforcement and everything we have stimulus. I went where the noise was. So I went towards the noise, right at the corner where near the basketball hoop was at, right at the corner, and I heard everyone screaming and the kids crying, Isaac and my mom. One of the neighbors came out telling me she got.
Before you go into anything what the neighbor said, that's okay.
Sorry,
That's okay. At some point, did you go over to and locate Miss Owens?
I did
Okay.
after the fact, yes, sir.
Where was she located? Can you see where she will be located in this photograph?
It's going to be where the headlights are pointing at. The lights. It's near the tree, that big tree that's there in the open field.
Is that the big tree you're talking about?
That's the tree I'm talking about, yes, sir.
It was the mom going to Susan's house because there had been some kerfuffle with her kids. According to the state, she was a Karen yelling at the kids because they played in a communal area that she claimed was hers. According to the defense, these kids were up to no good. And because she went out there and told them to behave, the mom came over, started banging on the door, telling her, I'm going to unalive you. And she felt the need to put her around through it all.
What did you do when you arrived by Miss Owens?
I immediately keeping an eye on Miss Susan's apartment just in case. I mean, you never know. I mean, I'm just situation awareness.
What did you do to her?
I started scanning for open wounds, because I heard she got shot, so I was just scanning for open wounds to try to help her out.
When you were next to Miss Owens, did you notice any weapons around her? Any gun, any knife, any kind of bat, anything like that near her?
No, sir.
Do you have first responder training based on your military and law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes, sir.
And did emergency medical services also arrive?
Yes, sir.
Did you direct law enforcement to where Miss Owens was?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you kind of step back and law enforcement took over what needed to be done?
Correct.
All right. Did all this happen in Marion County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, on that specific day, the kids had made kind of a mess out there in the open field with their shoes and trash and all their stuff, right?
They had their shoes, yes, sir, on the open field. They had, yes, cups.
Trash.
You could say that, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you heard what you thought was a firecracker, but it was already dark outside, right?
When I stepped outside, it was already kind of dark, yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
See accused?
Yes, sir.
When we used to play football, real football, not the American, we always put something down as goalpost if there was no goals on a field. And yeah, sometimes it was our jerseys, and sometimes it was just some random stuff we found near where we were playing.
Oh yeah,
So
pretty common.
yeah, how much trash have they been leaving out there?
That's what I mean. Yeah. How bad was it?
Yeah. That's I can understand if it was true that someone let their dog defecate out there. At least bring it back, bring it home, throw it out. It's nasty with the kids playing there.
Mhm.
Nice day, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Not Handick.
State ready. to the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Mr. Jimmy Cowan.
No, football. You use your feet to play football.
Is this witness under
My
18?
teacher's kids are fine.
Is there anyone? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
That's a quite impressive
Proceed,
ring.
sir.
May it please the court. Can you please state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Jimmy, legal name
Yeah,
James
what's that
H. Cowan
for?
Jr. Go by Jimmy.
Thank you, sir. What is your occupation?
I'm the Marion County property appraiser.
How long have you been the property appraiser for Marion County?
I was elected for the 2021, so I was reelected again.
And what was your occupation prior to being elected to the Marion County as the Marion County property appraiser?
I've worked at the Marion County property appraiser's office since 1992 until current.
What is the duties of the property?
Yes, but I'm trying to educate Americans so they understand that they are playing hand egg and the real people are playing football. The defendant is, I believe, in her 60s, but she looks like she's 80. Hey, Gata.
The appraiser's office generally when it comes to people property.
Well, we value all property in Marion County, whether it be residential, commercial, do all exemptions for taxable homestead exemption, agricultural classifications, things of that nature. We list and map all properties in Marion County, and we also have a statutory requirement to do all damage assessment when the storm comes through.
You say you list and map all properties in Marion County. Are you talking about parcels?
Parcels.
If you could please explain to the jury what a parcel is.
It's a tract of land or ownership, basically.
All right. And how do you determine that, your office?
We determine it by deed. When the deed comes through, basically whatever the legal description is that's applied to us, that's recorded in the clerk of the court's office, we actually change or put in that person's name. Sometimes it'll be cut out or combined or whatever the case may be. So
Yes.
change what the record was before.
I believe she has a $180,000 bond.
You create records and maps of parcels based on the information that you receive.
Yes, sir.
Now showing some previously marked states exhibit B for identification purposes, sir. Can you please take a look at that? Just let me know when you're done.
I've seen all these before, so if you want to ask questions, it's fine.
Yes, sir. And are those records from your office, sir?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, do those records pertain to the addresses of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane and 1686 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
That is correct.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move into evidence States Exhibit B at States 3.
No objection.
Objection states B, moving evidence to states number 3.
Thank you, sir.
Give to the clerk, please.
I want to go over some of those records with you. Mr. Cowan. I'll wait till the clerk finishes the motion.
Yes, sir. I don't need to see it now.
I'll let you hang on. States Exhibit 3, sir. I'm ready, Your Honor. States, yes.
Are you on the state or the podium?
The states.
I got it.
So, Mr. Cowan, I'm showing you what is it's like a record photograph included within those records, States Exhibit 3. Can you please explain this to the jury what they're looking at?
Okay, these are ortho images or aerials. What ortho means basically we're looking at a rooftop view of the property. So basically this would be a portion of possibly a subdivision, basically. And there are some green lines that some people may or may not be able to see. I can barely see them from here, but I know they're there.
And we're going to, those are two abutting properties.
Say it again.
Two abutting properties, the aerial photo.
Two abutting, is that what you're
Or
saying?
two properties that are next to each other.
Yes, they're contiguous. Yes.
So I'm now showing you another photograph here. It looks like a parcel number 3577-001-010, aerial photograph of that. Can you please tell the jury which address that parcel number belongs to?
10. That of 3577-001-010 is 1662 Southwest 107th Lane. It'll be all units A, B, C, D probably.
Thank you. So is that a quadruplex, sir?
It's quad. Yeah, quadruplex.
And who is the owner of that building there at 1662?
Okay, based on the records, when this was printed on
May 21st. I don't know that it has changed hands or not, but based on that time period, it was Diana and Charles Gabbard, Gabbard.
And if you could please explain to the jury these red lines we see on this aerial photograph.
The red lines would indicate basically the boundaries of the property based on the deed that we received, or it could actually also be from the plat when it was platted
Okay, that would be the boundaries of the parcel based on the information you received.
for assessment purposes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're now showing you an aerial photograph with some more red lines. This is for parcel number 3577-001-008. Sir, can you please tell me what the address is for this residence?
The address, site address is 1686 Southwest 107th Lane.
And who is the owner of that residence?
Again, at the time of the printing of this property record card, it was AARA Holdings LLC.
Thank you, sir. And the red lines that we see here again, is this again the boundaries of that parcel based on the information you received?
That is correct. It'd be based on whatever deed came through when it was last sold.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
What is he there for? To prove she didn't own the field? She's a renter. I don't.
Damnation.
Yes, sir. Mr. Smith, can you back it up to?
There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So this slide that we're looking at here, so this is actually this red line. This is the property line around that property. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now with this quadruplex, there are multiple porches attached to it, right?
He was arrested, I believe, 4 or 6 days after the incident. So since last June or July.
Well, from looking at an aerial, you may say porches, it could be a patio. Let me look and see what we have assessed on it, and this is 10. On that particular one, it's showing patio.
Yvette, I already have it boosted and there is no option for closed caption. If you are on a Chrome browser, there is an option in Chrome to add closed caption. Then it'll try and put caption on it. If you're on the Windows 11, Peter A says there's a closed caption built into Windows 11 too. I have, I think one of the highest audios from this. It's really, really low. If I take the booster off, you wouldn't be able to hear anything. I have turned my mic down so all y'all can turn up your headsets. If you want me to take my mic down further, tell me so you can boost your audio. It's really low. It's really crappy, especially this guy because he doesn't go close to the microphone.
That's the last time we were out there.
So there's multiple patios attached to it, right?
Yes.
So anything that is permanently affixed to that property, that would be owned by the individual that's listed on that parcel?
Yes. Anything within the borders of that red that is permanently affixed, asphalt, concrete, patios, the building would be real estate.
So that would include porches or patios affixed to the property, right?
Yes.
That would also include any sidewalks that's within that red line up there?
Yes.
That would also include any grassy areas that's within that red line?
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions?
I do have the extension. That
Anything
boosts
additional?
it.
Need to redirect?
No further questions.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thanks, sir.
Should I get that?
Yes.
And the big problem is no one uses their microphones. The former officer who was on there before, he was quite clear in my ears, but it's
Thanks, right, sir. So next witness, Your Honor, you would call Mr. Uriel Rodriguez.
well. Thank you, Michelle Dunn, and the chat is way better over here too. Just stay away from
This on
Zach.
or no?
Yes, sir.
I talk a lot to the old lady who used to live above my apartment, and she always says she's so happy that I don't know what you call it, but there were 4 apartments, and she said she's been so lucky all the years she lived there. She really didn't have any problems because normally you'll always get someone who is a drunk or someone who plays loud music all night, but she never really had any problems. So yeah, you can be really lucky. I used to live in another apartment where the neighbors threw all their trash outside my door. I don't know why, and they started banging on the walls at 6 in the morning. Really annoying when you're drunk. Yvette, that's why you watch on a channel with commentary, so we can tell you that it's really bad audio. But welcome, even if you're late. You'll have to stay later, as in school, but it'll be fine.
Sir, raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Yeah.
What is your name?
Ariel,
Okay. What's your last name?
Bias.
Okay. And you also Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you say your full last name?
Ariel Bias Rodriguez.
Thank you. How old are you?
I'm 13.
All right. What grade are you in?
I'm in 7th.
So what's your favorite subjects in school?
Science.
Like to do anything when you're not in school?
Excuse me.
Like to do some things when you're not in school?
Yes.
What's that?
Play soccer.
So I want to talk to you about this case, Uriel. And I want to ask you if you know people first. Did you know an Isaac?
Yes.
All right. Did Isaac live in your neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you used to live with your dad?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the neighborhood that your dad lived in?
No.
Okay. What type of neighborhood was it?
It was a guy neighborhood. It was nice, peaceful.
Were there what I mean by is there like apartments there and everything?
Yes.
And did you live with your dad, Franklin Cologne?
Yes.
Now, did he live in that neighborhood with you?
Yes.
Do you remember how old Isaac is?
No, I do not.
Is he your age? Is he older?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he was similar age to you?
No.
It's okay. Did Isaac have a little brother named Israel?
Yes.
Okay. Would you call him Izzy?
Yes.
All right. Was Izzy younger than you?
Yes.
Do you know how much younger Izzy was than you?
No.
Okay. And did you know Isaac and Izzy's mom, Ajike?
No.
Okay. Did you know the lady who was shot in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And was that lady who was shot, was that Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Had you ever seen Isaac and Izzy's mom before in the neighborhood when you lived there?
Yes.
How often would you see, or would you play with Isaac?
This is the kid of the first witness, the former police officer or border patrol agent. This is previous witness son, not victims. Yes.
Isaac and Izzy a lot?
Yes.
Now, did you live in that neighborhood on the night that Isaac and Izzy's mom was shot?
Yes.
And now, the lady who shot Isaac and Izzy's mom, Susan, do you know her? Have you ever seen her before?
Yes.
Okay. Did she live in your neighborhood too?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you a photograph. It's one. You recognize that as Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so I want to talk about the night of the shooting. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit before the shooting happened, okay? Were you in the neighborhood that evening before the shooting?
Yes.
Or do you remember what you were doing?
Yes.
What were you doing kind of before the shooting?
I was playing around with everybody there.
Okay. Was there a field next to your dad's house?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember playing in that field at all?
Yes.
All right. That evening you were playing in the field?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you stop playing in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after you stopped playing in the field?
Yes.
What'd you do?
I went to go play basketball.
Okay. All right. And is that basketball court, is that kind of near in the neighborhood there?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ever remember seeing Isaac and Izzy's mom after you stopped playing in the field, did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom walk over to Susan's house? Do you ever remember seeing Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the lady who shot her's house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were when you saw her?
Yes.
All right, where were you?
I was at the basketball hoop.
Okay. All right. And is that kind of in the street there in between some apartments?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom, can you tell like what she looked like when she was walking over there? Do you remember?
She looked mad.
She looked mad?
Yeah.
Do you remember if Isaac and Izzy's mom said anything while she was walking over to the lady who shot her's house?
Yes.
All right. What do you remember her saying?
I remember her cursing.
Okay. Do you remember anything else specific she said?
No.
When she was going over there? Okay. Now, did you kind of, as Isaac and Izzy's mom walked over to the lady who shot her's house, did you go somewhere else?
Yes, I started going to my house, like near my house.
Okay. All right. And did you see Isaac and Izzy's mom go up to the lady who shot her's door?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where you were when you saw that?
Yes. I was beside my house
Okay.
when it happened.
All right. So I want to show you some photographs. So just say, were you in this area of this field at 8? And we see.
Yeah, I believe
when
12 or
you saw
13,
Isaac
maybe.
And Izzy's mom at the door.
Excuse me?
Were you in that general area when you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom at the door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from where you were in that area, were you in that field area right there?
Yes.
All right. From where you were in the field, were you still able to see the door of the lady who the door of the residence of the lady who shot Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see Isaac and Izzy's mom at the door?
Yes.
All right. What do you remember seeing when Isaac and Izzy's mom was at the door?
I remember her banging on the door.
All right. Isaac and Izzy's mom banging on the door?
Yes.
How is she banging? Can you describe that?
She was banging in a mad type of bang. She was banging on it pretty hard.
Okay. Do you remember Isaac and Izzy's mom saying anything while she was
Yes.
banging on the door? What do you remember her saying?
I remember her saying, open up this door.
Okay. Do you remember Isaac and Izzy's mom cussing at all while she was at the door?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what she was saying?
Yes.
Okay. What was she saying?
She was saying the B word, you know,
The B word?
and the F word.
Okay. Now, where was Isaac and Izzy's mom banging on the door?
Kind of in the middle.
In the middle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom reach for the door handle?
No.
Did you ever hear Isaac and Izzy's mom say, "I'm going to kill you"?
No.
So this,
Because they have to disprove the statements that I'm going to unalive you, like he just did.
then what do you remember happening after the banging on the door? Well, before I ask that question, did you see Isaac and Izzy's mom bang on anything else while she was
No.
at the door? So she's banging on the door. Does something happen next? What do you remember?
I remember hearing, after she banged on the door, I remember hearing a gunshot.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened after you heard the gunshot?
I saw Isaac's mom run and yelling, "Call 911."
What did you do when that happened?
I went to my dad. I ran to my dad, actually.
Okay. So you ran to your dad. Now, before, I want to go back. You said before, you said you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the lady who shot her's house, right?
Yes.
Before you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the house, did you see either Isaac or Izzy run over to their house? To Isaac and Izzy's own house? Did you ever see them run back to their own house? Do you remember?
No.
It's okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Uriel.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Hi, Uriel.
Hi.
My name is Morris. Remember we met before? I was on the video when we were talking to you. No, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna go nice and slow, okay? All right. You are currently 13 years old, right?
Excuse me 1 second. Do you want this picture up?
No, sir. No. Thank you. Okay. So, back in June of last year, you were 12 years old, right?
Yes.
And you knew Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay. She was an older lady, right?
Yes.
Now, when Miss Owens, AJ, when she was walking over from her house to Miss Susan's house, AJ was really mad, wasn't she?
Yes.
She seemed really angry, right?
Yes.
Now, AJ first banged on on Susan's sliding glass door, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Do you remember? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Over a year.
Yeah.
Do you remember giving a statement, like speaking to the police right after this happened?
Yes.
And do you remember the police asking you about everything that happened?
Yes.
Would reading a little part of that kind of help? Officially, I believe it's called refresher recollection. Would it help you remember what you said to law enforcement, what happened on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure. Excuse me, sir. You're going to read it to yourself, okay?
It's Adam, page 20, I'm sorry, page 24, lines 13 through 14, and page 25, lines 2 through 5.
Uriel, don't read it out loud. Just read it to yourself.
Just the
Okay?
deposition.
So let me see. And Coach John?
Yes, sir.
So here, I'm going to show it to you, but just like the judge said, just the parts that I'm asking you to read, just read over to yourself. Do not read it out loud, okay? Okay, so we're going to start with page 24, and then read lines 11 through 17, okay? And let me know when you're done. Okay. Have you been able to kind of remember what you told the police back then?
Yes.
And you ever tell the police back then that AJ first banged on the sliding glass door?
Yes.
And now, after you read it, do you remember AJ first banging on the sliding glass door first?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you started banging on Miss Susan's regular door, right?
Yes.
And she was banging really hard, wasn't she?
Yeah, mad hard. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Hard. Yes.
And it was like bang, 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 hard, right?
Yes.
And she was doing it with her fist, right?
Yes.
And AJ was talking really loud and she was banging and banging and banging on that door, correct?
Yes.
Her tone was a loud one and a mad one, right?
Yes.
She was screaming, right?
Yes.
And where she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, right?
Objection or misrepresentation of the testimony.
Where was she
Hold on
banging?
one second. Overrule the objection. You can answer the question if he knows.
And she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, correct?
No.
She wasn't?
She was banging in, not the middle where the door handle was. Not like beside the door handle, just the middle.
Just the middle? Okay. But in that area, that's when she's banging with her fist, right?
Yes.
And I know you don't want to curse, so I'm going to mention some words, and then you let me know if these are the words that you said. I know you don't want to say it, and I understand. But we have to know exactly the words she was using. She was using the words bitch, right?
Yes.
And fuck, right?
Yes.
And she was saying things like this bitch, right?
Yes.
You had seen arguments between Susan and AJ before this incident, right?
Yes.
When AJ would go down to Susan's house, AJ would tell Susan to stop effing with my kids and to leave or I'm going to fight you, right?
Yes.
And Susan would tell AJ to get off her property, right?
Yes.
On the day of the incident, you saw Izzy pass that no trespassing sign, right? That Miss Susan had.
Yes.
And Miss Susan told all of you to get off her property that day, right?
Yes.
And Isaac and Izzy told her to shut up and things of that nature on that day, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember that day that you spoke to me and spoke to Miss Sizemore? She's sitting right over there.
No.
Remember you coming into like a building here in Ocala and speaking to us about what you know about the case? Do you remember that? It was a fancy name called a deposition. Do you remember that?
No.
No. Do you remember another time talking about the case with the lawyers? That wasn't when you spoke to law enforcement, when you spoke to the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that a court reporter was there, someone that was typing everything up?
Yes.
Okay, you do remember that. Do you remember if that was called a deposition?
No.
No, okay. And do you remember us talking about the things that we're talking about now?
Yes.
And would reading that kind of help you remember some of the stuff that we spoke about?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, this is page 18 of the deposition, lines 3 through 7, okay? Okay, Your Honor, same thing. I'm going to show you the deposition, and don't read it out loud, just read it to yourself, okay? And then we'll talk about it, all right?
I think
18.
I actually think he's doing a good job talking to a kid on the stand because one, you don't want to come off as a bully on a 13-year-old kid. Two, a kid doesn't understand, as Jesse says, um, what's a deposition, what's an interview, what's a I don't know anything. And even though he has to ask these questions because he is one of the few witnesses, if I think he's the only one who kind of claimed he heard anything, maybe her kid, but I'm not sure. So he needs to get it on the record and present it to the juror. So I actually think he's when it's a kid on the stand, I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think he's doing good too. He's very
Yeah.
patient.
Yes, and they don't. Sometimes they can treat them like a-holes, and I think that'll really be bad in the eyes of a juror. And again, he needs to ask him these questions to impeach him with his prior statements, so the jury will hear and say, "Didn't you tell the cops?" She said, "I'm gonna f you up." I don't remember, but then the jury have heard that he have said that earlier. Yeah, it's always tragic when kids has to testify. No, it's the state. The guy who looks like he's 12 years old is the state, uh, and the one with the hair plugs is the defense.
And then lines 3 through 7, just let me know, okay? Let me know when you're done reading it. Take your time. Okay, thank you. Does that help you remember what we spoke about?
Not really. No.
Not really? Do you remember that you told us that Isaac and Izzy told Miss Susan to shut up and things of that nature?
No.
No. But you did read that here, right? You did read it in the deposition that I just showed you, right?
Yes.
And you were several feet away, like 15 or so feet when this incident occurred, right?
Yes.
You were by the mailboxes, right?
Yes.
And AJ was right up on Susan's door, right?
Yes.
You could hear Miss Susan say, "Get out of my house," right?
No.
No? Israel, who you call Izzy, was near the tree that Susan had in the front of her property while AJ was banging on Susan's door. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would be the tree that's near the parking lot. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Isaac was near the mailboxes, right?
Yes.
Biggie was near the tree as well, right?
Yes.
None of them were at AJ's door, right?
Yes.
Okay. Israel, who you call Izzy, never got near Susan's door, right?
No.
Do you remember us talking about when everything was going on, what you heard Susan say to AJ? Do you remember us talking about that in the deposition that we spoke about before?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Do you remember you and I speaking about this incident and what Miss Susan was telling AJ when AJ was banging on the door? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Would showing you the deposition kind of help you remember again what we were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Smith, specifically page 26 of the deposition, lines 14 through 17. Okay. All right, same thing. I'm going to show it to you, and you just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk. Okay. All right, page 26, 14 through 17. Let me know when you're done. Okay. Are you done? Okay. All right, thanks. Do you remember Miss Susan?
They're
telling
doing a
TJ
good
to get
job
out
at
of the
it.
house now? Yes, sir? Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. I know this is scary, but I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Okay, here we go. I want to ask you one more question. So I want to go back to when you see Isaac and Izzy's mom first walking over to the lady who shot her's house, okay? Remember that? When you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over there?
Yes.
When you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over there, did you see anything in Isaac and Izzy's mom's hand?
No, he also heard her yelling and banging on the door, but I don't think at that distance you could. He said he heard the bang and saw her run away and yell, "Call 911."
No.
No further questions.
See you.
Oh, Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over there. Did you see anything in Isaac and Izzy's mom's hands?
No.
No further questions.
See excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We can show him off the stand. Are you ready for our next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Wow.
Sheriff Gardner. Sheriff Gardner.
It must be some clerk. If it's
not
Mr.
there.
Polo you're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Raise your hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the
She left this earth quite fast after she was hit.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, sir.
Can you please record?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jareth Gardner,
Okay. And how old are you?
22.
Maybe want to move your hair back so we can see you there. We can hear you good. Thank you. All right, so you're 22, sir. What do you do for a living?
I go to work
All right. Where do you work?
at a warehouse,
All right. What warehouse is that?
Amazon.
So, Mr. Gardner, I want to talk to you about a shooting incident that happened in June of last year, 2023. You remember that incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you live in the neighborhood where that incident took place?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you know Isaac and Israel, or Izzy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Isaac and Izzy live in the neighborhood with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, who did you live with in that neighborhood back then?
With my mother.
All right. Do you still live in that neighborhood?
No, sir.
Did you also have a little brother who lived with you in that neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
What was his name?
Calix.
All right. Now, I want to talk about Isaac and Izzy. Had you ever seen Isaac and Izzy's mom before in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And would you see Isaac and Izzy a lot in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old Isaac was approximately?
I believe he's 12, maybe. I don't know.
All right, around that age. All right. And was Izzy his little brother?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how much younger Izzy was than him?
He might have been like 10.
All right. So, I want to talk about the incident that happened last year on June 2nd, 2023. Were you at the house that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there at any time later that evening that you became aware that something was going on?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware something was happening?
My little brother came and told me.
All right, Caleb came and told you something?
Yes, sir.
And where were you when Caleb came up and talked to you?
In the living room.
All right. Of your house?
Yes, sir.
How was he acting?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Okay. All right. At some point, did you go outside of the house after Caleb had talked to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went outside the house, where were you?
In the street.
All right. I wonder, John, if I could please use the state's podium.
Are you ready for it to be on screen?
Yes, Judge.
Could you just use the
Your Honor, I'm
microphone?
showing you states 1-3, states 1-4, states 1-5. You recognize kind of that general area of those photographs?
Yes, sir.
All right. In states 3, we see a basketball behind that black car. Is there a basketball hoop kind of somewhere in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the basketball hoop have the spread mark? Is it kind of over here outside of the picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you go outside. Do you ever see Isaac and Israel when you go outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you saw Isaac and Israel, how were they acting?
Like somebody had just messed with them.
Okay. And did you ever talk to them at all about what was going on, what was happening?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you ever see Isaac or Israel where were you talking to Isaac and Israel first?
Under the basketball hoop.
Okay. So you were kind of over in this general area over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see Isaac or Israel go over to their own house, Isaac and Israel's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you talked to him? And then at some point, did you kind of leave the area of the basketball hoop and make your way over towards, this area of the parking lot street?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ever hear, and before I ask that question, I just want to make sure, the lady who shot Isaac and Israel's mom, Susan, had you ever seen her before?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where she lives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm showing in state 5 that she lived in this apartment right here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you ever hear, as you're kind of moving in this area of the parking lot area, street area, did you ever hear anything going on at Susan's house?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could please explain to the jury what you heard?
I heard knocking
Okay.
and a few words.
All right. So if you could please explain the knocking that you heard.
It was in 2 syllables. It was three knocks and 2 syllables.
Okay. And did the knocking, did it ever get louder as you were listening to it?
Wait, what do you say?
On the second knock, she got loud.
Three knocks and 2 syllables. Probably if and you.
Oh, so I was like, what does that mean? Okay.
I'm the dyslexic one here. You should be the smart kid. 3
I trick
knocks,
everybody.
2 syllables. If and you. I think.
Louder, like the second syllable, she knocked a little bit louder.
All right. And when you say she, are you talking about Isaac? Well, I guess, were you able to actually see the door?
No, sir.
Okay, so you heard some knocks. All right. And now, could you hear anything at that point when you're also hearing anything besides the knocks? Could you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
I heard her say, "Come outside."
Okay. When you said her, are you talking about Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you also hear anything else? Any cuss words used by Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you hear?
The B word.
Okay.
That was the B word.
All right. So you said you heard "come outside." You heard the B word. At any time, did you ever hear Isaac and Izzy's mom say, "I'm going to kill you"?
No, sir.
Now, at some point, did a gunshot happen?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
If you could explain.
But he said 3 knocks and 2 syllables.
Are we debating this for real? I don't know why the lawyer isn't like clarifying, because that's kind of a weirdest way to say it. Because I don't think he knows what syllables are. And that's not just on him. I just, in general, like, I even like question myself.
Well, probably this is kind of like the Travis Rudolph case, when each and everyone who had been in the car that just went up to talk to him, the debate club, the shirtless debate club, all of them became really immatriculated when they took the stand and used a lot of big words that instead of just saying, yeah, we went up there and smacked them around. Knockers is what Dorothy is talking about.
Knockers.
Intervals. I don't know. It's probably not that important that we discuss that for 20 minutes. Yeah, like the Nick New kids, We were sitting there with our rosaries, having a Bible study when he came over and started stabulating us.
Kind of what you saw as that was going on.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So how did you become aware a gunshot happened?
I heard it.
All right. And where were you? Do you remember?
I believe I was still crossing the street.
Okay. When you say across the street, are you kind of in this general area though, where we're seeing stage 5?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom come out from the defendant's patio?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know what happened to where she went?
She ran from the front door and collapsed by the tree.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning.
Alright.
Now, you know Miss Owens' children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's Israel and Isaac,
Yes, ma'am.
and you considered yourself like a big brother to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about the day of this incident. So you were outside by the basketball hoop before the shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Israel and Isaac were with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they told you about what had happened with them over at Susan's house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the kids said, "Go and get AJ," right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw Miss Owens walk across the street to Susan's house, right?
No, ma'am.
Had Miss Owens already crossed the street by the time you saw her?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Miss Owens seemed frustrated, right?
No, ma'am. I didn't see.
Do you recall getting a deposition in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to whether or not you said Miss Owens was frustrated?
I believe I said, from my perspective, she might have been like just from my thought, she may be frustrated.
Now you heard Miss Owens knocking like boom, 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 right?
I heard her knock normal at first.
Do you remember giving a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Would seeing a copy of your statement to law enforcement refresh your recollection as to what you specifically said regarding the knocking?
That she knocked in 2 syllables 3 times.
Do you remember Miss Owens knocking?
What does that mean?
I remember her knocking louder the second time. Yes.
So you heard Miss Owens knocking again a second time, but louder. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that's when you heard the gunshot go off?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard Miss Owens say, "Bitch, open the door," right?
No.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to what you heard Miss Owens say?
I believe I heard her say, "Come outside, bitch."
For Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 15, lines 17 through 19.
What did I miss, Jamie? It sounds like he's saying something he didn't say in his deposition.
Well, they keep saying, "Did you say this in your deposition?" Well, I said this, or I don't. She keeps asking if he wants to refresh his memory, and he's not having it. So, but he said she knocked in 3 syllables, and I was like, wait, what does that mean?
Well, we were taught when in the army, in the Navy, when we had to knock on our COs, we should always knock Amsterdam. So for the Dutch people out there, that's how I learned to knock on a door in the Navy. Amsterdam.
Yeah, maybe it's just something he was taught, but when I hear that somebody say that out loud, it just sounds funny to me, because it's like she knocked in 3 syllables, like, huh?
Maybe he means decibels. Could be. This case is going to be a head break. We don't care about what happens. We will find out what syllables is.
During your deposition, you were asked the following question and gave the following answer.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be able to read the deposition.
Certainly, you can show it to him. Sure.
So I'm going to let you see your deposition. I'm going to let you read this to yourself, okay? Beginning here and ending with lines 19. Just let me know when you're ready.
He's a neighbor.
Yeah, he is a friend of the family too, or whatever.
Sunshine Cheryl, were you in the Danish Navy?
You finished? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard Miss Owens say, "Bitch, open the door," right?
No, ma'am.
All right. So during your deposition, you were asked the following question and you gave the following answer. Question. Okay, but you heard AJ say, "Open the door," and you may have heard her say, "Bitch."
Yes,
Answer.
ma'am.
Yeah, like, "Bitch, open the door."
Hold on
Miss
1 second.
Owens' demeanor
Excuse me
was-
1 second. Roach.
Well, this is how you impeach. You show him, you ask him, and when he says nope, you're allowed to read from it. So that's proper impeachment. This is kind of like Jen McCabe, for those of you who were around for the Karen Reed case. You told 7 detectives she might have said, "Did I hit? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" And today you are saying, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him." Yeah, they took it down wrong. It doesn't make you come. I can understand why
Miss
he
Owens' demeanor
probably
was like somebody just
he probably want to clean up AJ's behavior a little bit to make her more of a victim. But you will be impeached with it, and the jury will hear it anyway. Just be honest about it. It's not going to help. They will get it out there, especially if you sit there and seem a little shifty. You're actually hurting more than you're helping.
mess with her kids, right?
I don't know. I didn't see.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I didn't see.
Okay. Was seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your memory as to what you said regarding Miss Owens' demeanor on that night?
I don't have a deposition to look at.
For Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 16, lines 22 through 24. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Sure.
Well, he won't agree that he said the B word.
You finished?
It's kind of like
During
that
your
guy from the
deposition, were you asked
YSL
the
trial.
following question, and did you give the following answer? Question. What was AJ's demeanor like when she was knocking on the door? Answer. Like somebody had just messed with her little kids.
Yes, that's what I had thought.
Now, you were approaching Miss Lawrence's door when Miss Owens began knocking, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went towards Susan's house because you felt like an altercation was going to happen, right?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember giving a statement to law enforcement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was seeing a copy of that statement refresh your memory as to what you told them about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's interview, page 11, lines 1 through 8. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Do you have an extra
Do I have an extra copy
of that?
I do not. Do you want to see it first?
Sure.
I have a neighbor banging on my door.
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to have you read this all the way down to line 8 and just let me know when you're finished. Are you good? Okay. So yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the detective asking you the following question and you giving the following answer? Question. And what made you think that there was going to be an altercation? Was something being said or did you hear something? Answer. I don't know. I get just off the energy. Question. Off the energy? Answer. I felt like an altercation was going to happen. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ready to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, he's excused.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. Can I ask everyone to approach real quick? Next witness, please.
Okay, calls Yvonne Costa.
It's going pretty quick.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Morning. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, ma'am?
My name is Yvonne Costa.
What do you do for a living?
I am retired
Congratulations.
and very proud of it.
Where did you work before you retired?
Marion Senior Services.
For about how long did you work there?
16 years.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023. Where were you living then?
The address,
Yes.
1662 Southwest 107th Lane, apartment number 4 in Ocala.
Was that a quadplex type
Yes.
structure?
Yes,
I mean, there are 4 different residences in the same building?
yes,
You said you lived in unit 4?
yes,
Showing you photograph 2 of stage 1. You recognize that aerial view?
yes.
We apparently have someone who comes by our little secluded cul-de-sac and steals flowers and wheelbarrows. So that's I heard a car last night going. It sounded like it didn't really have a muffler on, but I thought maybe it was like a delivery or a paper boy or something like that. But apparently they were at my neighbor's house stealing. They planted some olive trees, and they've stolen 2 of them now. So we have to get cameras up.
Oh
Jesus
my God.
Christ.
That's funny.
But it's so annoying. We live in a little no one ever comes down here. So when I heard the car last night, I thought maybe it was like a home nurse or something who came because one of the elderly had a problem, and I just thought that was annoying that the car was making so much noise. But they rammed they have like some stones outside of the bed, flower bed. They rammed some of those, and I didn't notice what car it was. I was just annoyed that someone woke me up at 2:30. Jesus, idiots.
There we go. All right. Where would your residence be in this quadplex? This is the building you live in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you in the front or were you in the back?
I was in the back.
Okay. On this side, the same side where it says defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. When did you move into that unit?
The beginning of December of 2022.
Okay. So you had lived there about 6-7 months or so by the time
Yes,
the shooting happened?
yes.
Understood. Where did you live before that?
Two buildings, 2 buildings away from where that apartment is.
Do you know a woman named Susan Lorincz?
Yes, I do.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple jacket.
Run the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It was reflect.
So if I am facing your front door, would her residence be to the right or the left?
Left.
Did you share a common wall in
Yes.
the residence? What was your relationship with the defendant? Were you really close friends? Were you acquaintances? She lived next to you?
Yeah, she lived next to me.
Did you hang out and socialize with her a lot?
No,
Can you estimate about how many times you've even had any interaction with her?
maybe 10 times in passing. Hi, bye, have a good day.
Did you know Miss Owens, Miss Ajike Owens, the
Yes.
victim in this case?
Yes,
What was your relationship with her?
I only saw her 2 or 3 times, and she lived across the street.
Did you know Miss Owens' children?
I knew one of them fairly well.
And which one was that? What was
Her oldest son,
you know his name?
Isaac.
Okay. You said you knew him rather well. Did he actually come to your apartment at one point?
Yeah, he came to my apartment twice and asked to use my telephone.
Did you let him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, everything worked out fine?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
So ruled. Good.
Was there a field next to your house, your
Yes.
structure that the children played in.
Yes,
If the children are playing in that field, were you able to see them from your vantage point in your house?
yes.
Were they sometimes loud?
Oh, yes,
Did they often have adult supervision there? With the
yes.
children? Is it fair to say that the defendant would express displeasure with the children?
Objection, relevance, improper character.
That's sustained.
Did the defendant at some point have a no trespassing sign near the entrance to her residence?
There was a few no trespassing signs, like at the property line, that I thought my landlord put up.
Let me direct your attention to the day of the shooting, June 2nd of 2023. That evening, where were you located when all this was going on?
In my apartment,
And at some point, did you hear some arguing?
yes.
About how long before the actual shooting did you hear this argument?
Between 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Could you tell who was involved in this argument?
I recognized Susan's voice, but I didn't recognize the other voice, and I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Okay. At any time during this argument, did you hear a door slam?
Yes, yes.
After you heard the door slam, what was the next thing you heard that drew your attention?
My wall in between our two apartments started shaking and like pounding on the wall. And it really scared me.
How long after you heard the door slam did you hear that pounding?
Very shortly, within a few minutes.
How would you describe the pounding?
It was very loud, and it scared me because the wall was shaking, and yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Do you remember like the sequence of the bangs? Was it just constant banging, or was it a set of bangs, a pause, and a set of bangs?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
There was a pause and then more banging.
Do you remember about how many times you heard banging?
Just those, the once, short break, and more.
Do you remember about how many bangs were in the first set?
Oh, it was a lot.
Okay.
A
What
lot.
about the second set?
A lot.
When you heard the banging, what was your first thought of who was causing that?
I thought Susan was banging on the wall.
Did you later come to learn that that was not the case?
Yes.
Okay. And so the jury's not misled. Did you learn that that was Miss Owens actually banging?
When I mentioned that she was banging on the wall, one of my neighbors said,
Objection, hearsay.
That's sustained. Let's move along.
You can't know what other people said.
okay,
Hold on.
That's okay.
Let's move to the next question.
Move on. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Did you hear any voices raised during the pounding?
yes,
You just couldn't know what was said.
Right.
Understood. After that banging, did you hear another sound?
I heard a pop,
And what did you hear after that pop?
people screaming.
After you heard the pop and you heard people screaming, what did you do?
Just people screaming.
What did you do though?
I grabbed my phone, ran into my bedroom, which was the farthest part from the front door. My cats all ran under the bed because they heard it, and I called 911.
So you called 911 after you heard the pop,
Yes,
and I'll see you later when that pop was a gunshot.
yes.
Did you recognize it as a gunshot when you heard it?
Not at first until I heard screaming and my cats running under the bed. Then I knew what it was.
And then you
Exactly.
called-
That was like within seconds.
And at that point you called 911.
Yes,
And did law enforcement arrive?
yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, and Clark.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So you moved into that neighborhood back in December of 2022?
I've been in that neighborhood for like 15 years before I moved into the building I'm in now.
Okay. And you lived alone?
Yes,
And you refer to that neighborhood as the hood?
yes,
The landlords rent to some unsavory people?
yes.
And
Yeah.
there have been some shootings in that neighborhood before, right?
Objection,
Yes.
Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
The unit that you lived in back in June of 2023, that shared a wall with Susan Lorincz, right?
Yes,
So if I'm standing and I'm facing Susan Lawrence's door, your house would have been to the right,
yes, ma'am.
and you called 911 on the night of this incident.
Yes,
So the kids were playing in the field that evening, right?
I believe so, yes.
And they were being very loud.
Oh, yeah.
And you heard what sounded like two people with raised voices, right?
Yes.
And then you heard a door slam.
Yes.
And then you heard banging on the wall, right?
Yes.
And that banging was really, really loud.
Yes.
So loud that it caused your cats to run under the bed or run off.
They didn't run under the bed until they heard the pop.
Okay. So you heard this banging and then the banging stopped, right?
Yes, very briefly.
And then you heard it again, but only worse.
I can't say it was worse. No, about the same.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your memory as to what you heard?
Yeah.
Okay. For Mr. Buxman, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 19.
I don't have my glasses.
Okay.
They're in my purse out there.
Well, you're probably going to have to read it. Is there no way we can take a break so she can get her glasses?
Yes, ma'am. Does she need to go in her purse? And go? Okay.
Should I go get them?
Yeah, you can go off stand, go get your stuff out of your purse. Come back. Thank you.
Well, she doesn't seem like she's embellishing or anything, and
No.
she was a little. She seemed a little uncomfortable by admitting that the landlord
19 lines, 1 through.
rented out to some unsavory people.
Mhm.
Number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
The 7.
But read it to yourself, okay?
Okay. Okay.
You finished?
Yes.
So the banging stopped, right?
Mhm.
Said yes?
Yes.
And then you heard it again, only worse.
Yes.
Right? And then you heard a pop.
Yes.
No, I don't think it's the blacks. I think it's isn't Florida where all the meth is cooked by whites?
It's a lot of whites too
Yeah,
that are unsavory.
yeah. I think there's unsavory people of each and every color, even
Yeah.
polka dotted.
Now the banging was so hard it was shaking the walls in your house, right?
Yes.
And you were scared.
Oh, yes.
And while this banging was happening, you heard voices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And the voices were loud.
Very loud.
The voices were aggressive.
Yes.
Like when the sheriff's office knocks on a front door real loud, right? So
Yes.
yes. The voice was really loud and deep.
Yes.
The voice sounded like when someone gets really mad and really wants to scream, right?
Yes.
Guttural and deep.
Yes.
And it sounded like it was coming from outside, right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take a lunch break as soon as we have a
She
witness.
is
Your lunch is here. I'll ask you
excited
to
little
put
lady.
down your notebooks. Hold on. Ma'am, if you can just,
She's still talking.
I ask you to put down your notebooks. I'm going to remind you that you can't discuss the case over lunch. You can talk about whatever you want other than the one thing you have in common. But because discussing a case is a type of deliberation, and you can't deliberate to the very, very end of the case. So again, enjoy your lunch. I got to give everyone in court at least an hour break. So we'll be right now it's around 11:45. So we'll come back at 12:45. Does that give everyone enough time?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you at 12:45. All right, thank you.
So, see, there's those crickets allowed today. Who did the best opening statements? According to chat, state 73% and defense 26% out of 168 votes. Let me take this one off. But as always, we don't do no freaking breaks. Well, I do, but while court is on break, we will run if it works today, No. Peel. For those of you who are new to the channel, whenever the court is on lunch break, I'll put on words on screen so you have something to hang out and do while I eat. If it works today, it doesn't seem like it does. Jesus, why isn't it working again?
I don't know. I don't know how any of this works.
No, but it should get input from the YouTube, but it doesn't do that again. That's annoying.
Are you logged in properly?
Yes, I am, Jamie.
I mean, you never know.
Well, I do, because
I just like to state the obvious to make you feel
annoyed.
inadequate, you know.
Yeah, but it's some days it just doesn't work. I don't know why it won't pick up what is written in the YouTube chat.
Oh man.
Let's it's just annoying.
Oh yeah.
Because then I have to find something else to do, or else I have to close down the stream, and no one wants that. It's easier when people can just hang out. Well, does it work now? Yep, it works.
Hey!
Why don't I beg for you? Because I still haven't gotten my my laptop to. I can't figure out to get it to work, and because I need to eat a bit, because it's dinner time, my time. As always, we will keep this rolling till 12:45 when we are back, and I will put a banner up. So if anyone stops by and thinks, that's weird, why are they still streaming when everyone else is on break? They'll know that we are on break, but please hang around. If you're not hanging around, join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, and I will tell you, or else just come back at 12:45. You know, you won't get as funny a chat here as anywhere else.
Of course not.
Because Lefty is here. And
Oh, hi, Lefty. I didn't see you sneak in.
no. And Sue finally arrived.
Yeah, Sue, where have you been all my life?
For those of you who don't know the game, it's just find the words you can make from the letters on the top. Sometimes they are fake letters, sometimes they are bonus letters. The only thing
type
is,
it in chat.
yeah, don't let Booze win. He tries to win every time. But
right.
We will be back 12:45 at latest.
All right. Have fun, guys.
14 out of 17 words. Oh, Sue came right in and tore it up. With
You're funny. All right. I will be back. See you guys.
So will I. See you all later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I saw a guy in Walmart last night with an ankle bracelet as in house arrest, and it was so late. I can't understand how he was at Walmart
There you
that
go.
late on house arrest. Maybe maybe he has a different schedule, so if he works nights, he's allowed to be out later.
I just want to make sure the volumes.
Should be on you.
Who won?
Probably have to go turn the blue man on, I believe.
Kim. The second I leave.
9-1. Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, let me tell you something real quick.
Sounds like they have better audio now. Okay, as long as Boost didn't win. Well, to each their own, Danny. I told Valhalla it wasn't my cup of tea, but he insisted. He said it was American custom. Hey, Fed. But I should do another poll. Just don't know what I should put in the poll.
Otherwise, you're ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. And our first witness is going to be the last juvenile of the day.
That'll be the last juvenile of the day. Okay. Everyone's here, I see. Go back on the record. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Danny, she was feeling like sharing.
Remind me, we need to get the names.
I want a chair like that. Hey, Ernie Birdie.
Can't remember everything. Or even most things, really. So we're back on the record on State of Florida versus Susan Lorincz, 23-2236. I see everyone's here. We'll bring the jurors in. This clock up here is a little slow. Just so everyone knows, this clock up here is slow for some reason.
Glad to have you live.
Thank God it's 12:49.
Ralphie. Yeah, it's 12:49. The jury is taking their sweet time, thinking.
Huh? I know, it's this courtroom. Keep his clock in.
Which actress does she remind me of? Move. I was just pointing out that the paralegal reminded me of someone. Doesn't she look like some actress?
Huh?
Selena Crosby B. Welcome. Not Kathy Bates. I was talking about the paralegal, not the defendant. Annie D.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're ready to proceed
Now
with our
I'm
next
going to
witness.
think about that all day.
State would call London Robinson.
Ajike Harding. The girl from Love Story. Never saw Love Story.
State's desk.
You ready for it to be on?
Yes, Judge.
Is it the one from the new Reacher series?
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the right thing?
Yes, I had
Do you swear to tell the
heated
truth,
up
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
pizza
God?
from yesterday. Ellie McGraw.
Yes or no?
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Will you please court? Good afternoon.
Hey,
How are
Nosy
you?
Rosie.
Good.
You a little nervous?
Yeah.
I understand. Can you please state your name?
London Robinson.
All right. How do you spell your first
Hold on
name?
1 second.
Can the mic be closer for a little louder?
Ms. Robinson, you need to either get closer to the mic or speak a little louder, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, and the
Can
attorney
you
too.
please spell London?
Londyn.
How old are you, London?
12.
What grade are you in?
6.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Math.
Yeah. You like to do things outside of school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do outside of school?
Play football.
So I want to ask you if you know some people. Do you live in a neighborhood called Quill Run?
Yes.
All right. And did you used to live next to some people named Isaac and Israel?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how old Isaac was approximately?
11 or 12.
Okay. And was Israel Isaac's little brother?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how old Israel was, if you remember?
8 or 9.
And did you used to call Israel Izzy?
Yes.
And did you know Isaac and Israel's mom, Ajike?
Yes.
Did she live next to you in the
Yes.
neighborhood?
Yes.
Did Ajike have any other children there besides Isaac and Israel that lived next to you?
Yes.
Who were those children?
Africa and her son, I forgot his name.
It's okay. And how old, do you know how old Africa was approximately?
6 or 7?
And do you know the other son, do you know how old youngest son?
I don't know how old he was.
All right, was he younger than Africa?
Yes.
Okay. And does Titus, was that his name? Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a shooting that happened in your neighborhood, and you're aware of that shooting, right?
Yes.
You know why we're here today?
Yes.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about the day that the shooting happened last year in June, okay? So before the shooting happened, were you playing in a field in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a picture, London. State 7, you see that field kind of over here? See if this can turn on. There we go. Were you y'all playing over in this field right over here?
Yes.
At some point after playing in the field, did you ever see any roller skates or a tablet left anywhere?
Yes.
Do you remember where they were left?
Like by the tree, like where that sign, that no trespassing sign is, like around there.
Okay. So kind of like around here?
Yeah.
All right. And that's the tree you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you saw it left over there?
Yes.
All right. Did you leave the field?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go inside your house after the field?
Yes.
All right. And what were you doing inside the house?
Me and my best friend were doing each other's makeup.
And at some point, did you hear a noise or something that startled you?
Yes.
All right. And what did you hear?
It was like a boom, but like we live next to a road, so we thought like maybe a car hit a tree or something like that.
And did you go to your door? Did you hear anything by your door?
Yes, we heard knocking on our door, and then we looked out the window. Then we seen Izzy and Isaac running. Then we opened the door.
Okay. All right. And did you see Ajike on the ground later on?
Yes.
Okay. After she had been shot?
Yes.
Did you go and go get your mom, talk to your mom?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about a prior incident Do you ever remember an incident between Ajike and the lady who shot Ajike, Susan? You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Did you ever see an incident in the past before the shooting between Ajike and Susan regarding a no trespassing sign?
Yes.
All right. Were you playing in the field that day?
Yes.
All right. And what did you see in regards to that incident?
So we were playing, and then the Karen. Well,
No. Okay.
the- Sorry.
So you saw, and I don't. Did you see Ajike and Susan? Did you see them arguing at all?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw them arguing, did you see anything in regards to a no trespassing sign?
Yes.
What did you remember seeing?
I remember seeing them arguing, and then Ajike picked up the sign and then threw it.
Okay. So you saw Ajike and Susan arguing, and you saw Ajike pick up the sign and you throw it. Did you, from what you saw, did it look like Ajike was trying to hit Susan with the sign?
That's sustained.
So you saw Ajike throw the sign. Did you see how she threw it?
Yes.
Okay, how did she kind of throw it?
She kind of like tossed it.
So she just tossed it?
Yes.
All right. Did you see the sign hit Susan at all?
It didn't look like it hit her, but it might have hit her.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm a boomer. I talk when I'm muted. Why are they asking if she tossed the sign? Is it to get ahead of the defense? He must have had something in his deposition that says he saw her throw the sign at Susan or near Susan or something like that. We have a great Danish bike rider who has the last name Kort. I think it's maybe that's how AJ's first name is pronounced. I don't get it when I read it. I know I'm 87 times louder and I have my mic turned down. I'll turn it down now.
I think you had stated earlier, London. I just want to clarify. So the sign barely hit Ajike?
Barely hit
Ajike.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ajike, when she tossed the sign barely hit Susan?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely hit.
I have no further questions.
Susan, Sue, I don't have a poll up.
Cross-examination.
You were talking about a prior instance that you saw where Ajike threw a sign,
Yes.
and Ajike had walked onto Susan's property and picked that sign up,
Yes.
and the sign hit Susan on the shin,
Yes.
and then Susan fell to the ground,
Yes.
and the police came out and talked to them.
Yes.
And you talked about the roller skates and the tablet on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
You said they were close to the tree,
Yes.
and there was a no trespassing sign in front of the tree, right?
Yes.
And they were kind of close.
Yeah.
I have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Thank you.
And you redirect?
But she looks like Eddie McGraw.
So London, can you clarify or just demonstrate to the jury, and you can stand up if you need to do it, how Ajike tossed the sign?
Like this.
Okay.
She like picked it up and like went like that.
I don't know. I can't. You all the way stand up. Yeah.
Picked it up and like tossed it like this.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything?
Yeah.
On that ground.
Yeah, I muted you
She
because
excused?
the cicadas
Yes,
were loud.
You're excused, ma'am. Have a nice day. Okay.
I think she looks kind of like her.
We will see. Next witness, please.
Jonathan Cole. Jonathan Cole.
It's the same as always.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, sir.
Please, court. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jonathan Coleman
Where are you employed, sir?
at the Marion County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed there?
since 2016.
What is your position at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
I want to go back to February 25th of 2022, sir. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the address of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember why you went there that day?
In reference to a battery.
Okay. Is that what the call for service was, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So you went out there, and did other deputies meet you out there?
Yes, sir.
And when you were out there, did you investigate what the call was about?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you ultimately speak to a woman by the name of Susan Lorincz?
I did.
And did she make any type of allegations?
She advised she was battered by her neighbor.
Okay. Did she say how that happened?
She was hit with a no trespassing sign.
Okay. And were you ultimately shown the sign?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you describe it to the jury?
It was like a cardboard type of sign that you would buy it's like a plastic looking sign. It's not really cardboard.
Okay.
That you would buy at a store with a metal stake.
Okay. Now you talked to Miss Lorenz and she made those allegations to you. Did you look to see if there were any marks or anything on Miss Lorenz?
I did.
All right. And what did you observe?
I didn't see any marks that appeared to be injuries on Miss Lorenz.
Someone working in court, probably a clerk of some kind. He hasn't been formally introduced. I can see some of the ladies might have turned on moisture clock when they saw him because he looks like one who needs a mom.
Okay. Did you see any marks?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you see anything on her legs at all? Do you remember?
Not that I remember. All I can recall is what's on.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything that you could specifically relate to?
Mama Buck, please participate as much as you can in chat. We love a lively chat. Sometimes it gets a little raucous, but we are all grown-ups and we can agree to disagree and disagree to agree.
And welcome.
Did you see any you could specifically
Welcome.
relate to this incident on her?
No, sir.
And did you and other deputies speak to Miss Ajike Owens that day?
Yes, sir.
And so the defendant, Miss Lorinzc, she accused Ajike Owens of throwing the sign?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you ultimately conclude your investigation on that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Did you make any arrests?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, it's just an officer who understands how to use a microphone. That's why the sound is better. This is boosted audio, and this is normally as low as it is before I boost audio.
And after you concluded your investigation, did you leave the neighborhood?
I did.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir.
Now, you went there in reference to a battery, right?
Yes, sir.
And you noticed that there was a no trespassing sign on Miss Lorinc's property, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that sign was in the yard area, right? Yes, sir.
I don't recall where the sign was. I remember her showing it to me on her patio.
Okay, understood. And you spoke to Miss Owens, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Owens specifically told you that she thought Miss Lorincz did not own her yard because she was only renting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she went on to tell you that, oh, I'm sorry, did you tell Miss Owens that even if Miss Lorincz was only renting, she still couldn't trespass on her property?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Miss Owens tell you that until Miss Lorincz showed her deed, she could not tell her that she could not walk her dog on Miss Lorinc's property? Is that right?
She did mention, I can't recall if that was the exact statements, but it was something to that effect. Yes, sir.
To the best of your recollection, what did she tell you?
That she would have to show her some type of documentation of ownership.
Even though Miss Lorincz lived there, right?
Yes.
And she knew she rented the property, right?
Yes, sir.
But Miss Owens wasn't satisfied with just that.
No, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that if her dog had a favorite spot on Miss Lorinc's property to use the restroom, it was going to go over there since Miss Lorincz was only renting? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that she picked up the no trespassing sign and said, I can go and buy a sign too? It doesn't mean anything. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did you see a red mark on Miss Lorinc's leg?
There was, I can't tell you if it was a red mark, if it was an injury. I couldn't confirm that from what I recall.
Yes, sir.
All I know is what I stated from what I recall is that it was, I couldn't tell what was on her leg due to her skin pigment.
Okay, gotcha. But it looked like there was a red mark there?
I'm not sure what was there. I can't recall exactly what was on her leg.
Okay. Do you remember us speaking about that at a deposition a couple months ago?
Yes, sir. I mean, I have the transcript. I referred to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would reading it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to page 11 of that deposition, lines.
Well, according to this officer, she could put up a no trespassing sign, even though she was a renter or a tenant. And this happened in February 2022, so a year before the pewing.
Through page 12 of that deposition, lines 1 through 2, and just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it. Okay?
What were the lines again, sir?
It's page 11.
Yep.
Starting on line 25, and then go through page 12 and lines 1 through 2, please. And just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it. Okay?
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember looking at her leg and seeing what you saw?
All I can tell you is what I said in this depo. I said that we talked about a mark on her leg.
Okay.
But we couldn't confirm that it was an injury.
Okay, understood. Did you explain to Miss Owens that even though Miss Lorincz was only renting, she, being Miss Owens, still can't trespass over there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Yeah.
Did Miss Lorincz show you some pictures on her cell phone that she took of Miss Owens when Miss Owens came over to her property that day?
She did.
None of your business. This officer had been at the area a year and change before that, where AJ had picked up the a metal no trespassing sign and thrown it at Susan, hitting her leg because apparently Susan was arguing with her children and had said something about, if my dog likes to crap in your yard, I'll let my dog crap in your yard, to Susan. But again, it's a year before, so kind of like with the Karen Reed. Is it directly correlated?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Well, I think it shows like a relationship,
Excuse, thank you,
you
sir.
know,
Yeah, but again,
between the two.
it's a year and 4 months before.
That's all they're
If-
trying to do, though.
Next witness.
If they have 5 more of this and it happened more and more, yeah, then maybe you could show that, yeah. Well, don't stay in Sweden. Come to
Shelley?
Denmark. You smiled when you were in Denmark.
Shelby,
Hi, David. I've missed you.
that's the last name.
Kinsey, Kinscy.
Jamie, can you unmute so I can turn your audio down, because
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to
I can
give
do
I'm
that when you're-
unmuted.
nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am.
How are you, sir?
Great.
Now you can mute again.
Okay, please. Can you please state your name for the record?
Corporal Shelby Kinsey,
Where are you employed, ma'am?
the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you employed there?
I've been employed for 8 years.
And what is your position at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a patrol deputy.
I want to talk about December 20.
Why do you have this on a police uniform? I know we have it on our military uniform. We don't get as many as you do, but we call it herring salad when you get these. I think you call it ribbon something. But why put that on a police uniform? That seems weird.
2nd, 2022, ma'am. Were you a patrol deputy still for the Marion County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
And were you working on that day?
Yes.
Yeah, normally it's
Now,
right,
you
left side,
received a
but it's the
call
badge.
For service on that day to go to the address of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala.
Yes, I did.
Now, did you go to that address?
Yes, I did.
And to your knowledge, what was that call for service about?
It was in regards to a verbal altercation.
Now, when you got to the residence there, did you talk to a Miss Susan Lorincz?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her at her residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her at her front door?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke with Miss Lorinzc, did she make any allegations to you?
Yes, she did.
All right. And I want to talk about, what did she first start talking to you about? What allegations?
She made an allegation that a woman came to her door and had threatened her.
Okay. And did she also complain about kids as well?
Yes, she had complained about children playing in the open field next to her apartment.
And what did she, do you remember what she talked to you, what was the first thing she started complaining to you about was? Either the kids or the mother, do you remember?
I don't recall which came first.
Okay, it's all right.
The chicken or the egg?
And so she said a mother came to her door, and was this, from your understanding, in relation to the whole her complaining about kids trespassing, things like that?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did she say what did she say the mother did or said to her?
She said that the mother had threatened to drag her out and beat her.
Okay. Did she say if she did something again? Yes, when she said that, did she say that she would do that if Miss Lorinzc did something again?
Yes, if she stepped towards her children.
Okay. So she said she would do that if Miss Lorinzc did something to her children again.
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that interaction with Miss Lorinzc, did Miss Lorinzc tell you, or did she make any allegations that her door was damaged at all during that incident?
No, she did not.
Did you notice any damage to her door while you were there?
No, I did not notice.
Okay. And after speaking with Miss Lorinzc, did you speak with Ajike, with another lady?
Yes, I spoke with another woman.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that the mother that Miss Lorinzc was referring to?
Yes, it
Okay.
was.
And did you ask her about what happened?
Yes, I did.
And did you come to find out that woman, the mother you were talking to, was Ajike Owens?
Yes.
And so you spoke with Miss Lawrence and you spoke with Miss Owens. Did you make any arrests at all in that situation?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you ultimately leave the residence after you concluded your investigation?
Yes, I did.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir, may I inquire?
That's some cops are taught to do that when they testify to make it more personal because you are there to testify for the jury. I don't like it. I hate it when especially the experts does it, but it's to make them more relatable to a jury.
Yes, ma'am?
So you responded out to Susan Lawrence's home on December 22nd of 2022,
Yes, I did.
and you spoke with Miss Lawrence,
Yes, I did.
and Miss Lawrence told you that a mother had come over to her home and knocked on her door that night, right?
Correct.
Susan Lawrence told you that this mother, Miss Owens, knocked on her door and told her that if she treats her son like this again, she's going to rip her ass out of her house and go and beat her up, right?
That was the accusation, yes.
And Susan told Miss Owens to get off her porch that she was trespassing, right?
That's what Miss Lorinzc said, yes.
So once you talked to Susan Lawrence, then you went across the street to try to find the mother, right?
I did.
And that's when you found out the person that went over to Susan's house was Miss Owens?
I did not get her name, but now I know who she is, yes.
So you never even got the mother's name that night?
Correct.
Miss Owens had told you that her 9-year-old son was mouthing off to Miss Lawrence, right?
That's what she said.
And Miss Owens told you that she took her 9-year-old son back over to Susan's house, right?
Correct.
Miss Owens herself told you that she knocked on Susan's door and Susan immediately told her that she was trespassing and she needed to leave, right?
That's what Miss Lorinzc said, yes.
That's what Miss Owens told you.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. Correct.
It looks like AH when she was testifying against JD, she constantly moved, even for yes. It's like watching a tennis match. Feel like this case is a preview of the end result of a certain YouTuber. I have never been charged. I hit the body. No one found it, Dave. What I told you was confidential. I paid you $1. Client attorney privilege is enforced. So don't talk about what I told you.
Miss Owens herself told you that after Susan told her that she was trespassing, that she said, "I'm here with my son and I just want to talk to you," right?
Correct.
Miss Owens herself told you, Susan Lawrence told her multiple times, "You're trespassing, get off my property," right?
Correct.
And Miss Owens told you that she said to Susan Lawrence on that night, "The next time you walk up on my kids, you're going to have to take it up with me," right?
Correct.
Miss Owens told you that she said that.
Correct.
And that's when, according to Miss Owens, Susan Lawrence said, "Okay, now you're threatening me and I'm calling the police," right?
Correct.
As Jamie always
You
says,
told Miss Owens,
snitches gets.
"Listen, if there's a problem in the
Stitches.
future, you need to call the police," right?
Yes.
Don't go back over there, right?
To my knowledge, that's what I told her.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So just to clarify, when you spoke to Miss Owens said she originally went over there with her son to just talk to the defendant about the situation, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was her only intent of going over there with her son.
Objection, speculation.
So overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
She excused? Or you need additional question?
No, sir.
What
She
was that
excused?
cross-examination or re-examination?
You're excused. Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Judge.
Just that she was going to talk, not
Yeah.
fight her, I guess.
Hmm. No, they didn't need to. They
State
just.
called Tony Gann, Gann.
Thank you.
That's Susan. This case is about this Susan on the screen, who on a night where she allegedly had been in some kind of commotion with another woman's kids, stolen an iPad, thrown a skate, roller skate, something like that. Audio is really bad, so details eludes me. AJ walks over to her front door. Some words are said, bad words. We don't know what is said. We have a kid testifying. She said, F you, I believe she said. No, B word. The B word was said. She claims she was so afraid because there was a loud banging on the door. The neighbor said it was really loud. She puts around through a locked door. AJ passes away. Some people are saying there's a racial motive for it, that this lady had used colorful language about people that we can't use. Other people claims that she was in fear of her life and the kids were antagonizing her, and AJ, it's really hard to hear most of the testimony, so I'm having a hard time following all the questions. He's going to be found out in the wood first. Have you seen Val recently?
No, he came in to put his 2 cents in and then he left.
Shh, Jamie, it was a joke. She's in prison. She has $180,000 bond, I believe. Well, she said something. I don't like when defense attorneys do that to their. I don't know if it's the defense attorney who told her try to look as frail as possible. I just don't like it. And I hate that tattoo.
Have a seat, sir.
That's a really stupid tattoo.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
Hi, my name's Troy Gann.
What do you do for a living?
I am a 911 dispatcher or emergency telecommunicator.
How long have you, what do you do as a 911 dispatcher?
I answer 911 phone calls.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
7.5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what happens logistically when somebody calls 911?
I usually get their address, get their emergency, and then send it to a dispatcher to then dispatch the units out to it.
So you are different than a dispatcher? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. What's the difference between a 911 operator and a dispatcher?
The dispatcher works the radio, the 911 operator works the phone.
So are you, as a 911 operator, the person who's actually talking to the person calling?
I'm actually talking to the person calling.
Okay. Is there a system in place at the 911 center that documents the time in which a person calling 911 actually dials and starts the call?
Yes, it is recorded.
Does the system also document the exact time the 911 operator answers?
Yes.
Does it document the length of the call?
Yes.
The time the caller hangs up?
Yes.
Does it document the phone number from which the call is made?
Yes.
How does you mentioned the address earlier, how does the address get entered into the system?
Ruth, and according to the rumors I picked up yesterday, this judge had been in a horrible car accident. His entire right side of the face looks like it's squished. He looks like he had skin grafts, and especially his forehead looks like they had to reconstruct it. So yes, he has a mark on his forehead. He has it on his entire face. He is what I was told. What I read yesterday, he survived a horrible car accident.
We usually get a block range when it comes in, and then we will ask the caller for their specific address, and then we will put that in.
Okay, so you manually type in the information?
Manually type that in, yes.
It's not that expensive.
Does the 911 system record the entire conversation between the 911 operator and the caller?
Yes.
He actually seems like a really cool dude, and he made fun a lot with the jurors yesterday during the jury selection. I like him a lot. Yeah, he seems lucky to be alive, but he seems like he has a very positive. Again, if you've been into something really bad, it can make your demeanor change a lot because, you walked away from it. But I really liked him yesterday. He made fun of stuff and tried to keep it lighthearted.
When someone requests it, are you or
So
another
mine
agency
isn't
able
good.
to go back into the system and pull a specific 911 call that's been made?
Yes.
Assuming it hasn't been made many, many years ago.
Yes, it's saved in a database.
Let me direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023 at approximately 8:54 p.m. Did you receive a 911 call made by a person who said she was Susan Lorincz?
Yes.
From which address?
I do not recall.
If it would refresh your memory, if you were able to look at the log of the 911 call.
Yes.
Don't read it out. I don't want you to recognize it or that's refresh your memory.
Yes.
From what address did that call come?
1668 Southwest 108th Lane.
At what time did Ms. Lorinzc call 911?
2102:49.
Would that be the time that she picked up the phone?
That would be the time I picked up the phone.
So presumably she would have picked up the phone a few seconds
Second before that.
Was that call recorded?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing the marked States Exhibit C for identification. You recognize that disc?
I do.
What is that disc?
It is a disc you played for me, and I signed it.
Does that, you see your initials on it?
I do.
Does that disc fairly accurately depict the 911 call that you received from Susan Lorincz?
It does.
This time state was moved C into evidence as I believe 4.
Any objection?
Subject to our previous objections.
All right. Subject to any previous objections, the letter C will be in evidence as number 2.
I think it's the guy who pulls stuff up on the screen.
4.
Sorry. Have you also reviewed prepared transcripts of that 911 call?
I have.
May I approach?
Sure.
Showing you States Exhibit D for identification. Can you take a look at those transcripts and tell me if you recognize those?
I do.
And are those a fair and accurate transcription of the 911 call that you listened to?
They are.
Did you also initial those transcripts while listening to the same disc I just showed you?
I did.
This time, Your Honor, may I publish the 911 call with the transcripts just authenticated if I can provide it to the jury also?
Is there any objection to that?
No, sir.
Without objection, you can publish it and have transcripts for the jurors. Thank you.
If I could have access to the.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. For the record, Judge, the transcripts are demonstrative aids, will not be going back into the jury room with the jury.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the recording is in evidence and you can re-listen to that.
the transcripts you can use at this point. The transcripts are not in evidence. Go ahead.
911, what is the address emergency?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane.
All right, and then can you repeat that for me one more time to make sure I have it correct?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane.
All right, what is your phone number in case you're disconnected?
352-777-5909.
What is your name?
Mm,
I'm sorry, you said your name was Susan?
yes,
And what is your last name, Susan?
Lorincz, Lorinc.
All right, and tell me exactly what happened.
I got kids trespassing again. They're leaving all the toys around. It's just screaming, yelling, just being absolutely obnoxious. I went through the roller skate over to the other side. The kid says I'm going to beat you up for that. And he's mouthing off to me.
All right.
Right in my own home.
Is he out there right now?
Yeah, there are several kids out there right now, and I'm fearing for my life. I'm very scared.
Okay. All right, and what unit number are you in?
3.
Unit 3, okay.
Yes.
Do they also live in the same building?
No, they live across the street.
Okay. Was there any weapons involved?
No.
How many people are involved?
Earlier, there was about 20 kids out there screaming, yelling, ask them to leave. They're like, screw you. Now there's 3 boys.
3?
Yes.
Okay.
And the kid saying I took his iPad and all this other shit is just in his through. The only thing I was out there was a roller station. I don't want to get tangled with these children.
All right, and are they white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
I think one is Hispanic, the other 2 are black.
All right, and then the Hispanic, how old would you say he was?
Yeah, 12.
12, all right. Were they all about the same age?
Sure.
All right. All right, and then the Hispanic male, what is he wearing?
He's dark out. He's got, I think, a T-shirt and pants on.
Do you know what color T-shirt?
No, I couldn't tell him that.
Okay.
I just don't like them coming around my house. They've been coming onto my deck, my patio, and telling me, get up, when I'm watching TV and stuff. They have no business over here. There's no trespassing signs. I don't like the kids threatening me that they're going to beat me up, that they're going to get someone else to kill me. And this is just ridiculous.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
I lock my doors.
All right, who is in charge of the property?
Charles Gabbard.
I'm sorry?
Charles Gabbard owns the actual quad park.
All right, but are you on the lease?
Oh, yeah, I'm just,
Okay.
I leased the 1 unit. They just keep badgering me and badgering me. I'm just sick of these children. Now that they're home from school, it's like,
Is she calling the police to complain about 10 and 12-year-olds?
Was this when the kids like came up to her door and were banging on it and calling her names or something? Because I know that's what the defense had alluded to in the opening.
Yeah, but as I heard her, they said, get up, get up. But she was afraid they would get someone else to unalive her.
Yeah.
That sounds a bit drastic.
Crazy.
All right, do you want you to avoid that person and then keep your doors and windows locked? An officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Do you want the officer to contact you?
Please, yes.
All right.
Because what's going to happen is his mom's going to go out and wait for the officer and run and say, oh my God, I was threatening her kid, which just isn't true.
All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and let you go, but please call us back if anything changes or if you get any further information or if they do leave, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now, earlier, I think I asked you that question. I asked you if the system knows when the 911 system would have been accessed by when the caller is the call. I can show you a copy of the log of the call. When does it say the system was, when the moment the 911 caller picked up the running call?
It would be at 20:54:12.
Okay, 8:54 and 12 seconds?
8:54, 12 seconds. Yeah, sorry.
And did you in fact dispatch, or would an officer have been dispatched as a result of this call?
Yes.
And how does that actually happen?
So as soon as I drop the call as trespassing, it goes over to the sheriff's office, and then one of their dispatchers would send the unit out.
Okay. And would that be done very quickly after?
Within seconds, yeah.
Understood. Thank you, sir. May I collect the transcript, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I have all 8 transcripts from the jury. Thank you, sir. No questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Are you excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
We had a lady called Madam Time, who we used to harass when we were kids. That was not nice, and I regret it today. But she was kind of like this, an old lady who lived alone and always. I think she was a
Make sure he
bit.
doesn't have the DVD.
She always.
Make sure he doesn't have the DVD.
She was always asking, "What's the time? What's the time?" when you met her. So we made fun of her. Our parents didn't know, so, and my dad probably would have showed me how not to do that if he had found out. So kids do stupid stuff, and it's just that's a job us parents have to tell kids, don't do that. It's live.
Never mind, I do have it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
Who's the next witness?
State calls Kamisha Mobley.
Yeah, that my big problem in this case is the locked door. She had been able to call the police all the other times, but this time she chose that. I have to admit that's a big hurdle for me to get over. Agree.
For me, it truly depends on if the lady was like breaking down the door.
Yeah, if you can see that the door frame was giving or
Yes,
something.
hand, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Yeah.
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kamisha Mobley.
You have to speak up a little bit, or move up a little bit, or speak a little louder.
Kamisha Mobley.
Thank you. Where do you work?
I work for a 911 operator at Marion County Sheriff's.
How long have you been doing that?
3 years.
3 years?
Since
Let me direct your attention to
4 or
June
6
2nd,
days after.
2023 at approximately 9:02 or so p.m. Was a phone call received by the 911 center regarding a shooting that happened at or near 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes.
Did the caller, were you the call taker for that call?
Yes, sir.
Did the caller identify herself?
No.
To your knowledge, was law enforcement already en route to that location from a prior 911 call when you picked up this call?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing us the marked State Exhibit E for identification. You recognize?
No, they said she was so afraid she had installed a safety chain and put a chair under the door at night. But according to state's opening, there was no problems with the door. Yes, she pew-pewed someone through a locked door.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is my 911 recording for the call I took.
How do you recognize that?
No stand your ground
Can you
hearing.
listen to it?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the recording of the 911 call that you took from this call?
Yes, sir.
This time, state would move E into evidence next in line, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Subject to previous objections.
All right, states E will be in evidence as states number 5.
Have you also looked at transcripts?
No, she's the old lady,
Showing what the market states
the defendant.
Frank, do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on it.
Have you listened to the 911 call while reading the transcripts to ensure the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir.
Are they accurate?
Yes, sir.
What was the letter designation of that?
It was F as in Frank.
Thank you.
With permission of the court, may I publish the 911 call along with the transcripts?
Any objection?
No, sir.
The objection, you can publish a 911 call, and the transcript can be given to the jury for demonstrative purposes.
Give me access to the keys.
What's the address of the emergency?
1662 Southwest Lorinzc Place. Oh my God, this lady just tried to break down my door. I shot through the door. Oh my God.
Okay, repeat that address for me to make sure I have it correct.
1662 Southwest 107th Place.
Okay, what is your name?
Susan Lorincz.
Okay, take a deep breath for me. Calm down.
Oh my God.
You said someone tried to break down your door, is that correct?
Yes, yes, the woman was screaming and yelling and she was trying to break down my door. And she was...
Okay, was a female?
Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. She was like, "You're gonna kill me." Oh my God.
Okay, you said you shot at the door, is that correct?
Yes, I shot at the door because she wouldn't stop. I told her to get away and she wouldn't. She just decided to say it.
Okay, where's your gun now?
It's in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. This is the woman who attacked me.
Okay, do you still see the subject?
I don't know where she is. I'm still in my house. I didn't open my door to her.
Is it just only you in the home?
Yes, it's just me.
Okay, I just need you to lock all your doors and windows, okay?
I have.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on the line until the deputies get there.
Okay. They were gonna come and kill me.
And did you know her?
Yes, she's come after me several times because of her children. Her children keep trespassing over here. They're bothering me and bothering me. They won't fucking stop.
Is she a neighbor?
Yes.
Do you know where she lives?
She was at 1663 Southwest 107th Lane.
1663 Southwest 107th Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Ajike Owens.
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Ajike, A-J-I-K-E.
Okay. Just let me know when you see the deputies. And like you said your gun is put up in the bedroom.
Yes,
is that
yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And what unit number is for the subject?
I don't know. I don't know if she's one or two.
Okay.
She has an old broken down Honda or something, a white car in front of her house. It's all garbage.
You said a white Honda?
Yes. And then she has a new Acura.
Okay. You're doing good. Just take a deep breath for me. You do have deputies on the way, okay?
Okay.
And do you see the male subject or you just see the female?
See, her boys were here earlier. They keep leaving his garbage all around the house.
Okay.
And then I told them to take the crap away, get the fuck out of here.
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
I'm sorry?
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
No.
Okay.
I'm not screaming outside now.
and we do have deputies getting close, okay?
Okay, I think they're here now. I see the light.
Okay, if they're there, I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Again, for the record, just like earlier, those transcripts are used as some observations, but not in fact.
Yes, sir.
And I have all 8 transcripts from the jury.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Policy examination.
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Have a nice day.
State next calls Michael Stringer.
What's his first name?
Michael.
I don't. Yeah, it's this. This is my problem. Do I believe he was scared? Maybe. But is that enough to just?
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Don't you have to be in imminent danger?
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Michael Stringer.
Where do you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
How long?
Well, what if it's just an Amazon delivery person who knocks stupidly? I don't know. And again,
Oh God.
if I go over to Jamie's house tomorrow and knocks on the door and yell, "Jamie, open up! I'm coming in," and she buckshots me in the stomach, is it enough for her to say, "Well, I didn't understand that weird accent"? It's
You scared me.
yeah, you scared me. It's fine to be scared, but you are in your castle, and the castle isn't breached just because someone bangs on your door. And you. And she walked into the bedroom to get her pew. She could have picked up her phone, called the police while she got it, and said they're coming in. We've heard that in other cases where you can hear the pewing. I don't know.
When you work there?
I worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office for 5 years.
And as a patrol deputy, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
I respond to calls, do proactive patrol, and whatever needs to be done.
So someone calls 911, you get dispatched, and you go out to deal with whatever the situation is?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me direct your attention to June 2nd, 2023 at about 9:04 p.m. As you respond to a call about a trespass at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala.
Yes.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes.
And were you dispatched or asked to go to that scene
We don't have Amazon in Denmark, so I don't know what they do.
by the 911 operator?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were located when you were told to go to the scene?
I do believe I was at the South Multi-District Office on 441.
About how far away is that from the location where this happened?
Yes, people panic, but panic isn't. I don't think that's defined as a legal reason to unalive someone. That's probably why it's manslaughter, felony manslaughter, and not second degree unaliving. Because they too can see she might have been scared and did a stupid thing, but it's hard for me to see self-defense. I can feel we're going to have a split chat on this one, Jamie, and it's your
Yeah.
fault.
I didn't do anything. Well, I still haven't really seen heavy evidence of like her, like them being violent or really her even. It was all her saying she was saying these things. Nobody saw.
Yeah.
They just seen her banging on the door, but I have to see more.
Yeah. Well, remember throwing popcorn in his face and reaching over to grab him. That's why what the video showed, as far as I remember that case. But that's 2 years ago, I think we saw that.
Yeah, Dave's kid scared the crap out of me.
10, 15 minutes.
Did you start to head to that location immediately?
Yes.
And am I correct? Were you initially sent there for the trespass call?
Yes.
Were you alone?
No.
Who were you with?
I trained new officers, so I had an officer in training with me.
Is that a field training officer position that you have? Do you still do that now?
Yes.
What were you driving?
My marked Ford Explorer.
Did you, while you and your trainee, Deputy Barboza, were on the way to the scene, did you get updated information based on a second 911 call made?
Yes, we received a call in reference to a shooting.
Once you received the call, now being regarding a shooting, did you do anything to get there more quickly?
Yes, we activated our lights and sirens.
Right, access to the screen again. When you arrived on scene, can you tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw?
When I arrived on scene, I observed the victim to be laying in the field with multiple people standing around, and it was complete chaos. And as you can see,
I'm showing you photograph 7 of States 1. You said there was somebody lying on the ground.
yes,
Generally, where was she located?
right where the spotlight, the light you see right there.
By the
A former officer said he told AJ that she wasn't allowed to trespass, even though Susan was just a renter. She wasn't allowed to trespass onto her yard, and she apparently said something about, well, if my dog likes a certain spot in her yard, I'm gonna let it defecate there. So I'm not. There was a lot of contention between these two ladies. I am pretty sure of that. But does it give you the right to pull the trigger? That's the big question, and that's what the jury will be thinking too.
street area?
Yes.
Did you eventually determine who that person was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Miss Ajike Owens.
Did you eventually, not at this first moment, but did you eventually see any injuries to her?
I did not approach initially to find injuries, no.
Okay. At some point later on, did you learn she had been injured?
Yes, I was advised she had been injured.
Were you directed where the shooter was located?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, explain to the jury what happens when you walk up, you see Miss Owens on the ground. What do you do and why do you do it?
So when I arrived, like as was stated before, she was on the ground, and we do not know where the shooter is, the person with the gun, and we do not want to get shot ourselves. So we have to eliminate whatever threat there may be before we can address the victim.
So when you walked up, did you not stop and treat the victim at that point?
Not initially.
Okay. You went to, where'd you go?
We went to the suspect's apartment, where we then detained the suspect, so then we could attend to the victim.
And do you see where her apartment would be located in this photo, photo 7 of States 1?
Yes, it's going to be almost directly behind where the tree is.
In this general area?
Yes.
Explain what happened when you walked onto that porch.
I gave commands for the suspect to exit the home with her hands up and ensured she did not have the weapon on her. And I then placed her in handcuffs and escorted her to my vehicle so she could be secured.
We just heard the 911 call.
Did she say anything about where the weapon was?
Yes, she said it was on a bedside table.
Do you see the person that you made contact with at that door that told you that here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point around and tell me what she's wearing?
The purple jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness's identified defendant.
It was a reflect.
After she came to the door and you informed her that you were going to place her in the patrol car, did she ask you anything before you left the area where her front door was?
She did ask me about her cat.
Remember what she asked about?
Yeah, I think she asked if she could feed her cat or something.
Okay. She had some concern about her cat.
Some concern about her cat.
Understood. Was she placed under arrest at that point?
No, she was just being detained.
Okay. And was there still an investigation going on?
Yes.
Once the defendant was secured, placed in the back of the patrol car, did you then turn your attention to the victim?
Yes.
Explain what you and your trainee, Deputy Barboza, did for Ms. Owens.
I went to the back of my car where I retrieved my agency-issued medical kit bag. It's like a green bag. It has a bunch of medical supplies in it. Deputy trainee Barboza at the time began doing CPR compressions on the victim and was assisted by Deputy Weffenberg.
Are all patrol deputies trained as first responders to handle that basic life support?
Yes.
Did emergency medical services quickly arrive?
Yes.
And did they assume treatment once they arrived?
Yes.
And what happened with Miss Owens? Did she stay there or was she transported someplace?
She was transported somewhere.
Was she eventually pronounced deceased at the hospital?
Yes.
What did you do once you turned the treatment over to EMS and once she was transported?
I've been gathering it.
I always take the stand that if you're self-defending, you must take the stand. The jury will find it funny if you don't. And Josie, can you share the newest Fedorowski video link, please?
Information, trying to figure out who was there when the incident occurred, and just gather more information and gather people up into groups so I could identify who was who.
What do you do to maintain the integrity of the scene to make sure that nobody comes onto the scene or could mess up evidence and things like that?
We set up a crime scene tape, which I set up.
Is that what we see, the yellow tape in the photograph?
Yes.
Was there also a crime scene log started?
Yes.
What is that?
It's just a sheet of paper where you log everybody that comes in or out of the crime scene. That way we can keep the integrity, as he said, and a record of who was there.
At this point, would other detectives, crime scene investigators, and other members of your agency like that start coming to the scene and continue the investigation?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in collecting evidence, doing formal interviews of people, or is that what other people did?
No, that's for the detectives and stuff too.
Fair enough. After you set up this crime scene tape, did you basically just kind of save the scene for general security?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you make contact with the defendant and collect her cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, how did that happen?
I was conducting routine checks on her just to make sure she didn't have any medical issues or anything. I was sitting in the back of the car and I noticed she had pulled her phone out from somewhere, so I took it from her.
And what'd you do with it?
I placed it inside a different compartment of my vehicle.
Was that phone eventually turned over to a detective?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever look through her phone or scroll through and investigate what was on it?
No.
That's not your role?
No.
Thank you, Deputy. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Thank you.
Not any testimony I have heard. I heard something about throwing a roller skate. I haven't heard about an iPad. Maybe I missed it.
The iPad was out in the field that day, but I don't know.
Yeah, because one of the kids
That was it.
testified that the roller skate and the iPad was near the fence post, right? When they played?
Yeah. Yeah, they had it out there. Yeah.
Yeah. But allegedly, apparently, possibly, she did some searches on stand your ground rules in Florida, and I'm really interested to see if it's before or after she did the pewing. Because if it's after, it's kind of like claiming that Karen Reed is guilty because she called a lawyer when she got her car towed, which is a stupid argument because maybe she looked it up and said, I was afraid, is it self-defense? So, but yeah, I need more meat and potatoes.
I'm fine, thank you. Deputy, when Miss Lawrence exited her residence, she came out peacefully, correct?
Yes.
You described her as an older lady, is that right?
I never described her.
Only photos.
On this night, June 2nd to 2023, while we're here, you checked on her a few times because you were all there for quite a while. She was an older lady, right?
Yes.
You described the neighborhood that Miss Lawrence lived at as a troubled neighborhood, is that right?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to your state of mind, Your Honor.
So overruled.
You described this neighborhood as a troubled neighborhood, is that right?
Possibly. I don't recall.
Okay. Is it a troubled neighborhood?
Yes.
There's drug activity in the neighborhood, is that right?
Objection relevance.
Goes to your state of mind as well, Your Honor.
Approach.
Yeah. And we heard something about it earlier, but it hasn't really been mentioned yet. But maybe they're building up the story because so far we've heard all about what happened up to, but we haven't really heard anyone testify to the racial.
Yes,
sir.
Thank you, sir. Yours is.
Where she supposedly have said.
Today's next witness would be Aaron Barboza.
How they have a bunch of old farts who have nothing better to do than complain about how other people living their lives on the jury. I don't know how old the jury is. I just know it's 4 women, 2 men, all white.
You're about to be able to do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Deputy Aaron Barboza.
So you're a deputy. Do you work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office, sir?
A little over a year.
Prior to working for the Sheriff's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, sir, I did. I worked for the Broward County Sheriff's Office for approximately 3 years.
Were you a deputy down there?
Yes, sir.
And then you came up here to Marion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were working as a deputy or a trainee back on June 2nd, 2023, the day of this incident?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So while you were working that day, did you receive a call for service at 1668 Southwest? It's 107th Lane in Ocala, or 108th Lane in Ocala.
Yes, I did.
Is that did you respond to that address, sir?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of the call when you first got dispatched to that area?
So the initial call was for a trespassing.
At some point, did the call for service change to a different?
Yes, it did. And while we were en route to it, it got updated to a shooting that just occurred.
So did you arrive at the residence?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
Approximately 9:05 p.m. Oh, correction. It was approximately 9:08.
9:08?
9:08.
So approximately 9:08 p.m. you arrived. First, at the area that you arrived, is that in Marion County, sir?
Yes, it is.
What did you see when you arrived?
I saw the victim laying on the ground, and several people were stating that she was shot.
Now, did you also go to a residence and detain someone?
Yes, I did.
Okay, if you could please describe that.
In what way?
Yeah, did you like go up to the door?
So yeah, myself and my field training officer, we walked up and gave loud commands for her to exit, at which point she did exit and we were able to place her in handcuffs.
An individual who was placed in handcuffs, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him, identify him by article of clothing?
She's wearing what appears to be a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identify the defendant?
Also reflect.
Now, when you were there detaining the defendant at her door, did she make any statements to you?
Yes, she did. We asked her where the firearm was located, at which point I believe she said it was in the bedroom. And she had also asked us to make sure the door was closed because she didn't want her cats getting out.
Were you wearing a body cam that evening, sir?
Yes, I was.
Was your body camera working?
Yes, it was.
And recording?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit G for identification purposes, sir. Can you take a look at that? Have you reviewed that disc, sir?
Yes, I have.
Is that a portion?
Well, according to the police officer who testified as the number 2, she did have a legit trespassing claim. So she was told by that police officer that it was trespassing, walking into her yard and walking onto a porch. Is that trespassing? But that the first officer testified that he had told her that told AJ that she was trespassing. So again, what's up, what's down? I don't know.
Of your body camera
Don't know.
from the evening that you just testified to?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of your body camera, sir?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would have State's Exhibit G.
Is anyone above the age of 15 in this case?
I note the objection, overrule the objection. Do you want me to read the instruction on
Yes, sir.
edited recordings?
Please.
Okay. So states G would be in evidence as states number 6. Members of the jury, if you can listen carefully to me. Members of the jury, you're about to view or listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence.
This is going to be interesting.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready, Your Honor.
1 second.
I'm kind of embiggen this.
outside. She said there's an old white lady.
Do you have your travel bag? Bro, where? Ex-military. She's in that house, bro. That apartment. Right here. This first apartment. I need like a 49.
Baby, wake up. Baby, wake up.
That's right there.
Wake up, wake up. Wake up, baby, wake up. Baby, wake up. Come on. Hey, baby, wake up.
We need to do CPR real quick.
Baby, wake up.
CPR.
Baby, wake up.
Let me see. Do we have any calls? Do we have any calls? We got a pole! We got a pole! All right. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Turn around! Turn around! Where's your gun at? You got hands? You got hands? You're gonna be detained. Is there anybody else in the house?
Can I just get
No, not right now.
You're not under arrest. You're being detained.
Okay, I understand.
Come over here.
I'll wait till we close the door. I have two cats inside.
Hold on.
I have cats still running.
You guys.
Get my net back. Start giving first aid. The police bag? Green shoulder bag. Here. Go assess the person down.
Now, Deputy Barbosa, you see in your body cam as you're approaching the defendant's residence, there's an individual on the ground. Did you find out that individual was Ajike Owens?
Yes, I did.
Now, we see you leaving the patrol vehicle. What did you go and do as you left the patrol vehicle?
I then checked the victim for a pulse and to see if she was breathing, at which point I determined she was not, so I began to administer first aid.
Okay. So when you went up to Miss Owens on the ground,
She isn't arrested until after the interrogation. So it could have happened in those 4 days. But that wasn't a glass door.
No, that was her. That was. Is that?
Yeah, that was the front door with a hole in it.
Yeah, I saw that. Where's the glass sliding door?
Yeah, didn't they say glass sliding door? But there was
It's a glass sliding door that she went and banged on and then went around or something like that.
Okay, on that. Okay.
you checked for a pulse. There was no pulse. You checked if she was breathing. There was no breathing. Did you hear Miss Owens say anything?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was she unresponsive?
Yes.
Did you observe any wounds at all on Miss Owens?
She had a gunshot wound to, I believe it was the upper right side of her chest.
So you provided medical assistance?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were providing medical assistance and you were tending to Miss Owens, did you get pretty close to Miss Owens there on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were next to Miss Owens, did you ever see any firearms on Miss Owens?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see firearms in the immediate area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any weapons of any kind on Miss Owens' person?
No, I did not.
Did you see any in the immediate area?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to a Uriel Baez Rodriguez?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Was it pretty soon after you arrived there?
Maybe 10 to 12 minutes after my arrival.
Okay. And just how would you describe just his general condition?
This is in Florida. They have one of the strongest stand your grounds.
Very emotionally distraught.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Me, Zach. I'm the fatty.
Excuse?
Yes, Judge.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Does anyone need a break before we go further? All right. Next witness, please.
Okay.
To that discussion about BMI, I used to be in a approval board of our National Guard thing, what we call the Home Guard. And we had a big problem with the BMI because you can't tell anything because you get someone in, he's this tall, he's that weight. Well, he's clearly overweight. And then we had to send them a letter said, well, you have to lose 20 pounds. And some of them sent back pictures that I'm competing in this and that sport. I can't lose 10 pounds. It's pure muscle. So that's BMI is good if yeah, maybe test people instead.
It would call Deputy Ashton Wilfenberg.
I don't know what the rules are for
What's
the
his first name?
police, but we have,
Ashton, it's a female.
I think they have to do a run test every second year to make sure that they can keep up.
What's her last name?
Wilfenberg, Welfenber.
But our bailiff in the courtroom, he's a big one too. But again, we have the police with them if they suspect it's a runner.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to be able to do the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon.
According to the defendant, she was banging on the door so much she was afraid she would knock it down, yelling she was going to break the door. But no one else have heard that.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Ashton Wolfenberg, and I'm a deputy with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a deputy with the sheriff's office?
2 years, sir.
What's your position there? Just a patrol deputy?
Patrol deputy, yes, sir, and field training officer.
So I want to talk about June 2nd, 2023. Were you on duty as a patrol deputy that evening?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you receive a call for service in the area of 1668 Southwest 108th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, what time do you remember that you arrived at that residence?
I don't recall, but I can look at the CAD notes.
Sure.
We don't have that many donuts in Denmark.
Straight to yourself, man, and let me know.
We eat cinnamon rolls instead.
I'm ready, sir.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready, sir.
Okay, what time did you arrive here?
21:09 hours.
Okay, so that's 9:09?
Yes, sir.
Military time?
Yes.
All right. So you arrived at 9:09. What did you see when you arrived? Can you describe to the jury the scene?
Sure. When I arrived, I saw Deputy Stringer, who was escorting an elderly female defendant away from the residence. There was a group of people near a tree, and at their feet was the victim, Miss Owens. And there was another young deputy, Deputy Barboza, who was there trying to render Miss Owens aid.
Now, did you go up to Miss Owens there on the ground?
Yes, sir, I did.
Or did you assess the situation?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any bleeding, any blood, any injuries, things like that?
Yes. So Miss Owens was bleeding from her mouth. At the time I evaluated her, she did have a faint pulse. She had an injury to her upper right torso that was consistent with a gunshot wound. When I cut her clothing away, I didn't see any exit wound.
So you removed her shirt, and did you have to cut a bra as well?
Yes, I cut her shirt and I cut a portion of her sports bra that she was wearing in order to assess her wound better and to help treat her.
Did you treat the wound at all while you were there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you were there, did you ever hear Miss Owens make any statements?
No, sir.
Was Miss Owens unresponsive the entire time you were next to her?
Yes, sir.
Was Miss Owens ultimately taken by paramedics?
Yes, sir, she was.
Now, did you see the defendant in this case, Miss Susan Lorincz?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, you mentioned earlier, I think she was at the scene and she was being taken to the patrol car.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you speak to any witnesses in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, they're on the scene while you were there. Did you come into contact with Isaac Williams?
Yes, sir.
Did you come into contact with the Israel Owens as well?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you speak to them?
Yes, sir.
In what condition were they?
Objection relevance.
So what's the relevance of this?
Boom.
Sustain the objection. Let's move on a little bit.
That was a fast objection.
Now, when you saw Miss Owens there on the ground, you were pretty close to her.
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any weapons on Miss Owens' person?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you see any weapons on the ground right around Miss Owens' area?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you see any firearms on Miss Owens?
If any of you are law enforcement, can you tell me why you wear your vest under your shirt? I would find it so annoying. We took our frac vests over our uniform when when we were deployed. And you don't have to sit there like you are wearing a corset or something like that. But it must be really uncomfortable having it pushing up all the time because you have to have it on all the time. I know that it can go fast and you can jump out the car, but it's really annoying wearing a. And I don't know, is it a plated vest or is it just a stab vest? It must be plated when it's this shape.
No, sir.
Or any firearms on the
I have
ground?
no idea.
No, sir.
Yeah, because then again, if you're going somewhere, you can just reach and leave it next to you and then put it on. I know there's a higher probability of you getting into something, but I was in a war zone and we didn't carry it all the time. It must be so hot and so annoying because you can't breathe in those vests.
Did she ultimately put in the back of your patrol car?
Yes, sir.
And did,
But my vest had my name tag on it. I had my rank on it as well. So you can just make them fancy.
did you, I guess, stand by the defendant for
Yeah,
some
my
time
moves
during the
look
scene?
good in it too.
I stood by her briefly at the scene and I transported her to the Marion County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed by detectives.
Okay. So you spent some time with her standing there at the scene and then ultimately taking her to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And how would you describe her demeanor during your interaction?
She seemed to be indifferent. She wasn't.
Objection, improper opinion, speculation, move to strike.
Overrule the objection.
You can finish answering the question.
She seemed to be indifferent. She wasn't crying or what I would expect of somebody who is
Hold on,
just shot me.
Just describe what you saw.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but Helen, we you know how we roll on this channel. If we haven't watched it, it isn't true. I bet we will see that interrogation as well. Because yes, it looks weird. Yeah, but they only have stab vests in Ireland too, right? Because I think ours only have stab vests, and only if they go out to a hot incident, they will put on a gun or a bulletproof vest.
Okay. Thank you. I have maybe 1 second, Your Honor. No further questions.
You're excused. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
No, I think they're arguing about the bailiff.
State calls Taylor Paxton.
So it's better to look like a Lego figure. Happy Blair. Hey, you. Well, we just had like 3 shootings last week. So it's the Swedes coming over shooting in the gang wars.
May I have a seat, please? Thank you.
I wasn't fat when I was in the military. I was a svelte 170 pounds.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Taylor Paxton. I am a forensic DNA technician for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
It's going really fast. We're already at the ME.
Before you became the forensic DNA technician, what did you do?
She the ME?
Before I was a DNA technician, I was a law dispatcher for about
He's a
a year.
DNA expert at ME's office.
I am.
Oh, DNA.
How long have
Gotcha.
you been doing crime scene investigation work for the sheriff's office?
I'm cross-trained with it with DNA, so about 2.5 years,
How long have you been with the sheriff's office in total?
about 4 years.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do crime scene work?
I have a bachelor's degree with the University of South Florida for interdisciplinary social sciences.
She lived alone.
Training through the National Forensic Science and Technology Center, as well as 6 months on-the-job training for DNA and about 4 months on-the-job training for crime scene investigation.
Well, I am fat. I need to lose a
Have you heard the
lot
term
of weight.
processing a scene?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means and what it involves?
Typically, that will involve taking photographs or overalls of the scene. Sometimes it'll be also a video, and then you will investigate the scene, see if there's anything of potential value, and then you will collect those items if necessary.
Do you often, especially if the scene is such as a homicide type scene or some kind of
Jamie, can we get a lash rating on this lady?
What I see is okay. She looks fine to me.
a
Natural
more
looking.
complicated scene? Do you work in teams?
It looks like the left one is
There's
split.
usually a lot to process, a lot to collect, and it's just
well,
crime scene techs helping each other.
Are there different ways to collect different types of evidence?
Yes, there are.
What do you mean by that?
So
I have a little baby
some
screen
items
anyway.
might be swabbed, some items might be collected whole. It all depends on the scenario. Some items may only have
I would say
fingerprints
at
on them, which
least
doesn't
an
mean fingerprints
inch.
on them. It all depends on what needs to be collected.
And are you trained in the different methods of collecting and processing different types of evidence?
Yes, I am.
When you collect or find a piece of evidence that you think could be relevant to something, explain to the jury what you do with it if you're going to take it into custody and collect it.
If I'm going to take it into custody, first off, I will take an overall photo of it. So that's just a general photo of the area with the item in it. Then I'll take a mid-range photo of it, which is a closer up photo, and then a close-up photo, which is just the item itself. Then I might label it with what's called an easel, which is like a yellow tent with a number on it. And then I will take more photos of it and then collect the item in a paper bag.
You say you put it in a paper bag?
Yes.
Once you collect it and put it in a paper bag, what do you do with it?
It will then be sealed. We put our tag on it.
From
It
Jiffy
depends
Lube.
on what it is, but it'll be the case number, our initials, the date, all that kind of information, and then it will be taken into custody.
And how do you seal it?
That will be sealed with a type of evidence tape all the way around all the openings.
What do you do with that tape to make sure?
Is she even trained in evidence collection? Three
Not
different
really.
photos of evidence. And then she collects it in a paper bag. She doesn't even go to Jiffy Lube and get the paper bag. And she puts evidence tape around it. I highly doubt she has any knowledge about evidence. I, for one, know you don't take photos with anything but a potato. You toss it in some bag you have in the back of your car, and then you leave it somewhere in a police station for 4 to 6 days. Doesn't matter. Evidence tape, evidence tape.
Yep.
Sure that a year or so down the road, people know that you were the one that collected it.
That will be tagged, so that will have my initials and my unit ID on it.
Let me draw your attention to Friday, June 2nd of 2023. Did you respond to a residence located at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala? Specifically Unit 3.
Yeah, if I may, it was technically both 107th Lane and 108th Lane, but yes, it was on a curve.
Is that Marion County?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury the type of structure that location, that apartment 3 is part of?
Unit 3 or Apartment 3, it's part of a building called the Quadplex, so it's essentially 4 separate apartments that are built into one building.
When you arrived, was there already a yellow crime scene put up around the area?
Yes, there was.
Can you tell the jury a picture of what was going on when you arrived?
So it's about 10 o'clock at night, so it's pretty dark. I get there, there's multiple Marion County Sheriff's Office personnel on scene, pretty much just talking to the bystanders nearby. There was crime scene tape wrapped around what I would consider the east or the right side yard area by this unit, and there were several items scattered throughout the yard.
Without telling me what was said, because the rules in this situation don't let me ask you what other people said, but were you given an update or a briefing on the status of the investigation up to the point where you arrived?
Yes, I was.
Does that information help you in processing a scene and determining what things are relevant versus not relevant?
Yes, it does.
Did you take photos of the residence?
Of the exterior and yard area, yes.
Did you ever go inside Unit 3, the residence?
No, I did not.
Was that somebody else's role?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Catherine Medina.
And who is she?
She's at the time she was a crime scene investigator. Now she's a supervisor.
As far as your role in this case, was it primarily focused on the outside area?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I have access to the TV, please? Showing you photograph 7 of States 1. What does this show?
This is the front yard area of Unit 3.
And where is the front door to Susan Lorinc's residence?
If you see the middle green mailbox, it's just above that. So just behind that big tree.
You're just behind the tree, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. We see the yellow tape strung up. What is that?
That's the crime scene tape sectioning off that area.
Crime scene tape? I don't think she really understands her job.
Showing you photograph 8 of States 1. What do we see here?
That's just to the right of the image that you just saw. So it's the rest of the yard and more crime scene tape.
Between the residence that you were called out to investigate and the residence to the right of that, is there a relatively large open field?
Yes, there is.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 1. You mentioned some yellow easels to mark evidence. What do we see here?
You can't really see the ones in the back, but the one in the front, you can see one of the roller skates with an easel labeled 1.
Now, is this skate at easel 1, was that located outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any involvement in putting up the crime scene tape and determining how big to make the area?
No, I did not.
Did you collect that roller skate?
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir.
Mark takes the age identification. What is that?
This is a green and black roller skate from Easel 1. May I have gloves? though?
And she didn't bring home gloves in her
That's fine.
coat pocket, so it's got the.
Is that item sealed like you previously
Jamie.
described with the state?
Yes, it
Never
is.
have I
Visuals
seen
on
such
that seal?
bad
Yes,
work.
it does.
Right. Can you just open that up and you can't look inside and tell me to recognize the contents?
Getting back to the boring stuff of like looking at pictures and evidence all the time. Ugh.
Sorry, yes, it is.
What's inside?
Oh, it is a black and green roller skate.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, it is.
This time state would move H into evidence as 7.
Without objection? Without objection, states H should be in evidence as number what?
7?
7.
Yes.
I don't think this lady's girls are natural.
Can you just take it out and show the jury?
Oh, sure.
It's been a while since I've seen 4x4.
Did you find any other roller skates in that taped off area?
Yes, I did.
Actually, I went ahead. Is that photograph 10 of stage 1? Is that just a close up of the skate you just showed?
Yes, it is.
Where are the other two rollers or the other roller skates that you mentioned?
You can kind of see them. They're on the right side of the screen. I believe they're marked 2 and 3.
Showing you stage or photograph 12 of stage 1 is just a close up of those two skates.
Yes, it is.
So here's photograph 13 of stage 1. What does this show?
It's a blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Who knows the mark states exhibit I for identification? Did you collect that skate in the photo?
Yes, I did.
You'll go up inside and help me to recognize the contents, please.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Actually, if I may, this is from Easel 3. Apologies.
Let me show you first. Let me show you spaces at the J.
There we go. Yes, Easel 2.
Is that also sealed?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me to recognize the contents.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a blue and white pineapple roller skate.
Same one we see in the picture?
Yes.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
This time state would move J into evidence as states 8.
No objection.
States J be in evidence as number 8. Without objection.
And photograph, showing you photograph 14 of states 1. What does this show?
Excuse me. The other roller skate, another blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Is that the skate in that bag that I gave you first?
Yes, it is.
Can you open that up inside, tell me to recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
This time state would move I into evidence as states 9.
No objection.
Without objection, states I have in evidence as states number 9.
Would you please remove one of the skates? They're the same, aren't they?
Yes.
Show you again photograph 12 of stage 1. About how far away were those skates from the patio entrance to Ms. Lorinz's residence?
Approximately, I would say 20 to 30 feet. Not terribly far.
Show you photograph 15 of stage 1. What do we see here?
It looks like a red piece of clothing and a sign, and also the patio of Unit 3.
The patio that we see in the front door, or the front portion here, this door, is that the door to Ms. Lorinz's residence?
That is correct.
Showing you photograph 16 of states 1.
4 women, 2 men, all white. Age, I don't know.
What does this show?
It's the victim's red t-shirt.
Were you made aware that the victim was treated in that area and had clothing removed to help treat her?
That's correct.
Showing you again photograph 15 of states 1. We see an easel in the top right next to a sign. What easel number is that?
That's easel 5.
And what was found there?
It was a no trespassing private property type sign.
Showing photograph 17 of states 1. Can you describe that sign?
It was just a plastic black and white sign that said private property on it.
Are those the kind of signs that you can go and just buy at Lowe's?
Yes.
What are they made out of? Oh, are they like heavy duty? Are they?
No,
They,
it's like a piece of plastic, nothing too sturdy.
and was the sign just stuck in the ground like this when you saw it?
Yes, it was.
And photograph 18 of states 1. Is that just the opposite side of the same sign?
That's the opposite side.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, she could also be Jennifer Garner. We did see the screen. I even picked it for you.
Good afternoon. You said that you took photos of the location?
Yes.
Outside of the residence?
Correct.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what's been marked by identification as defensive exhibit B. What is it?
This is the yard area where the 2 roller skates were found in the sign.
Can you go ahead and go through and see if what else is in that file?
Okay. Picture of the shirt. Yard around the area, the patio area. A close-up of the back door. Excuse me, the sliding glass door. Another picture of the sliding glass door. A picture of the private property sign and the sliding glass door. A different angle of the same, and I did not take those pictures. I didn't count it, but yes, just the exterior area up to that point. Yes, up to this point.
So those photos that you were just looking at, the first 8 of which you said that were, oh, did I leave? Oh, that's yours.
I don't know. It wasn't mine. I don't know where it was left.
I don't think that was mine either. Sorry. So the first 8 of those photos in defense, what's been marked for identification as defense exhibit B, you took those photos?
Yes.
And were they a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took that night?
Yes.
May I have a moment to confirm with counsel?
Sure.
Why I ask these questions? Boost McFadden, down boy. But she's a cutie.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Did you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused? You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But to be honest, she kind of looked like one of those girls where you go to bed with one and when you wake up in the morning, it's not the same one. Because of the makeup.
Oh my God.
A short break. So leave your notebooks here and return to the jury. Remember, you cannot discuss the case, okay? Let me tell you guys
something. They talked a lot about, have you heard about this case? If you have, can you put aside your biases? Do you have any preference for law enforcement? All the standard questions. I think they asked about pew-pews as well. Audio is really bad, so it was hard to hear because they didn't use the...
They started to, but I think you were shutting down yesterday because he started to ask them like what they thought of like carrying.
Yeah, they did ask about carrying firearms, and I heard
when
one
you should be
answer
able to
that
use it, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, and I think the first one answered, well, you're allowed to if you're allowed to have it, you're allowed to have it.
Yeah.
So they did all the usual stuffs. Senkat, that's what I tried to say when I got called a misogynist. It's not that I say anything about her looks. I just say it's wrong for the defense to try and portray them in it, because they're going to see. They just saw a body cam video of her where she looks totally different, and I think the jury will sit there and say, "Are they trying to trick us?" And so it's not because women can't wear a certain color or wear a certain outfit. I just don't think it's a good idea for the defense to try and make people look as frail and as weak as possible, because you will see perhaps some video of her yelling or something, and then you'll sit there and say, why is she acting for me right now? I think it's a bad idea, and it has nothing to do with it's a she. They did the same with the Nicholas Mew case. He looked really, I think he was really out of it. But when he took the stand, he might not have put off the best vibe, even though I believed him, because I think he got convicted because he lied during interrogations. But trying to make them look smaller and physical weak, you can see with your own eyes if there's body cam, and I don't like that. We just saw body cam footage for when she was detained. Well, Sarah Boone looks wonderful after 25 years in prison.
She has her hair gel. That's all she needs.
Yeah, and Mew lost a lot of weight, but it's that slumping forward and it just comes off a bit disingenuous when you then see them on video, because it's such a but I know it can be years past and you can have lost a lot of weight, but it still looks kind of Ponytail has a pretty smile. Well, intern Blue Shirt has a thermal flask, so Jamie will be calling him later.
Oh, Jesus.
She likes a good thermos.
Yes, I like a good tumbler. I have a whole cupboard of them.
I need more. I only have this one. I need to go back to the US. We don't really have them here in Denmark.
Really? I'm so surprised.
I've told you this a million times. The only place I can get a Yeti is in is like an outlaw store, a Boy Scout store, or something like that. And then I visit my daughter, and what does she have? A knockoff Yeti. You would be so
I
proud.
was going to say, don't spend the money. There's so many good knockoffs.
There's so many good knockers.
So many good knockers.
Yeah, Amber Heard, yes, the way she portrayed herself in court as well. It was so, because when I sit in a courtroom and my mind wanders sometime, and you're sitting there and you look at the defendant, also to try and guess, are they honest? And it's easier when we just have a defendant falling asleep, but sometimes the way they are acting on the stand, and then when they're over near their counsel, you'll say, you come off a bit shady, my friend. Does Jamie have an Auntie Bev colored one?
I have all kinds. Who knows what? I don't remember what her color was.
Jamie have a bedazzled? No, I don't have a Stanley. I have a Chavis. I really like it. I loaded it up when I drove up to my door the other day. That's roughly 2 hours, and when I'm bored, I drink a lot. But I was in there. We were eating. Blah blah blah. Got a gift from her. She's a nice girl, and a couple of hours later came out, and I had like a quarter of it left. I was still cold. I like that. Yeah, I think you'll spend a lot of time looking at them, and that's why I think no one believed her. Well, the only thing you can say about the harassment is that you had this 911 call, or the police being out there a year before. So yeah. Was just all real door situation? Well, as far as I saw, it was a real door. The one with the hole in it was a real door. Apparently, someone said it was the glass door she was knocking on, but it's the real door that got the hole in it.
Yeah, it sounds like she went to the glass sliding door and was banging on it and then went around to the front door,
Yeah.
is what I got out of it.
Just some scheduling issues, Judge.
Okay, great. 1 second. You want to bring her out for this, or you?
Probably.
Okay. My schedule's wide open. I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, she doesn't
My schedule's wide open. I don't know
have
what your
those skinny alco legs anymore. No, Jamie said that the side door was glass, but the front door with the hole in it was a, what do you call it? Like a field door? Or, yeah, like a
Yeah, just
proper
like
front door.
Yeah, like a wood door, they said.
Yeah, a wooden door, yeah.
All right, you have Mr. Lawrence back at you.
Judge, so Mr. Weston has informed us that you're potentially arresting someone on you.
Potentially.
And so we had previously discussed that it would be later on in the afternoon. So as the court is aware,
I'm gonna mute you, Tim, because I can't hear shit.
we're gonna do our best to have at least one eyewitness here tomorrow after lunch, just in case to be ready.
Okay.
But after that, I just don't know if we can get our expert witnesses here tomorrow since that's in the morning.
All right. Well, I mean, I hate to have too much time wasted, but I understand flight schedules.
We are ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So the state has 2 more witnesses today. One's the main crime scene technician who's going to take a decent amount of time, then the landlord. I called the Florida Department of Law Enforcement analyst off since she was coming from Jacksonville. I didn't want her getting here and then not having time to finish her. So we may run a little ahead of schedule. So we may be done early today.
I mean, I don't think the jurors are going to complain about going home early. So I just don't want to be like, hey, we have huge long stretches where they're sitting here with nothing to do but sit in a jury room. That's my concern, because people sit in a room for 2-3 hours, nothing to talk about. Who knows what's going to go through their mind? But so let's see. So you guys are probably going to rest sometime early afternoon.
Either at noon, or it depends if we get the medical examiner on before or after lunch. Either way, the medical examiner is going to be short.
Okay.
So hopefully, I think we'll be done by noon, but it may be 20 minutes after lunch.
We're not finishing 20 minutes after noon, I can tell you that. We'll either get done somewhere before, because the problem is they're bringing the jurors' lunches in.
Absolutely.
At like 10:30 or so. So I don't want to keep them here 2 hours, so.
The medical examiner will either be at like 11:30 or
Right.
at 1 o'clock after lunch.
Right. I just can't have her go till like from like noon to 12:20 because the lunch is just sitting here too long. You know, I think today was probably not too bad. I mean, I put it in the fridge, so we're not like giving them a botulism or anything like that. But I don't want to sit too long, you know. So and the way it is now with the lunch vendor, they have to bring it early before their lunch rush. So we all have to work with what we have. And so just keep that in mind. So I'll probably go to lunch a little bit early than late. Late is the hard part.
Then I will plan on having the medical examiner after lunch. If that's
Okay. And then you guys, whatever you guys can get on. And then if you're done for the day, you're done for the day.
Yes, sir.
I just don't want to have a situation where we're doing this at 10 and then, okay, I don't have another person until 2 o'clock. You know, that's to me is a problem with them sitting there, you know, just looking at each other for 2 or 3 hours, you know, in a small room. So if you finish, you know, do that. If you do that, then if we have time in the afternoon, it probably would do us best to, if you have a reasonable anticipation of what jury instructions are going to look like, try as much as we can to hammer out every jury instruction so we're good to go.
I think we are good to go with jury instructions.
Okay.
Both sides are.
I think the draft I sent you, Judge, we all agree.
You know that my definition of good to go is you've taken it home, you've read it out loud to someone in your house, because reading it out loud is where you always find some little error.
I didn't read it to someone in my house, but I did read it out loud in my office.
I'm just telling you, usually, you know, I'll get halfway through and there's a wrong word, and then you'll see me stop and try to figure things out. But otherwise, if everyone's good, you know, we'll just, you know, if everything is good, that's fantastic. That's the way it should go. And then we'll just, you know, once you sign off on them, that's when I make copies and do all the rest of that stuff. So if everyone good, you know, if we're good with jury instructions, that's perfect for me. I'm not really someone who's known for being that patient on jury instruction issues. I'm working on my patience, but you know, there's a limit to it. So that's fine. So. If there's one thing AI can come up with is an AI reading jury instructions, then it'll be worth all the technology we ever had to do.
He could probably just like computer generate you and have you read them on the screen. Like,
You gotta try it. Just sit down, read stuff out loud, monotone. Try not to make a mistake. See the joy in all of it. So,
Joy.
all right. I see everyone's back. Are we ready for jurors to come back?
Yes, sir.
So what I got from this is the state will be resting after the medical examiner tomorrow. Yeah, the medical examiner tomorrow, which they will bring at around 1, short one. We have two more witnesses for today, and they didn't have anyone else, so they'll probably end early. And then they'll bring an eyewitness tomorrow and a medical examiner after lunch. So yeah, this is a normal case. 2 days, bingo bango, let's go. And then the defense will begin. Doesn't seem like the defense is gonna spend too much time. They'll probably, it's Wednesday tomorrow. They might have witnesses ready to go tomorrow, or they'll end early tomorrow and then start Thursday. I don't know. But they already have the witness instructions hammered out more or less, which is the beauty of working with a public defender and a public prosecutor. They know each other. They know the game. They know each other's small little tricks and tracks, so they don't get they don't have to sit and fight over every word, because both sides know they can't sneak too much past the other one. And chat, calmly. Don't start fights with each other, or else I will turn this stream around and we will start over again, and you'll be put in the naughty chair, all of you. Landlord, I thought he said eyewitness. Boosh, stop poking Sean Bird. Sean Bird, stop poking Boosh. I will put your sister in between you on the back seat, and I'll turn the stream around. I'm just saying it now. Jamie will get over there.
Everyone just calm down. We're just having fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed, okay?
She will send
Why
the
so
cicada army after
serious?
you.
Stop
Yeah.
being so serious.
Discuss something else. Or else I'll send you over on Law and Crime chat, and you'll have to stay over there for a day.
And raise your hand, face clerk.
You swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be had? I do.
Have a seat, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello,
Would you please
Oh,
introduce
she's
yourself to
cute
the jury?
too.
I'm Catherine Medina.
Where do you work?
I work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a forensic crime scene supervisor now.
How long have you been in crime scene work at the Sheriff's Office?
Just about 8 years, or I'm sorry, 9 years now.
Can you describe for the jury your training experience that allows you to do crime scene work?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a specialization in criminalistics. And while I was in college, I volunteered for 3 years with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, their crime scene section. And then after I got hired, we went through a 16-week training process. And then after that, I have about 500 additional hours of specialized training.
Can you direct your attention to June 2nd, 2023? Did you become involved as a crime scene?
Chris Mullen, we're live. We are not tomorrow. Jamie, do you think Chris has a bit of a drinky poo problem?
What happened? Chris. That's adorable. Well, she is in Australia, so
Yeah, she is tomorrow.
it is very confusing for her, I'm sure.
An investigator in the case of state of Florida versus Susan Lorincz.
I did.
That's the grift.
Did you end up going to the hospital to document Miss Owens, Miss Ajike Owens?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you take photographs of certain things and clothing and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Is that standard procedure in any kind of homicide?
Yes.
After you finished there at the hospital, where did you go?
After the hospital, I went to the incident location.
Was that in Marion County?
Yes, it was.
What was going on when you arrived at the scene?
At the scene, our DNA technician, Taylor Paxton, was finishing processing the outside, and a search warrant was being completed for the interior of the residence.
Is there something up with my voice? I don't know. I hear myself the normal way because it's inside of my head. It's really yelling at the other voices to be quiet.
No, you sound fine to me.
Yeah, I think Dream is just she's been in the Slivovich.
Search warrant document that allows you and law enforcement officers to go inside a location and collect evidence.
Yes.
Is that signed by a judge?
Yes, it is.
Did you have, we've already heard from crime scene investigator Paxton, did you have any involvement in processing the outside on the grass area?
No, I did not.
What was your focus?
My focus was mostly on the inside of the residence.
Did you take photographs of the residents and the inside of the house and things that you found inside that were relevant?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, she looks, and maybe it's there's a reason why all my relationships ends with me crying. But she looks like one of those quirky girls that you can have fun conversations with about everything. She looks really interested in quirky things, and I like it a bit of meat on the bones.
Who doesn't?
See you, Puddletown.
Showing you photograph 19 of States 1. What do we see here?
Right now, you're standing
Hi,
in the lawn
Puddletown.
area on the side of the building, the quadruplex. Right now, we are facing her, the unit 3.
Her meeting Miss Lawrence.
Yes.
Photograph
No.
20.
I'm so sorry. Let me correct myself. That was, yes, Miss Lawrence.
Okay, good thing.
Yes.
There's a glass sliding door here.
Right now, you're standing at the exiting or entrance of the port.
And I would be more afraid if she was trying to get through the glass door, because look at the wood down here. That's rotten. It's not that well kept.
Oh, and it's like right next to the door. So yeah.
Yeah, you could kick this in with one kick.
Oh, for
but then
sure.
it'll probably cut your leg. But the problem is, this is where the hole is.
Rich, and you can see the sliding glass doors and the front door.
Photograph 21 of stage 1. What about this?
This is a close-up of the sliding glass door.
And what did you notice on the sliding glass door?
There was a sign that said no trespassing, and there was a camera that was taped to the inside of the door.
Did you examine the sliding glass doors?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice any damage to them?
No, I did not.
Any cracks, dents, breaks, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Any dents to the frame around the sliding glass door or the handle?
No.
You mentioned a camera that was taped on the inside of the sliding glass door.
Yes, the camera was taped on the inside, but was facing, the camera itself was facing outward.
Is that the black box we see to the right of the handwritten no trespassing sign?
Yes.
Photograph 22 of stage 1 is just close to what you described.
Yes, it is.
Showing you photograph 23 of stage 1. What is this?
This is the front door on the exterior side.
You mentioned the ring camera or the camera on the inside of the sliding glass door. Did you have any involvement in examining that ring camera or seeing if there was any footage collected from that ring camera?
No.
That was somebody else's job?
Correct.
Turning to the front door, what did you notice of significance in the front door?
On the exterior, before going in, I did observe a hole that was suspected to be a gunshot hole.
And where on the door was that located?
It is on the first column, the second row, right there where the pointer is.
Before we get to that hole,
This is my 2 EPD.
showing you photograph 24 of stage 1.
EPMD.
Did you notice any damage to the door's locking mechanisms, the doorknob, the deadbolt, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did you look for such damage?
Yes, we did.
Showing you photograph 25 of stage 1. Did you notice any damage to the door frame?
Yes, I did.
Explain what you saw.
There was cracks along the door frame near the strike plates.
Did you notice any evidence of repair to that area?
Yes, it appeared to be partially repaired.
And
Does it look like it have had massive water damage?
It just looks old and rotted. Like,
Yeah, because it's cracked on this side and it's cracked up here and here. But
Mhm.
that's old cracks with new strike plates in it. But everything just looks rotten. And her curtain looked like it had been wet. It must smell terrible in there.
explain what you saw.
Inside of the cracks, there were some screws that appeared to be on top of the cracks. And the deadbolt strike plate was on top of the crack, as well as it did not have significant damage to it. And the bottom lock strike plate had what appeared to be regular wear and tear on it.
Did you notice any wooden splinters or remnants of the door in the area, either right outside or right inside the door on the ground?
No, I did not.
Did you look for that evidence?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, because if it gets water, the wood
Stage
splits.
1. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the suspected bullet wound, or excuse me, suspected bullet hole on the exterior side of the door.
Photograph 27. What does it show?
This is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole with a marker with a scale of measurement and a pointer, which is labeled A.
And why did you choose A to designate this bullet hole?
We typically have easels and pointers, and our easels have numbers and our pointers have letters to distinguish the two.
When you were examining the exterior of the door, did you look to see if there was any damage to the exterior of the door itself, besides the bullet hole?
I did examine it.
And what did you find?
I did not see anything of significance.
Any dents on it?
No,
Any scratches?
no,
Any other holes?
no.
Did you also measure the location of the bullet hole in reference to the side of the door and the bottom of the door?
Yes, I did.
Why do you do that?
We use that to map it so that it could be recreated if necessary.
Show me photograph 28 of stage 1. What do we see here?
This is the tape measure at the bottom of the door to show where we placed it.
And photograph 29 of stage 1. What does this show?
This is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole and the tape measure from the bottom up to the top, showing you a close-up of the measurement of the hole.
And what was the measurement of the hole? How high from the bottom of the door was the hole located?
The center of the hole is typically what we measure, and the center of that hole was a little bit less than 52 inches high.
51 3/4.
Photograph 30 of stage 1. When you went inside of the house, did you also examine the inside of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 31 of states 1. What did you notice on the inside of the door?
The inside of the door also had a suspected bullet hole that was in a similar area as the exterior hole.
Was it in a location consistent with one hole being an entrance and one hole being an exit?
Yes, it appeared to be, yes.
And for the record, how did you designate the inside damage to the door from that bullet?
We used the pointer B to distinguish the two that are different, and then the scale of measure is also on the side of it.
Did you notice any damage except for the hole to the inside of the door? Any dents,
Congratulations, Selena.
No, I did not.
Did you again measure the distance of the inside bullet hole from the bottom of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 32 of states 1. What does this show?
This is showing the overall scale of the tape measure from the bottom to the hole.
And photograph 33 of states 1. What was the measurement of the location of the hole?
The center of the hole appeared to be 52 inches.
Yes, because I learned that in the Karen Reed case. Neppercracker is the guy who says, "Get off my lawn." Jamie taught me that.
Did you also measure the location of the bullet holes on the inside and outside of the door as it relates to the unhinged side of the door where it opened and closed?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 31 of states 1. What do we see here?
This is the tape measure showing from the hole from the interior and the unhinged side of the door.
And what was the, showing you photograph 35 of states 1, what was the distance of the hole from the unhinged side of the door?
It was just under 10 inches.
Did you do the same thing on the outside of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 36 of states 1. Is that what this shows?
Yes.
Photograph 37 of states 1. What was the distance from the unhinged side of the door horizontally?
This was also just under 10 inches.
Showing you photograph 38 of states 1. What do we see in this photograph?
This is the front door being open, and inside you can, or towards the center, there is a trajectory rod that is going through the two holes.
Explain what a trajectory rod is.
A trajectory rod is a metal rod that is used to go through the possible bullet hole.
They
to
should
show a
have made
possible
that a
trajectory
different
path
color.
of the bullet.
And we see, is that what we see in the photograph? The yellow item is the
Oh,
rod?
I should have
correct.
biggened
Is
this.
that one rod or two rods?
Well,
That is one
yeah,
rod.
because
So it's
can't
one
see it.
floating through the door, through the two holes.
Yes, correct.
We also see some black items that are close to the door on the end of each of the trajectory rods on the door side of it. What are those?
Those are cones that we use. We use them so that the trajectory rod is placed into the center of the hole and so that it is more stable.
And what do you mean by that? How do you do that?
We use the cone and then the rod goes through the cone, so it's right in the center of it. And then we push the cone into the hole gently so that we're not changing or altering the hole itself.
I'm assuming that not all holes are the exact same size as the trajectory rod.
That's correct.
Okay. Do those black rubber stoppers give that some stability?
Yes.
Once.
Have you had any training in dealing with trajectory rods and placements and things like that?
I've gone to one shooting reconstruction class where we did use them, and I've also practiced and used it in my college education.
Did you measure the angle by which that trajectory rod entered the door on both the inside and outside?
Yes, I did.
And what's the point of doing that?
That's to show the angle, whether it's upward or downward, to show the path of the bullet hole.
And what does photograph 39 of states 1 show?
The picture is showing the cone is the little black part through the hole, and then the trajectory rod is the yellow, and the orange box is the digital angle finder that is attached to the trajectory rod.
And how does it get attached to the trajectory rod?
It's magnetic.
Okay, so it just sticks on there?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the angle, the trajectory angle according to the angle finder?
On the inside of the door, it appeared to be 8.8 degrees.
Did you do the same thing on the outside?
Yes, I did.
The same process you just described?
Yes, correct.
And what was the angle on the outside of the door?
From the outside, it was 7.8 inches, or I'm sorry, 7.8 degrees.
Are those the trajectory rods that are used? Are they, what are they made? Are they metal? Are they stiff? Or are they all pliable?
They're metal and they are stiff.
Showing photograph 41 of states 1. Explain what we're looking at here.
So right now I am standing inside the living room area, looking towards the door and the wall behind the door. The rod is to the right inside of the door, so you can see the yellow rod, the black cone, and then on the opposite end of the cone is the black laser. That's the applicator for the laser. It is attached, it just screws into the trajectory rod, and then from there you turn it on, and it shows the trajectory path of the bullet potentially, and we just photographed it at that.
And generally, if the gun was fired from the inside of the house,
Only one shot. We haven't heard anything about a jam.
through the door outside of the house, what kind of angle did the trajectory laser show? Just to be very general.
It just shows the angle of either the shooter or the bullet, depending on which way you have the laser.
Was it from the inside of the house? Was it an upward or downward angle?
From the inside of the house, it was downward, and the inside of the hole, the metal piece of the door was going inward, and on the outside of the door, the metal was protruding outward.
And what does that tell you as far as the direction of travel of the projectile?
It appears
Objection,
that.
Your Honor. May we approach? Sure.
So it was a metal door.
Yeah. Once they got up close to it, you could tell.
Yeah. I don't know what all this fancy smancy lasers, evidence markers, tape measures. I'm not. Is this from the future? That's not how you run a crime scene.
Overrule the objection. Hold on 1 second.
Poke salad Annie.
You mentioned that the metal on the interior of the door was pressed inward into the door, and the metal on the exterior of the door was pressed outward outside of the door.
Correct, yes.
What does that tell you about the direction of travel of the projectile? Was it from the inside of the house, shot through the door, to the outside, or vice versa?
That shows that the bullet came from the inside of the house and is outside because of the metal protruding outward.
Photograph 42 of stage 1. What do we see here?
This is the second half of the trajectory laser that was shown.
No, the laser is probably to determine, because according to what the defense stated, she was standing behind the couch when she pulled the trigger. So it seemed like that would be quite a high angle if she would be back there. So it's to figure out where she was, because if she's 5'5", how at what distance would she have her pew to hit 4 feet 4 over the floor? That's why they put the laser on it, and they probably don't mind using the fancy stuff.
Photograph 43 of stage 1. Did you locate anything in the corner of the inside of the house by the door in the corner?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
There was a dark color umbrella.
Maybe photograph 44 of stage 1. What is that?
That is a close-up of the umbrella.
Laura, I can't legally own a gun unless I I join a gun club or I take a hunting certificate. We had 3 shootings in the last 7 days. In countries where guns aren't available, the criminals will still get them.
May I approach?
Sure.
Show me State's Exhibit L.
Hey, Scarlett.
Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
This is the umbrella from behind the front door.
Is that type of seal?
It is.
Already heard about how evidence is sealed. I'm not going to ask you those questions again. But can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I believe it was a 38. Well, wouldn't they normally tumble when they hit something? And it looks like the path had been through and through. If it was tumbling when it hit the wall or the door, it would have a clean through and through. Yeah, in the UK they just use machetes instead.
I do recognize it.
What is it?
That is the dark color umbrella that is behind the front door.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
This time State would move L into evidence as 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection, stage L, unanimous to stage number 10. Yes, sir.
Hey, E. Cola tea.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you those.
Tea.
Can you describe to the jury the interior of the house?
The interior of the house was furnished. It was well kept. It was clean.
Can you describe kind of the layout of the house?
So when you first walk in into the entryway, on the left side is your living room. Straight ahead from you would be a small round table with 2 chairs, which is the dining area. Past the dining area was a galley kitchen. To the left of the galley kitchen was a laundry room and pantry. And then back when you're in the living room on your left side, there is a hallway that had a bathroom and 2 bedrooms.
So what, photograph 45 of stage 1, what perspective is this?
This is from standing inside the entryway, and you're looking straight ahead. So you can see the dining area and the kitchen, and on the left side is the living room.
And you mentioned a hallway leading to the bedroom. Is that the bedrooms? Is that down this direction?
Yes,
On the
it would be.
photo?
Yes.
Is the kitchen area behind these white cabinets in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Photograph 46 of stage 1. You mentioned the table and the 2 small chairs in front of the kitchen. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Photograph 47 of stage 1. What are we looking at here?
This is standing partially inside of the kitchen, looking at the kitchen countertop.
And where is that table, a small table and the 2 chairs we saw in the previous photo?
You can partially see it in the background, so it's just past on the right side.
Over here?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Did you locate anything of significance on the counter in the middle of this photograph?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
There's a spent cartridge casing on the countertop.
Is that designated by easel 1?
Yes.
Showing those marked states exhibit M as in van. Recognize that item?
I do.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize it.
What is it?
It is the spent cartridge casing from the kitchen counter.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes.
It's time state would move M into evidence as 11.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states M will be in evidence as number 11.
Showing photograph 48 of stage 1. Is that close to the casing?
Yes, it is.
What caliber was the casing?
It was a Blazer 380 Auto.
How do you know that?
It's marked on the head stamp of each casing what kind it is.
So going back to photograph 45. of
Oh, my stint with the
casing
TSA
that you
took that
found
out
that
of
we
me.
just looked at, would that be just underneath the backside of this white cabinet
Yes.
on the counter?
Yes.
Photograph 49 of stage 1. What perspective is this photograph?
This is when you're standing in the entryway facing a little left, so you can see the living room and the hallway.
The kitchen we just looked at, would that be to the right of this photograph?
Yes, correct.
And what's down this hallway?
That hallway contained 2 closets, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms.
And photograph 50 of stage 1. What perspective is this?
This is when you're standing on the other side of the living room, so near the dining room table, and you're looking towards the front, which is the front door and the sliding glass door.
And these curtains that we see on the right side of the photograph, are those covering the inside portion of the sliding glass doors?
Yes, it is.
Back to photograph 49. Did you go into the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Showing
Relevance?
photograph 51. What do we see here?
This is from standing at the entryway of the master bedroom, and that is looking into the bedroom.
Did you search this bedroom also?
Yes.
Was there a trash can located next to the bed in this bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 52. What does this show?
This is showing the bed on the left side, and then you have a nightstand on the right, and in between the two is the trash can.
Did you locate anything of significance in that trash can underneath the marker number 3?
I did, yes.
What'd you find?
There were 2 firearms.
Showing you photograph 53 of stage 1. What does this show?
This is showing a close-up of the easel number 3, and inside of the trash can, you can see the 2 firearms.
Photograph 54. What do we see here?
I know I'm talking for from a non-owning perspective. I don't like your storing your pew-pews out in the open like that, but again, that's probably just me. That's
Yeah.
that's a weird way to store your pew-pews. I know it's
I agree.
so it's ease of access, but still, that seems like a weird place to keep it. But isn't Ruger a bad gun?
You're talking to the wrong person. I have no idea.
Jamie, you're an American. All Americans are armed to the teeth. I read that in the newspapers all the time.
Not me, unfortunately.
No.
This is the firearm that was on top. It was inside of a holster.
And what kind of firearm was that?
That is a Ruger LCP-2.
You know what caliber?
It's a 22 long rifle caliber.
Yeah, her interrogation video is out there. Quite weird.
Showing you photograph 55 of States 1. What does this show?
This is the firearm that is outside of the holster now.
You said this is a 22 caliber firearm. Is that a different caliber than the caliber?
Yes, it's smaller.
Yes.
Photograph 56 of States 1. Was this firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember with how many rounds?
There was 1 round in the chamber and 7 rounds.
I don't like this argument, as James Bond says. No, not that one. Who was it? Totally Russian, but yeah, 2. It's 2 bad, or 10, or 1. Any number would have been bad. She didn't use this one. So why are we spending time on it? Unless it's illegal and she's charged with having an illegal pew. I think this is shenanigans. There's no reason to talk about. As long as it's legal, she could have Arnold's full loadout from Commando in there. As long as it's legal, you don't go into that. I find that being stupid. This isn't the one she used. It doesn't matter.
In the magazine.
And photograph 57 of States 1. What does this show?
This shows the ammunition that was inside of the magazine.
Did you collect this firearm as well as the ammunition?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit N as in Nancy and O. Take a look at those items and tell me if you recognize them.
It's not illegal. If I lived in the States, I would have way more. I would have as many as I could keep in my house. And I
Which
would
is all of them. All of them.
I would love to live in a place where it's illegal to have, because I really enjoy pewing. I always enjoyed pewing. My dad took me to a pewing range when I was a big kid. I've shot lots of 22 rounds. Then I spent almost 10 years in some connection to the military. Loved every time we got to say pew pew. I would love to live in America and have the right to own and carry and all of that. And I would have just as many as I wanted. And whenever anyone would say, but why do you need? Because the Second Amendment allows me to have them.
Well, yeah.
And that's why do I need 7 unbuilt Lego sets? I don't, but I like to build Lego and I like to buy what I find cool. Why do you need 5 loaded pistols? Because you find them cool. As long as it's legal, don't matter if you have 1 or 45. She only used 1 of them. So what's the problem? Yeah. I don't like that. The right to bear and hold arms. Exactly. Well, he didn't tell our founding fathers that. No, and if you don't like them and you are afraid of them, never ever have them. Not even for personal protection. it's more likely that you'll pew yourself. But if you're a responsible person who knows how to handle it, make sure you practice a lot. It's just a tool, like everything else, and just make
They're
sure
really fun.
you train.
They're super fun if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I love it, and I'm so sad that we didn't get to try it with my kids when we were over there, because I wanted to show them it's just a tool. It's nothing. It doesn't just jump out of the gun safe and starts unaliving people. You have someone doing this to it.
I do.
What are they?
The one in the bag is item 17, and that is the 8 rounds of ammunition that were inside of the Ruger firearm. And then the other one is the Ruger firearm and the holster and the magazine.
Do you normally, by policy, package the ammunition found in a firearm separately from the firearm?
Yes, we do.
Why is that?
That's for safety reasons, so that it cannot be reloaded by any chance inside of there and for processing purposes.
Can you please open those items up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I don't have any.
Those are more terrifying than pew-pews, in my opinion, because I would be that person.
I do recognize both of them.
What are they? Specifically, let's start with State's Exhibit N as in Nancy. What is that, the box?
This is the firearm, the holster, and the magazine.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from that trash can that evening?
Yes.
This time, State would move N as in Nancy into evidence as State's 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states N to be in evidence is number 12.
And moving on to the bag, State's O. What's in there?
Those are 8 rounds of ammunition
Are
from
they
the
in the same-
magazine.
I'm sorry. Are they in the same or substantially the same conditions when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
This time, State would move O into evidence as 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states O to evidence is number 13. Was the magazine with 13? Or was that separate?
The magazine is in 12.
Okay.
And the court commission may have asked the bailiff to take a look at it and put a trigger lock on it.
Sure.
Yeah, I think she's a beautiful lady. I think they're marking it for evidence. Maybe they showed it. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to pick it out of the box. Yeah, Panella, could you stop sending your 16 and 17-year-olds over here and dropping hand grenades and pewing people? I believe it's like 5 or 7 Swedes that's been apprehended the last couple of weeks.
What is happening?
The gangs in Copenhagen is hiring Swedish teenagers to come over here and pew their rivals. and
Alright.
causing hand grenades.
You published the firearm injury.
Only for a year. This happened last year. It's because California can run itself. It's such a beautiful, wonderful state where everything is perfect. So he moonlights in Florida.
This is the firearm. Yes, I will.
Is that the Ruger?
And this is the firearm. Excuse me, this is the magazine.
You mentioned there were 2 firearms found in that trash can, is that right?
Right.
Showing you photograph 58 of states 1. What do we see here?
This is the second firearm that was inside of the trash can.
So you picked up the .22 caliber Ruger we just looked at, and this was underneath it.
Yes.
Photograph 59 of states 1. What do we see here?
This is showing it outside of the trash can with the contents that was of the pouch.
Again, she didn't use this one.
Photo 60 of states 1.
This is the firearm inside of the pouch and is now taken out.
Photograph 61 of states 1.
This is showing that there was 1 round of ammunition inside of the chamber of the firearm.
Photograph 62 of states 1.
This is
this
showing
is
that
the
it
one.
was, the slide was pushed back and safe.
What kind of firearm was this?
This is a Remington RM380.
Is the caliber of this Remington the same caliber as the casing you found on the counter next to the kitchen counter at Eagle One?
Yes.
Did you collect the firearm and the ammunition contained in the firearm?
Yes.
Show me states exhibits P and Q.
Oh, that's a Remington. So that's an American.
I do.
What are they?
The box is the Remington firearm and 2 magazines and a Ruger gun pouch, which is what it was in. And then the bag has 4 rounds of ammunition that were from the
22 long rifle.
Can you open those items up, look inside, and recognize the contents?
Yeah, they're in Copenhagen. So that's my problem. The Ruger was a 22 long rifle, and the Remington was 38. Say hey to Mr. Driver Man, or Madam Driver Woman. Hope it's a better driver than Jamie.
Hey, I haven't gotten in any accidents.
You yelled at a person because you wanted to do an illegal U-turn.
It was, well, no one was around. It wasn't illegal.
Iris?
She doesn't count.
Well, she was with you in the car when
I
you
do recognize both.
yelled at people.
Yeah. Get off my road.
What is that?
This is the Remington firearm, the pouch, and 2 magazines.
Is it all in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on June 2nd?
With additional packaging, yes.
Was that item sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
Yes.
Do they do their own test fires based on your training experience?
Oh, well.
Yes, they do.
Are those
I don't know
consistent with the additional packaging you just mentioned?
Yes.
This time, state will move states P into evidence as 14.
No objection, Your Honor.
That objection states P with evidence number 14.
You also recognize states exhibit Q.
I do.
What is it?
Those are 4.
No, she admits she did it. Again, this case is just like the Benefield case. Was it illegal pewing? Was she in a reasonable fear? And when you have to determine reasonable fear, it's not what you believe is fear, it's what the reasonable person would believe put you in fear. It's a really hard, stupid thing to say, but that's what this case is about, because it's legal in Florida to protect yourself if you are in a reasonable fear. But they claim she wasn't. But again, she's only charged with felony manslaughter. It's not second degree, so it's not. She didn't intend
or rounds of ammunition that were from the firearm.
Are they also in the same, substantially the same conditions when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
This time, state would move Q into evidence as 14, Your Honor.
Without
15,
objection.
excuse me.
Without objection.
Without objection, Q with evidence number 16.
15, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so let me go back. So P is 14 and Q is 16?
15, sir.
Yeah, reasonable.
Correct.
Because it's the same about if some, I don't know if you have the same rules as we have in Denmark, but if someone threatens you, it's not if you are afraid, it's if a reasonable person could be afraid, because someone stepping up to me and say, I'm gonna F you. No, probably not that. They can say that if that's a nice lady. I'm gonna unalive you. I might just say, you and what army? But another person could interpret it as a threat. And so there's that rule. Just because I'm a big boy and I seen stuff, man. Charlie was in the trees. I might not be scared as easy as someone else. Chris is behind. So 2 hours ago when we talked about Yetis, it's a mint green teal Yeti, Jamie.
Ooh, mint green is like, I love that color. I need to get one of those.
It was Baker.
Record, Your Honor, the trigger lock has been placed on the breed. Am I closing it?
I can't get over how correct this case is being done after watching Karen Reed. Correct evidence bags, the pew with the pew locks on it, wearing gloves, evidence tape.
Did you have any involvement in that analysis?
No, I did not.
I noticed that while you're in the stand, you keep changing your gloves. What precautions do crime scene investigators take on scene for those purposes?
On scene, we put our hair up so that we're not dropping any hair on the ground, and we put gloves on so that we're not transferring any of our DNA to anywhere else that we're touching or collecting. And there's other precautions that we can also take for other parts of us.
And for housekeeping purposes, murder one was the case.
I heard the other day that the mullet is back. There will be a mullet championship. I might have mistaken. I think there was Mo talking about it. Kentucky, Alabama, somewhere down there. But the mullet is back, everyone. So party in the back, business in the front.
Please no. Don't do it.
Marker three with firearms.
I should have my haircut this week, but I'll go full mullet now.
Marker 2 was
And have a
placed
wrap
down
tail.
on the dining room table in error, and it was in one of my photographs. So number 2 was skipped.
Okay, so that didn't designate anything.
Correct.
Sadly, none.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Examination.
Thank you. You were the only crime scene technician who responded out to the scene, right?
Yes.
And you observed damage to the door frame of Miss Lorincz, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you took pictures of that damage, correct?
Correct.
There was some damage on the interior side of the door frame near the strike plate, right?
Yes, there was.
The wood was broken and cracked, right?
Yes.
There were a few no trespassing signs around the residence, is that right?
Yes.
One up front in the grass, correct?
Yes.
One on the sliding glass door that was next to her front entrance door, correct?
Yes.
And one on the side window, right?
Yes.
Now you
My daughter's boyfriend asked me if I wanted to borrow his when I was up there Sunday. Of course he has one. He's an idiot mechanic from Jutland.
never been qualified as an expert in a court of law in ballistics or trajectory analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you just don't have the training, knowledge, education, experience to testify in that capacity, is that right?
Correct.
And certainly you are not testifying today as an expert in the field of ballistics and trajectory analysis, right?
Correct.
Do you know the make and model of the trajectory rods that you used in this case?
No, I do not.
Did you calibrate the trajectory rods?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the error rate for trajectory rods, what those are?
No, I do not.
Do you know the make and model of the digital angle finder that you used in this case?
At this time, I do not.
Do you know the make and model of the laser that you used in this case?
No, I do not.
What's the error rate for the digital angle finder that you used in this case?
I have learned that the angle finder's error rate is 0.1 degrees.
And you didn't calibrate the digital angle finder at all before you used it, right?
No, I did not.
And you don't know how to calibrate them, correct?
According to previous things that I have experienced that have been calibrated before, it's with an instrument that we do not have.
Okay, so you didn't calibrate it, right?
Correct.
Okay. As far as you know, the digital angle finder that we used in this case has never been calibrated, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know if it's supposed to be calibrated, do you?
I'm not sure.
And you've had this instrument for the last 4 years or so, is that right?
Approximately, yes.
How much does a digital angle finder weigh?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the weight of the digital angle finder, if that could affect the outcome of the measurements?
It could have.
But you don't know how much the weight of the digital angle finder can affect the outcome of the measurements, right?
That's correct.
You only placed the digital angle finder on the rod and took measurements once on each side, is that right?
That's correct.
Could you have done it more than once on each side?
I could have.
Okay, but you chose not to?
I chose not to because I don't want to continue to change it, because if it does change, then you wouldn't know which one to go with.
I didn't watch the Gutierrez trial.
So if you did it, you didn't do it because if you did it more than once and it would change, you just have no idea which one is right?
You wouldn't know how to document it, correct?
And both can be right and both can be wrong? Or both can be wrong, right?
Both could be, yeah.
And you never calibrated the digital angle finder and took additional measurements, right?
Correct.
You don't have an opinion in regard to having a 1 degree or so difference from the outside, from the inside and the outside measurements, right?
No, I do not.
And that's just because you don't have the knowledge, training, and experience to do that kind of analysis, right?
Correct.
Can you tell us the make and model of the laser beam that you used in this case?
No, I cannot.
You don't know the error rate of said laser beam, is that right?
No, I do not.
You didn't calibrate the laser beam, is that right?
Correct.
And you've had this instrument the last 4 years or so, the laser beam, right?
Approximately, yes.
Do you know what azimuth is?
No, I do not.
You didn't measure the azimuth, which is the horizontal angle, right?
Correct, I do not.
Do you ever do that?
No, I do not.
You know why?
I don't know what it is, so in my experience and training, I have not learned what that is.
Okay, understood. Is there a specific way of photographing? Well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You found a shell casing on the kitchen counter next to the stove, right?
I was on the kitchen counter. I'm not sure if it was
Kitchen
next to the stove.
Okay. And you photographed it and put it into evidence, right?
I did.
And in regard to the rods, the digital angle finder, the laser beam, and all the work that you did
Yes, he was here earlier.
on that door,
He's probably
you
out
did
playing
it all
golf
by
right now.
yourself with no other help from anyone
Well,
else. Is that right?
digging
Correct, I was
sand,
the
as he
only one
calls
that was
it.
touching the laser finder or any of the equipment.
I'd like to show you what the mark as key. Is that right? Got the approach?
Yes, sir.
Is it working? Talking about her not calibrating her equipment.
I mean, not really.
No.
It's falling flat with me.
Yeah, he doesn't play as much anymore. He's playing golf, or being stuck in a bunker, as that's called. He's playing Germany 1944. Stuck in bunkers.
Yeah, he hasn't streamed in a long time.
Yeah.
Are those pictures that you took on the day in question?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and you took them yourself?
I did.
And are all the pictures that you just saw in the marked for identification purposes as a fair and accurate representation of all the pictures, some of the pictures that you took when you went to process the scene?
Yes, they are.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for your patience. I have no further questions for me.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
She is.
You're excused. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does anyone need a break before we go forward? Okay.
What
State called
time
Charles
is it?
Gabbard.
It's almost 4 o'clock. Come on. Don't tell me it's one of those
Yeah,
5 o'clock.
Like, let's get this over with.
I think they're doing great, but
Sir, raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
it's just one of those.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Afternoon, sir.
Oh, that's the landlord.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Charles Gabbard.
That's the last witness for today.
Gabbard.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a landlord.
All right. Do you own various rental properties around Marion County?
Yes,
Do you own a rental property located at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane?
yes.
How many different rental properties do you own?
I own 2 quadplexes.
Is the property located at
We don't know. It was found on the counter, but the ejection would have happened to the right, so it will have to bounce off the wall to land on the counter. But it was that's Gil Ritchie. Thank you for saying that. I didn't think about that because I was okay. It was ejected, but it ejects right. Thank you.
1662 107th Lane? Is that also a quadplex?
Yes.
I have access to the TV browser.
I thought I pressed it. It's harder.
Showing you photograph 7 of states 1. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is that the
Get
quadplex
on.
that you own?
Yes, it is.
There's an open field to the right of that quadplex if you're facing it, am I correct?
Yes.
Do you own that property next to this quadplex?
The majority of the property is owned towards the upper duplex, quadplex.
Okay, so the majority of that open field is owned by the other quadplex owner?
Correct.
And that's not you?
No.
Understood. Do you have any property rights to that larger portion of the open field than other quadplex?
Oh, to those of you who talk about she hid the guns, no. She told the police officers exactly where her guns were. So she didn't hide it in the trash can. She told them that where the gun was.
To the right?
No, I do not.
Are you able to tell anybody they can't go on that property?
I cannot.
Are you aware that there are children that sometimes play in that open field?
Yes,
Have you ever personally told any of those children they weren't allowed to do that?
I have not.
And why wouldn't you be able to do that?
It's not my property.
Okay. How long have you owned this quadplex?
Approximately 20 years.
And where do you live in relation to it?
I have a house in Denellen, and I also have a apartment that I live in sometimes in the adjacent quadplex.
Okay, so right nearby?
Yes.
I understand. Do you know a woman named Susan Lorincz?
She used to be a tenant.
Do you see her during court?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point around and tell me what she's wearing, sir?
I think she's wearing a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It was the reflect.
Did she rent unit 3 of that quadplex from you?
Yes.
For about how long had she been living there?
I'm guessing probably a couple of years.
Did you know her before she started renting from you?
No, I did not.
I still haven't heard anything about her taking an iPad. I know everyone is asking about it, but they said there was an iPad at the field. I never heard her taking the iPad.
Exactly. Yeah. I
No
think the
witnesses have
kids had
mentioned.
out there.
They said there was an iPad and some skates near a post. That's what one of the neighbors said, but I haven't heard anything about her stealing an iPad from a kid. It might come in later.
Well, the first guy, he said the kids were out there and the one kid had an iPad and he had set it down.
Yeah.
And then he was talking about how they went inside and then somebody came screaming that somebody was pew-pewed, but that was all we've heard about it. She threw the skate. That's what they were talking about. She threw the skate.
Yeah, that's all I've heard is that she threw the skate out there. That's what I haven't heard any witnesses, but maybe it'll come later. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, the kids claim that she stole an iPad, but we haven't heard the interrogation. Remember, we're the jury now. We didn't watch the interview because it hasn't been played in court yet. So all we know is what's been told in court so far. I can't tell you, Laura. I haven't watched anything other than the trial and read an article about it and flipped through a few things in the interrogation because I like to go in raw. So I don't know anything other than the jury knows. Well, again, evidence presented in court haven't mentioned anything about a stolen iPad, and none of the kids have testified that she took the iPad. So I don't know. It's probably said during the interrogation, but we haven't watched the interrogation. I think maybe tomorrow morning they'll show the interrogation, and that's why they have a witness ready to go after lunch. Well, that's your prerogative. Just don't spoil anything. I do. That's why I have so many kids.
At some point at the defendant's request, did you put up some no trespassing signs?
I put up 2 signs that said no trespassing and keep off grass.
Okay. Describe those signs.
They're just bought from Home Depot. They're just rectangular signs.
Are they like heavy duty signs? Are they just
No, they're just small.
Okay. You just stick them in the ground?
I'm thinking probably about 8 by 12.
Okay. And did you put those signs up at Ms. Lorinz's request?
Yes, I did. Well, she asked me to try to control the children. And I said I didn't have any ability to do that, but I could put up a couple signs on my property line.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the no trespassing sign in the photograph, state 7?
Yes.
Is that generally where your property line is?
Yes.
You're aware that Ajike Owens was shot and killed on that property, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. About when in relation to that did you put the no trespassing signs up?
I'm thinking probably 2 or 3 months prior.
Did you know Ms. Owens at all?
No, I did not.
I want to ask you some questions about the front door to the defendant's apartment. Was there a time where you were asked to do some repairs on that door?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 23 of stage 1. Is that the front door to Ms. Lorinc's residence?
Yes.
We see
Nope.
in the photograph here, taken after the shooting, we see a bullet hole in the door, am I right?
Yes.
Do you remember also?
I think the lead investigator will be the first one tomorrow, and they will say, "Did you interview Susan?" Yes, and then we'll play the interview. That's what they normally do when they introduce an interview, and then they will ask him some questions about it later. They just want to play that interview because the parts I saw, she came off weird.
Seeing that bullet hole?
Yes.
Did you, after the shooting, did you do anything to repair that bullet hole?
I filled the hole in with stucco.
And what else did you do with that? Explain the process.
In other words, I filled the hole in and sanded it with sandpaper.
Okay, just to make it flush.
Yes.
Shortly after you did that, did law enforcement come and actually take that door physically off the frame
Yes, I did.
and take it away?
Yes.
You spoke a few minutes ago about a time where you did some other repairs on the door jamb. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember about when that was in relation to the shooting?
I'm thinking maybe it was probably weeks. Could be 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks or so? Give or take.
Yeah, I'm just guessing.
Did you personally see what happened to the door to cause the damage?
No, but I assume.
Did you personally see it?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't personally see it.
Did the defendant ever tell you specifically what happened to the door to cause the damage?
No, she did not explain what happened to cause the damage.
When she asked you to repair the door, did you do it?
I made a temporary repair structurally.
Okay. I'm showing you photograph 25 of stage 1. What do we see here?
I added some new metal plates for the locks to go into. I put additional screws in the jam itself to give it structure. And cosmetically, it still looks rough, but it was structurally sound at that point.
You said you put new strike plates on. Are those the strike plates, the
Yes.
in the top and the bottom?
Yes, right.
The strike plate in the bottom, is that where the doorknob
Yes.
lock goes?
Correct.
What about the strike plate on the top?
That's for the deadbolt.
You said that you used screws to stabilize it. Explain what you did.
Well, it's just take wood screws. They were probably inch long, and you take a drill motor with a bit, and you screw them into the door jamb.
And was that door, when you were finished, was it structurally sound?
It was structurally sound.
And how do you explain what you mean by that?
I mean, with the screws and the new door hasp, structurally the door would be secure. In other words, somebody couldn't easily, somebody.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
That's sustained.
When you were finished, the door was structurally sound?
Yes.
Okay. We see you described it as cosmetic damage to
Yes.
the door jamb. Were you planning on going back and fixing that as well?
Yes, at a later date, I was going to take care of it cosmetically.
Did that cosmetic damage that we see here in the door affect the stability or the structural stability of the door in any way?
No, it did not.
Did you use any kind of like plastic wood?
I did.
What is that?
It's a wood putty that you can fill in voids in wood that has been damaged.
And what is the purpose of using that?
I used it inside the latch door recess areas where the lock goes into. I just put a thing to.
And what is that?
That just
structurally sound also?
Yes, yes, it is.
Explain what you mean by that.
It just is more just really it was more for cosmetics that made the recess areas visually normal.
So when you were finished repairing the door, was it sturdy?
Yes.
Was it structurally sound?
Yes, it
Was it as strong as it was before any of the cosmetic damage?
I would say yes.
When you were done repairing the door, was the defendant satisfied?
Based on me telling her that it would be cosmetically taken care of at a later date, she was.
Okay. Showing you photograph 30. You mentioned that the door was also equipped with a deadbolt?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you install that deadbolt?
Yes, I at one time replaced the whole door as a new door in with the deadbolt and regular lock.
And did you put the chain that we see above as well, or was that somebody else put that in?
No, I recall, I think Susan asked for me to put that in there.
So this door had a chain, a deadbolt, and a lock.
Yes.
Was the deadbolt a normal deadbolt, or was it an extra long deadbolt?
No, it's just standard.
Okay. Except for filling in the bullet hole, exactly and sanding it, did you do anything else to the door after the shooting?
No, I did not.
Okay, and the door that was on the door frame at the time of the shooting, was that the same door law enforcement came and took later?
Yes, it is.
All right. I got one moment, Runner. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Do you want the photos up here? Do you want the photos up?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Gabbard?
Yes, it is.
I apologize. I've been calling you Mr. Gabbard this entire time.
Oh, it's close, but
I'll try to do better. Sorry, Mr.
that's
Gabbard.
fine.
My name gets mispronounced all the time, so I feel your pain. Now, you had to do, as you spoke to Mr. Buckland, you had to do
No, it's the landlord who put up the no trespassing signs.
some repair work on Susan's door frame. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
It sounds like you put a steel plate where the bolts go from the locks that covered the broken jam. Is that right?
That's correct.
You repaired it in order to give the door some stability without having to replace the whole door jam. Is that right?
That's correct.
But even with that repair, it was cracked all the way down. So you were planning on replacing the entire thing, right?
Yes, at some point, I was going to make a complete replacement.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Lawrence, she notified you of the damage, right?
Yes.
She told you that someone had slammed her door.
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving person.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
Sure. I like this judge.
Yeah, he's decent.
Yeah. This this landlord comes off as one of those low rent landlords. Yeah, I was gonna change it at some point, which means never until it fell out of the frame.
Yep.
Oh, the jury is being excused. Yeah, and why waste it if you don't get to raise the rent?
Susan told you someone swearing into it. So Mr. Busman essentially opened the door on her examination by asking that line of questioning. And so I just wanted to put that argument on the record.
My concern about, you said it goes to her existing state of mind.
But I think Mr. Busman asked if Susan could tell you what caused it, and Ms. Lewis answered no. So I think this directly contradicts that Ms. Lawrence actually did speak to him about it and told him specifically that someone had slammed into the door. I think Mr. Busman opened the door regardless of whether or not it's self-hearsay.
Well, that's not what you told me at the bench here. That was not the reason you gave me at the bench.
Sorry, I wasn't able to speak to the bench when you put the jury off. So I just wanted to, that's
Okay.
really why I was approaching is to put that specific argument on the record so it's preserved.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's an out-of-court statement, right? What is the purpose of entering it? That's my, just tell me, do you want state of mind or do you want, I guess, what is it?
I think it's both. I think the state specifically asked his witness whether or not Ms. Lawrence had spoken to him about it. He said no. So this line of questioning goes to directly reflect that. And it also goes to her state of mind regarding the incident that happened. Also, the defense position that this line of questioning should be allowed.
Well, to the state of mind, that goes at the time the person makes a statement, right? Like you're not using it to prove the truth of the matter, sort of, but the state of the mind of the person at the time they made the statement. But that's probably not relevant, like that was some time ago. Well, I'm not trying to run you over. I'm just saying, I mean, that's my understanding of the state of mind exception is that if you're using it to prove the state of the mind at the time the person said it, you could, but now it sounds like you're trying to prove that through a non-testifying witness that someone attempted to break the door. I mean, I say that with full knowledge that there's nobody disputing the door is broken, right? So if we're, I guess the question is, if you're going with state of mind, but now you're also saying you're going with somehow this door has been opened, or okay. I mean, Mr. Buckman did ask him that. He answered that she never told him, and if he can testify to something else, then I would find that the door is open for that. I don't find that it fits the state of mind exception to hearsay because the time she said it, her state of mind was not relevant. But if you want to address clarifying issues that Mr. Buckman brought out on direct, that's fair enough with me. But that's, like I said, that's why I wanted to flesh this out, because that's, and granted, there's more than one person talking, but that wasn't the reason I was given here. So I'm just trying to get a fair record as to what the actual reason for entering the statement of evidence. So I'll allow for those purposes. Let's ask the jurors to come back in as soon as they're ready.
I didn't catch any of that. Something about state of mind at some point with some statement out of court. I didn't get that one. Mary Copa, I think.
Just
it's the Fifth Judicial
A
Circuit.
couple of the jurors have asked for proof for their employers that they're here, and the clerk has prepared a letter for them. If you want to look at the letter, I'll have you guys look at it, make sure there's no objection to it. I'll give it to them today because they may need to give it to their employers. Just take a look at what they're getting. They're all the same with different names on top. I didn't know all three of you look like that. Is this okay with you? Okay, take a look at it. All right, no problem. I'm just not handing them the jurors anything without checking with you first. That's and to do that thing on. Yeah. Okay. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We can continue where you were.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lawrence notified you of the damage, right?
Yes, she did.
And she told you that someone had slammed her door, correct?
She didn't give me any explanation, but it was obvious somebody had slammed the door.
Do you remember you and I speaking probably back in December of 2023 about this incident?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And do you remember me asking you these types of questions back then?
Yes.
Would reading that portion of that deposition refresh your recollection of what you told me?
It may, yeah.
Mr. Buxman, page 28 of the deposition, line 25. May I put you on?
Yes, sir. Can we approach? Yes, sir. Time to see it. What is it? What line? You have to take a look at it.
Just read to yourself, line 25. You have your glasses, sir?
Apparently,
Line 25.
no. I said no. She just said.
No, read it to yourself. Read it to yourself.
No, I said, I said no.
Okay, is this, reading this part of the deposition, does that refresh your recollection of what you said?
Yes, and I think that's why I
Hold
said.
on, hold
no
on.
question.
Just answer the question right as it's asked, okay? No problem. Thank you.
Now, Susan told you that somebody had slammed her door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this was just going to be a temporary.
Well, she showed me.
Hold on. This was just, I'm asking questions, okay? All right. This was going to just be a temporary repair, is that right?
Yes.
And the crack in the door was pretty substantial, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It went deep in, right?
Yes.
And in regard to the damage of the door, that you notified you of the damage to the door, you weren't sure exactly what it was that she told you, right?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Redirect.
The repair that you did was supposed to be a temporary repair, because you still had to go back and fix the cosmetic damage.
Yes.
Any additional questions?
No, sir.
See excused? You're excused. With our thanks, sir. Have a nice day. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're done. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're done with testimony for today, okay? So I'll let you off early a little bit. I'll remind you when you go home to not contact anybody about this case at all. Please don't let anyone discuss.
I can't
it in your
find any
presence. I know that
thing
there has
about
been some
why his
news
face
coverage of
looks
the
like it
case.
does.
I would ask you not to look at any newspapers. If for somehow you end up seeing a headline, please don't delve any further into it. I know our local newspaper, the Star Banner, has had some headlines. I would ask you, I don't know if you get the Star Banner or if you get it, online or something else, please don't look at it and don't read it, okay? The video, it may be on some news stations, so please be careful about watching any news or anything else, okay? Please remember not to look up anything about the case at all. I appreciate your adherence to the rule. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Same process for tomorrow as we used for today, okay? Same time, 8:30. Have a very nice day. Leave your notebooks here and we're gonna lock them up, okay? Make sure your name is on them somewhere. Just, you'll have supplied me with a 2.6 use of transcripts of recordings. I didn't know it was here until I was looking last one, but no one requested anyone read it. Do you want me to? You're gonna come up again? Do you want me to read again? Do you want me to read it after?
I would probably read it before the interviews of the defendant.
Yes. Are there transcripts for her?
There are.
Okay. Remind me.
Yes, sir.
So we're playing the interview tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Can we approach? Yep. For what spoke through the last time today? Can we approach?
Okay. Looks like there's two instructions for that interview. You want 2.6 and 2.8.
So it's probably going to be the lead investigator and then some ME talking about it tomorrow, is what I believe.
Sounds like it.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow, sicka, sicka, sound like I get. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I know.
I'll find out what
Oh.
that was about. Let me get
You're a lovable
Tracy back in
idiot.
here. Can you have get Tracy to come back in here? Stay here, man.
Yeah, and he gave them a talking to earlier, saying, "I don't want any dead air tomorrow." So I like it.
Yep.
Oh, one of the jurors
Yeah.
stood up and said something to you. What was that about? Okay.
What
I
was
think-
it? I'm sorry.
I think one of the jurors noticed someone from the press taking pictures, I guess, pointed in their direction. Okay.
She was sitting back there and she took a picture of her, so maybe she has some of this, so she took a picture of her.
Okay. I think it's not like a juror was just concerned that someone was taking pictures coming this way.
Oh, okay.
And she moved her location so that she wouldn't catch any of the jurors. So I would just, if there was any pictures including jurors, please don't include those, okay? All right. Earlier, before you were here, we had ordered there be no pictures. Okay. So I'll trust that she'll follow that direction. So that was it. Anything else? That was all conversation?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else from anybody?
Yes, sir.
See y'all tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Susan, I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, it's a little annoying we can't really hear court 100%, but
Yeah.
I think it's two good teams, both the state, both the defense. I didn't like that. Well, she had two pew-pews because she only used one. So why go into all the details about the 22? But that's the only kind of shenanigans I think we have seen in this case.
Really?
It's Panzer prison. Just tell them that. What county is this in? Marion.
Marion County?
I don't know. I just
Did
say
you
what
just make that up on the spot?
No, James Bond said Marion.
Oh,
It sounds like she was definitely afraid, but the question is, was it reasonable? I don't know, but it sounds like there was way more contentious than a normal neighbor dispute. But again, she was inside, the other one was outside. The locked door is a problem to me. I have to be honest. I always am honest with you peoples. And I feel that the locked door with a deadbolt on it is a problem for me. If she was going through the glass door, throwing the pot at the glass door, it would be easier for me to determine. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Have the state proven her guilty? 51% no, 48% yes. 178 votes. And look who's here. Monsieur Nick Starov.
Hi, Nick.
He's in Alabama, and I feel weirdly at home there. As long as your sister is not there with you, you should be fine. Oh my gosh. But enjoy Alabama. That's right by Tennessee. That's yeah, I like Tennessee. So if it's the kind of the same, beautiful countryside and nice people, Southern hospitality, as long as you remember your passport so you can get a beer. Thank you again, Food Fairy, for giving me a very accurate atlas of the United States.
Oh my goodness.
Kaiser Pineapple lives on Hawaii.
I love that.
There's
You
a
have to go
pineapple.
look it up. I feel like that's the one state you should know. You use Alabama as an example all the time.
I just know they like to play the banjo and kiss their cousins.
Oh, okay.
That's all I know about Alabama. I've seen it in movies.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. And I hope you're enjoying your trip. And you're right about that diner you talked about today. If it's filled with builders, you know it's good food. It might not be fancy food, but it's good. Me too. Thank you. How long was Ajike outside before the shooting? I think that matters in this case. No timeline has really been established. Yeah, the locked door is a major problem. And again, I don't. I know there was contentions, there was bad feelings. I know that, but still, a locked door, in my opinion, makes it different. You are 99% sure the jury will convict her. Tomorrow we'll start to get into what do you think that the jury will. It's we'll do what the normal pollings. Kissing Cousins is an Elvis song. I think it's an Elvis movie, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, but still, is banging a good enough excuse for pewing? What states have I been to? I have been to Illinois. I've been to, well, I drove through Kentucky probably because I was in Memphis once. And then I have been in Delaware, Maryland. DC isn't a state, but I've been to DC. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to Newark. I've been to Tennessee. So I got the East Coast pretty much cleared. I was actually looking at a trip to Detroit today. I need to
Told you.
because I could fly into Detroit, and then I could drive down to Tennessee. I could do that in 2 days, it said, with a stop. So if I fly to Detroit, I can go up to where Jamie lives and meet up with Dave, and then I can drive down to Tennessee and visit with the expert, and maybe if anyone lives in between that. So
There you
you
go.
got traveling favors.
You do. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't have any money, but I have the fever. Look, a free chat, fun. Nothing clever to say. Now you know how I feel. Yes. I just need a timeline. I need to know, did she stand out there, bang, yell? I have a problem that the neighbor didn't hear. If I had that from witnesses that I'm going to unalive you, yeah, I don't know. But again, she's only charged with felony manslaughter. She's not charged with murder.
Mhm.
Elvis movies, not the best movies in the world, but it's kind of like popcorn. They always do. You gotta follow that star wherever that star will lead you. My Memphis shirt went there once too. I went to see Graceland. That was cool. Yeah, but the problem is I kind of have next month I have to travel. Well, I don't have to. I'm traveling to Rome, so that's kind of locked off. And then Sarah Boone is all of October. Of course, I could just stream from James's house, and we could do it together, Jamie, and
I
stay
know,
there
wouldn't
for
that
3
be
weeks.
fun?
Yeah, in November I have another thing, and then it's December, and I can't drive in the Midwest when Mid East is it probably when it's snow because
Why?
no one can drive in snow.
Yes, they can. I drive perfectly fine in snow.
Well, I just mentioned Rome. Penella, we'll take a trip together. Then you can bring your lizard and I can chuck it out the window.
Yeah, Panilla and Baker, come hang out with me. It'll be fun.
Gil Ritchie, when you come back, you just ask whatever happened and we'll give you a resume. Yeah, there's a lot of Romes in the US as well. been to this floor and literally. Josie been around. Jailhouse Rock is, I believe that was his first movie. I hated the one in Germany as a soldier. I didn't like that. Soldier Blues, GI Blues. Yeah, I stayed in Delaware and then I rode to DC to see that with the kids. So I will never go to Massachusetts. I probably will be arrested for all I said. Snow is scary only because you live somewhere where it's warm. Jamie and I find it fun to drive in.
Oh, it's super fun.
Yeah. No, I can chuck it out the window. Oh, we can give him to Jamie's dogs.
What? I missed it.
Yoshi.
No. Yoshi is not going to be eaten by my dogs.
Are you sure I'm not from the South in the U.S.? Well, I have a Southern accent, but other than that, no. But I do like the South. I have to say, well, I like a lot of. I think Americans is really nice when you get into the rural areas. I'll call Delaware rural because, but isn't that what they say? Delaware is the kind of the first southern state. I heard a lot of country music there, and a lot of ads for political elections. I found that weird. We don't really have that unless there's election right around the corner. But no, I like Delaware, but I like the Illinois as well. It's weird. I'm from a very flat country, the fourth flattest country in the world. But being in Illinois and just standing out there and looking over the cornfield or whatever it was and seeing a thunderstorm, and it's just so flat, your eyes get tired before you see anything in like a hill or a tree or anything. It was just flat forever. Said that like you're from Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, North, South Carolina. I won't go to Florida. It's Australia of America, but I would like to maybe go down and visit Jesse in Georgia. Could be fun. You don't have big knockers in Denmark? Well, have you seen Brigitte Nielsen? Dom DeLuise? Oh, don't talk about him. Yeah. And if there's two things I love, it's heat and standing in lines. I have a bad back. I can't ride any of the rides anyway, so it's not for me. No, Illinois. Illinois. Illinois.
My goodness.
It's the same with Arkansas. No, it's Arkansas. You're Americans.
Yep.
Yeah, totally Russian, but I like Le Tour de Femme is going out to win mountain stages tomorrow. Well, you have some. I think it's Paterberg and what's the other one they're riding tomorrow? Kemmelberg. They're pretty steep, but it's not that tall. Yeah, but the problem is Lally will be waiting with Trooper Proctor to arrest me. No, we have very busty ladies here. Ours are, you know, the Swedish bikini team. It's kind of the same. Ours are just Danish, which is better. Yes, I watched that tiny woman who noodles all the time, and I ate catfish when I was in Tennessee, so I know about noodling. What's her name? The one that that some chick called too manly or something. I don't think she's cool. Like, what's her name? She got kind of famous like a couple of months ago because someone said she was too manly to be a real woman because, you know, both sides, you have to be like this if you want to be a real woman. And because she had a bit of muscle on her and is out noodling, she couldn't be a real woman. She's, Hannah Barron. She's a little cutie. And she has a southern accent. I like southern accents. The Rockies, 3 hours away. I like mountains. Yes, there is a Springfield in Illinois.
Where's the Springfield?
Jamie, before I teach Americans more about their own country, I think we better end this before we lose all our viewers. Again,
Okay.
I lost 200 subscribers over the last couple of weeks.
Well, you're still
Yeah, I
doing
don't
just
know
fine. I don't know why.
I don't know why. We're never going to make 12,000 before I've done this for 2 years. So that's the goal, Jamie. We have 4 weeks to get up to 12,000, or else we'll close the channel. If not,
It's over, guys.
It's over. Or if we reach 12,000, we'll do a giveaway. Anti-Grift birthday stream.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, we'll just make sure no one do anything to any of your presidents that day because that kind of ruined my last giveaway.
It did.
Yeah, that was kind of sad. But y'all go enjoy your day. I'll see hopefully all y'all back in the morning at a little bit before 9. And we'll start up this again and do it all over again. Do the things on Discord and Twit and blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, I think YouTube just ran down. They do it sometimes, just take away. Just because I got so many subscribers doing the Karen Reed case that I think it feels like they took more away than they need. Some glamour chick from the Middle East who had people bathe and dress her and cake her in makeup called Hannah Barron Mandy. Yep, but I don't like a little meat on. I don't mind a little meat on chicks, and I like muscly women. I have to not like competition, but I like women who work out. So that'll go on my Tinder profile when I get a Tinder profile. Yes, I asked if he was going to bring the internet to the courtroom, and someone misunderstood me. They must not have seen that one where Mello asked the entire internet. This channel is firmly opposed to exactly. We don't do politics and we don't do the other thing either. But Jamie, honey bunny, hasta luego. Hasta la taco. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Stupido.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not?
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.